Chapter 1, Love to See Through and Systems. The summer is scorching, and I don't want to sleep. After Wang Dong lay on the bed tossing and turning, after confirming that he could not fall asleep at all, he picked up his mobile phone and pulled it up. Hey, none of the novels I pursued have been updated, and the book is out of stock again. Forget it, see if there is anything fun in the new game. Open the App Store, and the game promotion poster on the homepage is greeted. The vast starry sky is shining with a little bit of starlight. In the distance, the shadows of several huge planets are looming, and they shuttle from the void, turning into a few elegant characters in the center of the screen. Devour the starry sky. The shock is coming. Hey? Interesting. I have never seen a game that swallows the starry sky before, just play it. Wang Dong's eyes lit up, and then clicked to download. Soon, the game download and installation is complete. With a little expectation, Wang Dong clicked on the exquisite icon. Because he clicked twice more, the opening animation was skipped, but he didn't care, just watch it later. After that, the characters are created, the gender is male, and the profession is selected from the master, the illusionist, and the warrior. For nothing else, close combat is the man's romance. Okay, the next step is to enter the game. Just the moment your fingertips touch the screen to enter the game. Hey! A strong white light suddenly erupted from the icon, and disappeared while curling Wang Dong's body. In 2056, the third high school, Yian District, Jiangnan City, the fourth bed in the male dormitory 0313. Wang Dong abruptly sat up from the bed, and his violent movements made the antique bunk bed make a creaking piercing sound. Fortunately, it was midnight and the roommates were sleeping soundly, and they didn't notice Wang Dong's strangeness. Wang Dong clutched his painful head for a long time before he recovered. My name is Wang Dong. I am 18 years old. I am an orphan. I left the orphanage at the age of 16. Now I live in school and live on scholarships and part-time jobs. Hehe, it's almost the same as my experience as a student. Wang Dong slowly combed the information that suddenly appeared in his mind, and soon discovered the key points in these memories. Big Nirvana, martial artist, Hong, Thor, and classmate Luo Feng. I have passed through, or the kind with my own ID card. And this is the devouring starry sky. Wang Dong smiled bitterly, looking at the dirty ceiling that he really didn't recognize. Stormy waves throbbed in his heart. Swallow the starry sky. Starbursts are all pediatrics, and they always describe something in the unit of tens of millions or billions. How can I live a muggle who doesn't work in all four bodies and doesn't distinguish between grains? By the way, you can hug Lord Luo's thigh tightly. After Luo Feng grew up, his iron rod Wei Wen was directly cultivated to immortality. When the time comes to entrust the kingdom of God in Luo Feng's small universe, isn't it indirect to achieve immortality? It is simply beautiful. Just as Wang Dong was yelling about the good life of the future, a clear reminder interrupted his enjoyment. Ding! Welcome to the world that eats up the stars, you number and percent at. A noisy mechanical disorder sounded in Wang Dong's head, and then, the voice that Wang Dong had placed so much hope in ceased. This is not a necessary system for traversal, right? But what is the broken sound behind? Is it possible that it is a system obsolescence flow that you love to see again? My Lord Luo, don't go wrong. With doubts and a little excitement, Wang Dong studied the way in those novels, and muttered in his mind. System, open the character panel. Name, Wang Dong. Race, Earthling, ordinary human. Occupation, warrior. Level, level 1, upgrade experience, 0/100. Skills, common sword technique, common body technique. Next to the page of the character panel, there are 3 options below, Mall, Recharge, and Settings, but they are all grey and unselectable. And in Wang Dong's observation, cracks suddenly appeared on these options, and finally they turned into flying dust and disappeared completely. Fortunately, the character panel is very strong and has not been affected at all. Fortunately, it's not that there is no scum left. Wang Dong patted his sturdy chest and let out a suffocating breath. Hey, does my chest feel so good? Wang Dong only has time to look at his body now. Compared with the thin body before the crossing, the body now is perfect, with the tall body, strong muscles and the powerful power contained in the body. Wang Dong squeezed his fist hard and felt the energy rushing in his body. He felt that he could kill an elephant with one punch. It turned out that Wang Dong was just an intermediate student in the extreme martial arts gym. This is definitely not the power he should have. Could it be that I am a warrior now? Suddenly, Wang Dong had a sense of enlightenment, the root of which was the occupation and level in the character panel. Level 1 Warrior. Wang Dong put his mind on the item of level, and a paragraph of text appeared behind the item of level, and at the same time, mechanical voices also sounded in his mind. 1 to 90 transfer apprentice level. 11 to 19 one-way transfer star rating. 21 to 29 second turn constant star rating. 31 to 39 3-turn universe level. 41 to 49 4-transfer domain master level. 51 to 59 5-turn world main level. 61 to 69 rank 6 immortal. 71 to 79 rank 7 venerable. 81 to 89 8th rank, master of the universe. 91 to 99 9 turns true god level. Please wait for the version update for future levels. Wang Dong was overwhelmed with surprise. System, can you communicate? A cold mechanical voice came. Ding, this system voice is only used to answer players' doubts about using this system, and the intelligent voice function has not been activated yet. It has not been turned on yet, which means that it may be turned on in the future. The meditation Wang Dong expects. What are the functions of smart voice? And how can I turn on smart voice? Ding! The function of intelligent voice can refer to the intelligent life that devours the starry sky. To turn on the smart voice function, you need to consume one smart life. I'm going. It's ruthless. Wang Dong took a breath, because his lung capacity is so strong now that there was a breeze in this cramped dormitory. That is an intelligent life. The intelligent life described in the original work is also Liao Liao. There are a lot of them on the machine race, but it is definitely a very rare material on the human side. The most famous and the easiest to get is naturally the demon Babata. But that is the root cause of Luofeng's future rise. If Luofeng's chances are brought to disaster, and he hasn't grown up, how can he see it for a long time in the future? Let's discuss this again. Let's understand the current situation first. Wang Dong thought for a while, and continued to ask, System, is my first level warrior equivalent to a junior fighter in this world? Yes, the player's physical fitness is the average of the current level. The physical fitness of the junior fighter is 900 kg 1999 kg, and the speed is 25 m/s 39.9 m/s. The physical fitness of the players is averaged, with a punching force of 1450 kg and a speed of 32.5 m/s. In actual use, various indicators will fluctuate slightly due to the current state, but the difference is not big. Hiss. Wang Dong felt a bit of toothache, not sad, but happy. With this physical quality, he can easily pass the quasi-warrior assessment. But the disadvantages are not without it, which shows that your physical fitness at each level has been fixed. Unless you upgrade, it will be difficult to make progress. Either don't improve, or improve. System, how should I upgrade? Wang Dong eagerly asked. Level, there is a 0/100 note behind level 1. Of course he knows this is an experience bar if he is familiar with the game, but the question is, how should he level up? Kill monsters? If he doesn't become a quasi-warrior, he can't even get out of the city gate. Even if you go out, if you don't have a weapon, what about killing monsters? Or should I improve the food for the monsters? Ding! Players can gain experience by spawning monsters, fighting, and using experience-enhancing items. You don't need to think about killing monsters. You can't leave the base city in a short time. The experience items should refer to the heart of plants, dragon blood, and other items, and they are not considered. The rest is battle. The light in Wang Dong's eyes flickered, and he had plans for tomorrow's arrangements. It seems that I am going to Extreme Martial Arts Hall tomorrow. Chapter 2, Imba and Number 039, S Skill System. After studying the experience level, Wang Dong focused on the last item. Skill. In the skill bar at this time, there are only two skills: Common Sword Technique and Common Body Technique, Liao and Liao. The mind is focused on these two skills, and a systematic explanation follows. Ordinary Knife Method, Max. It is a method that everyone knows about cutting people, and there is no room for improvement. Normal Stamina, Max. Normal people can evade stamina, there is no room for improvement. The corners of Wang Dong's mouth twitched unconsciously. Very good, very skill, shouldn't he have any expectations for Ping A? However, these two skills are not useless at all. When Wang Dong focused his mind on these two strands of information flowed into his memory. In a daze, Wang Dong seemed to be a street teenager, holding a watermelon knife, and after countless fierce battles, he practiced the legendary chaotic cloak knife method and exhausted evasion to perfection. When Wang Dong's hazy eyes condensed again, a sharp divine light shot from his eyes. Martial arts practitioners, full of energy and blood, eager to fight for strength, brave and relentless. At this moment, Wang Dong completely broke away from the identity of the original Dead House youth, and transformed into a street of war. Wang Dong clenched a fist in excitement. Great! In this case, I'm not afraid that I won't have combat experience. I was worried just now. I have never had a fight. How can I fight with others? System, nice. Dong couldn't help but complimented the air, but didn't get a response. Wang Dong put his hands down a little embarrassed, and stopped thinking about this in a blink of an eye, and continued to ask the system. System, how do I upgrade my skills? Ding! Skills that have been upgraded to full level cannot be upgraded. Then how do I acquire new skills? Ding! Players can acquire new skills after obtaining skill cheats or earnest teaching from others. Wang Dong suddenly thought of something and asked excitedly. Is it possible to learn if the skill cheats obtained are not complete? For example, I only got the highest 9th level of 9 Thunder Blades, can I learn the full set of skills directly? Ding! After learning the incomplete skill cheats, the system will deduce its low-level content on its own. Players need to start using and upgrading from level 1. Are there any restrictions on my learning skills? For example, if I have obtained the true secrets of a true god, can I learn it? Ding! Yes. It's okay. Wang Dong's eyes exploded, and he pressed the excitement in his heart and asked. Then after I learn the secret method, can I also master the laws contained in it? Ding! The system content is missing. Players need to explore this issue on their own. Is it a lack, not a direct denial? At this time, Wang Dong just thought about laughing up to the sky. As everyone knows, if you don't deny, you are affirmative. Maybe things will not be as easy as you think, but because it is by no means hopeless. Even if there is only a glimmer of hope, it is against the sky. In a world that swallows the starry sky, normal life cultivation involves first comprehending the law, and then creating the corresponding secret law according to the law you have comprehended. The secret law is the ultimate manifestation of the law comprehended by a life. Conversely, if someone has a perfect grasp of a certain secret law, then the law he comprehends is at least not lower than the law contained in that secret law. Regardless of Wang Dong's cultivation talent, even if he is the most ordinary human being, as long as he has the help of the system, he can learn the secret method and then master the law. invincible. Wang Dong instantly understood his strengths, and almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Calm down. Wang Dong muttered silently in his heart for a long time before pressing down the excitement for a while, but he really couldn't fall asleep this time. Forget it, I won't sleep anymore. With the physical fitness of a junior fighter, it's perfectly fine to stay up all night. I don't have to wait until tomorrow. Now I will go to the extreme martial arts gym to test my strength. Wang Dong is impatient, just do it. He turned over from the bed, put on his clothes neatly, and quietly turned the window out with the knowledge of the body method obtained from the system, and came to the ground from the third floor through the windowsill on each floor. Afterwards, Wang Dong randomly found a wall with no light, and he turned out with a bump, and walked in the direction of the Limit Martial Arts Gym in his memory. The Extreme Martial Arts Museum is a martial arts center founded by Hong, the strongest man on the earth, and has branches in every base city. In this era when everyone aspires to be a martial artist, Wang Dong in the past could not avoid the vulgarity. He joined the Extreme Martial Arts Gym early, but his talents are limited. Now he is only an intermediate student, and there is a distance from the advanced student, let alone accurate martial artist. Normally, people like Wang Dong will basically be insulated from the warrior in the future. Even if they continue to exercise after graduation, if they are lucky enough to become a warrior, their upper limit will not exceed the general level. But tonight, his Wang Dong is coming to change his fate against the sky. Wang Dong, is no longer the same Wang Dong as before. Starting today is the first step for me to become famous. Standing in front of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Wang Dong clenched his fists and made a bold statement. Who is it? What's the howling at night? If you don't sleep at night, get sick. Where is the lunatic? Voices full of anger came from the surrounding residential buildings, and Wang Dong, who knew he had accidentally disturbed the people, quickly entered the martial arts hall. The martial arts hall is open 24 hours, but few people in the big evening exercise here, only a few people in Liao and Liao are busy with each other. Hey! Wang Dong! Your kid hasn't come for some days, so why are you here so late today? Wang Dong looked at it and saw that this was a brawny man in his 30s, named Su Teng. He turned out to be a senior student in the martial arts gym. He had not become a martial artist after his 30s, so he became a staff member of the martial arts gym. Yo, brother Teng, on duty tonight? Wang Dong smiled and said hello. Well, I am on night shift today. Haven't you said yet, you are a student, don't you concentrate on coping with the college entrance examination, why are you here so late? Su Teng looked at Wang Dong up and down, and said with a smile, isn't it because the college entrance examination is about to be under too much pressure and I can't sleep at night before I ran out? Before Wang Dong knew that there was no hope on the road of warriors, he concentrated on coping with the college entrance examination, and had not come to the martial arts hall for a long time. Where is it? Wang Dong rolled his eyes. I seem to have broken the shackles of my previous body recently. I have improved a lot in various qualities. I think I have the strength of a senior student, so I specially found a free time to test it. Real or fake? Su Teng looked at Wang Dong suspiciously. The two have known each other since Wang Dong joined the Extreme Martial Arts Gym 2 years ago. He is very clear about Wang Dong's talents. He was only a junior student back then, and after 2 years of hard work he was only an intermediate student. The hard work of his life is at most a warrior-level warrior. Su Teng didn't believe a word of what Wang Dong said, but he was a little uncertain when he saw that Wang Dong didn't look like a joke. This kid doesn't like to make jokes very much. Okay, I don't care if it is true or not, you want to test it, right? There are few people now, and many testers are empty. Come with me. It stands to reason that Wang Dong can find a tester by himself, but Su Teng also feels itchy, wanting to witness it and see what magical changes Wang Dong has made. Chapter 3, Fragrant Pasta. The students in the martial arts gymnasium all exercised in the exercise area. The two came all the way to the test area. Except for the shouting and the sound of equipment crashing, they did not meet anyone else. Wang Dong casually found the nearest boxing strength tester and stood on his feet. I don't know if I can get an extra boost after getting the 5 hearts to heaven cultivation method, but according to the original talent of this body, I feel it is choking. I have not yet become a martial artist, and it is not suitable to use too strong power. Otherwise, after getting the genetic primordial energy cultivation method, if the power is not improved or the improvement is too small, it is too abnormal. After making up his mind to conceal a little bit of strength, Wang Dong took a deep breath and used the force method explained in the ordinary sword technique to rise from the ground with his spine like a long dragon, violently hitting the target with a punch. Boom! A dull voice came out, and at the same time, a number appeared on the display. 899 kilograms. I go. Su Teng couldn't help but explode. What did he see? A few months ago, Wang Dong, who had only 600 kilograms punch, now hit 899 kilograms. It was only 1 kilogram to reach the pass line of the quasi-martial artist's assessment. Bang! 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 Wang Dong ignored Su Teng, who was shocked. This was his deliberately curtailed results, which gave him a bottom line about his own strength. Subsequently, Wang Dong gradually strengthened his strength, hitting 3 punches one after another, and 3 numbers were displayed one after another on the screen. 910 kilograms. 998 kilograms. 1010 kilograms. Very well, I have been able to roughly grasp the power emitted. Based on this feeling, I can generally show similar strength in the speed test and neural response test. Wang Dong secretly rejoiced in his heart, but Su Teng's heart was full of turbulent waves. Su Teng looked at Wang Dong with a look of monsters, and said in shock, "Are you the child of a certain god of war? Have you recently found your long-lost relatives? What kind of treasures did you get? Or does it mean that the blood of the strong that has settled in your body has finally awakened?" Bullshit! Wang Dong was in a good mood and hammered Su Teng's shoulder. "I am me, the extraordinary fireworks in the world. Let's go and test the other two." "Yes, right, go quickly." Su Teng quickly stepped aside and let Wang Dong go ahead, while he quietly took out his mobile phone, found out a certain number, and was ready to call out at any time. When he came to the speed tester, Su Teng Dian ran to turn on the switch. Wang Dong moved his wrists and ankles, and assumed a standard scientific starting position. With a kick on the sole of his foot, it swished out like an arrow from the string. 27.8 m/s. It is another data far beyond the qualified line. Next. Wang Dong smiled confidently and walked towards the final nerve reaction test room. In front of the test instrument in the test room, dozens of densely packed machine guns were aimed at Wang Dong. Looking at the black hole guns, Wang Dong instinctively felt nervous. After all, he used to be an ordinary person, even if he has experience in testing the speed of neural response in his body's memory, he can't bear to deal with such a big battle at once. Good dong. Wang Dong swallowed unconsciously, he calmed his mind and nodded towards Su Teng. Shoo, hoo. The storm-like bullets vented towards Wang Dong's place in an instant. At the same time that the muzzle was activated, Wang Dong's body also moved instinctively. His body skills were very rough, and they were classified according to their level, that is, the lowest foundation was solid, but he couldn't stand his high physical fitness. Under his full dodge, none of those rubber bullets hit his body. Very good, the body has adapted, it's time to release the water. Wang Dong knew what the state of his full strength was. If he wanted to, he could completely dodge the bullets, so he deliberately hit himself, lowered his speed slightly, and let some bullets hit his body. In 60 seconds, I was hit 32 times without touching the red light. Excellent. Su Teng shouted out Wang Dong's achievements in a trembling voice, and he witnessed the birth of a genius warrior. When Wang Dong stepped out of the test position, Su Teng hurriedly came up to express his congratulations. Wang Dong, congratulations! All of your test items have reached the pass standards of the Quasi-Warrior exam, and they are far beyond. 18-year-old warrior, your future is bound to be limitless. It is not impossible to become a of war. When the time comes, don't forget me as a witness. Wang Dong was in a good mood at this time, and he laughed and said, then I will lend you good words. By the way, Wang Dong, would you like to sit in the lounge for a while? If you are such a genius in our martial arts gym, I need to report to the master immediately. The master must come right away. You can wait a little while. Su Teng looked at Wang Dong's face carefully, for fear of annoying him. To him, Wang Dong is not only a super genius, but also a strong one. Good. Wang Dong didn't make it difficult for Su Teng to show off his talent, and then fight for investment as it should have been. In the world of devouring the starry sky, you basically don't have to bear anything in the early stages of cultivation. The only thing that needs to be done is to strive for as many resources as possible. Su Teng received Wang Dong's response, and ecstatically invited Wang Dong to the VIP lounge. After putting a variety of expensive pastries and drinks, he came to a corner of an uninhabited island and pressed down the old one. The number that came out. That number is Guo-kun, an instructor of this extreme martial arts gym branch. Beep beep. In Su Teng's anxious wait, after a few busy tones, the call was picked up, and a majestic voice came from the microphone. Hey, it's Su Teng, what's the matter? Su Teng made a long story short, and quickly told Guo-kun the whole incident. Teacher Guo, it's like this. I was on duty at the martial arts hall tonight and found a genius. This person is Wang Dong, who is 18 years old this year. He was an intermediate student in the martial arts gym half a year ago. He hadn't come to the martial arts gym for exercise in the past 6 months. He came here tonight for a test. The results were 1010 kilograms boxing strength, 27.8 m/s speed, and nerves. Excellent response speed. What? Guo-kun's voice suddenly rose by 8 tones, and asked quickly, are you sure these data are reliable? Yes. Su Teng vowed to make a guarantee, these are all I tested for him, there is absolutely no problem. Very well, you must keep him, I will pass. No problem, I already, beep beep. Without waiting for Su Teng's performance, Guo-kun hung up the phone. Fuck. The emotional warrior sees the virtue of money. Su Teng cursed secretly. As one of the instructors of this extreme martial arts gym, Guo-kun, in addition to earning a basic salary, can get a lot of contribution points for every martial artist trained, and that contribution point is more than money. It's worth the money. Human nature is chasing profit, making money, not ashamed. Why did Su Teng wait for Wang Dong before and after, and why did he inform Guo-kun? Isn't it just to make some good? After thinking about this, Su Teng didn't care about Guo-kun's rude behavior, and went back to serve Wang Dong. Intermediate students don't have special instructors. Only when they reach senior students will they be assigned special instructors to be responsible. Therefore, which senior students can become warriors and how much contribution each instructor can make are basically long anticipated. But Wang Dong's appearance was indeed a surprise. He is only an intermediate student now, but he has the strength to pass the quasi-warrior test. This is not a student, this is a contribution point of walking. Now Wang Dong is the sweet pastry in their eyes, whoever grabbed it. Chapter 4, Become a Senior Student. A few minutes later, a shrill break sound suddenly sounded outside the martial arts hall, which caused a burst of curses from the surrounding residents. Then, a strong figure broke into the VIP room. What about people? Where is that genius? Teacher, here it is. Su Teng responded weakly, but Guo-kun didn't pay attention to him at all, and all his attention was on Wang Dong. Guo-kun straightened some messy clothes, cleared his throat, and made a majestic look. "Are you Wang Dong?" "Yes." Wang Dong nodded and admitted. With a smile on Guo-kun's face, like a big bad wolf seeing a delicious little white rabbit, he tempted, "I heard Su Teng say that you are still an intermediate student? If you want to participate in the assessment of quasi-martialists through the channels of the Martial Arts Hall, you need to become a senior student first. Why not let me go through the formalities for you?" Wang Dong answered with a polite smile, "Then I will trouble Teacher Guo." "Ha ha ha, no trouble. It is my responsibility to tap potential seedlings like you." "Ha ha ha. Pooh. Shameless." Seeing Guo-kun's shameless appearance, Wang Dong and Su Teng unanimously cursed in their hearts. As a teacher, Guo-kun certainly couldn't do the trivial matters of student upgrade registration. After taking away Wang Dong's ID card, Su Teng went to go through the registration procedures for senior students. Although it was late at night, there were staff on duty in all departments of the martial arts hall, and the procedures were no problem. Wang Dong and Guo-kun sat in the VIP room and discussed some issues. "Wang Dong, I really admire you a little bit. In half a year, without showing the mountains or leaking water, I jumped from an intermediate student to the level of a junior fighter. I have been an instructor in this martial arts gym in Yian District for 10 years. I have seen the genius of a senior student when I first reported it at the age of 16, and I have also seen that it took only 2 years to grow from a junior student to a senior student. The genius of, I really haven't seen anyone who changed from an intermediate student to a martial artist in only half a year. People of your age, who can't wait to show off if you have some achievements. Even if you want to be a blockbuster, you can at most improve one level from intermediate students to advanced students. You are so bearable." Guo-kun smiled and shook his head, marveling at Wang Dong's disposition. Wang Dong smiled awkwardly in his heart, but couldn't tell the truth. Fortunately, he had already figured out his excuses and said immediately, "Teacher Guo, don't praise me, in fact, I have this strength without knowing it." When Guo-kun heard that this is old Versailles, he couldn't help but twitched his mouth. Ying Gan smiled and said, "Unknowingly growing up is the most terrible. I see, you should have awakened. What talent is it? Unconsciously become so strong." "Yeah, you are right." Wang Dong nodded repeatedly. This was what he had originally prepared. He immediately followed Guo-kun's words and explained. "Half a year ago, I felt that I had no hope on the road of warriors, so I wanted to concentrate on studying, but I still ensured some basic exercises every day. The strange thing is that the less I deliberately exercise, the faster I feel that I am improving. I also want to come to the martial arts gym to test it, but I am afraid that I will break this momentum as soon as I test, so I have waited until now. Until tonight, I really couldn't help it, so I came to trouble you all." At the end of the day, Wang Dong couldn't help showing a proud look on his face, as if he was particularly satisfied with his performance. "Ha ha ha, no trouble, no trouble. If such a thing is considered troublesome, I hope someone will trouble me every night." Guo-kun burst into laughter again, smiling. He suddenly thought of something and asked, "Oh, by the way, you are also a senior in the 3rd high school. Are you and Luo Feng classmates?" "Yes, we are classmates, and the relationship is not bad. The relationship between his predecessor and Luo Feng is pretty good, but he is far from the level of hardcore, and can only be regarded as an ordinary classmate." Guo-kun nodded, "That would be great. Luo Feng is also a senior student under my guidance. You are classmates again. From now on, you should get close and close." "Of course." Wang Dong nodded. "Are you kidding me? That must have a good relationship with Luo Feng." Now there is 1 month left before the college entrance examination, which is the time when the plot that devours the starry sky begins. 1 month later, Luo Feng will formally rise up. After that, most of his experience will be spent in fighting and training. If you want to cultivate feelings with him, you can only do this in this month. 1 month is enough. Even if you can't become a best friend like Wei Wen, it's okay to become good friends. In addition, in the future, both of them will become warriors, and even reach a higher level. The bond between the two will definitely become stronger and stronger. If he died in the future, he could beg for resurrection. It is not a dream to live forever. So, how can we promote the relationship between the two in the fastest way? Of course it was a fight. Wang Dong deliberately pretended to be embarrassed and asked, "Teacher Guo, I would like to ask, when is our latest quasi-martial artist exam?" "It will be about a month later." "That?" Wang Dong said with a twist, as if embarrassed. Guo-kun's eyes lit up. "Is this difficult?" "It's okay to have difficulties, it's kindness to give charcoal in the snow. The kindness of a genius warrior is much higher than the value of some contribution points." "What's the matter?" Guo-kun asked concerned, "Are there any difficulties?" "As you and my students, if you have any questions, please tell me. Within the scope of my duties, I will help as much as I can. Even if it is a personal matter, my face still has a little face in our Yian district." After obtaining Guo-kun's affirmation, Wang Dong also made up his mind and said his request, "Instructor Guo, this is the case. Although I have passed the 3 tests now, I haven't played against anyone for half a year, and I am afraid of the actual test in a month. It turned out to be like this." Guo-kun's hanging heart was also let go. Don't look at what he said nicely, but also worried about Wang Dong's excessive request, and this matter is too simple. No, is it just to accumulate actual combat experience with others? Arrange it tomorrow. Don't worry, even if you don't ask for it, after you become a senior student, I will arrange for you to fight with others. This was originally a course for advanced students of our extreme martial arts gym. Well, wait for Su Teng to come back later, you will sleep here for a while, and I will arrange for you to conduct actual combat training tomorrow. Wang Dong's eyes lit up, and he thanked him immediately. "Okay, then trouble the teacher." After that, Guo-kun and Wang Dong talked about miscellaneous things, and it didn't take long for Su Teng to come back. "Wang Dong, this is your senior student certificate. Congratulations, you will be a senior student of the Extreme Martial Arts Gym from now on." Guo-kun said with a smile, "I don't congratulate you, lest you have to congratulate you on becoming a warrior in a month, it's too much trouble." "Ha ha ha, Teacher Guo, big brother Su Teng, then I will lend you good words." The 3 of them looked at each other knowingly and burst into laughter. Chapter 5, Battle and Experience. After Su Teng sent the senior student certificate, Guo-kun and the other 2 left, leaving Wang Dong to rest in the VIP room alone. Wang Dong forced himself to sleep with his eyes closed, but after half an hour passed, he was still full of energy, and he didn't mean to sleep at all. If you can't sleep, that's a fart. Get acquainted with your body again, practice your sword and body skills by the way, so as not to show your timidity when you fight with others tomorrow, and you can't use too much power at will. With this idea in mind, Wang Dong first asked Su Teng to help him go to school after dawn, and then came to the test area, constantly familiarizing himself with the strength of his body in terms of punch strength, speed, and nerve response. Originally, this kind of training was very boring, but whenever he saw the exaggerated numbers on the display, Wang Dong couldn't help grinning. "I'm a good boy, with a force of more than 1,000 kilograms, a speed of nearly 28 ms/s, and the evasion of bullets like the Matrix." How can this make Wang Dong, who has been a muggle for more than 20 years, not excited? Which man is not passionate? Which man doesn't want to fight for the world without a trace? When the power of this dream really appeared on him, Wang Dong felt that he was about to float. In this way, a young and tall figure was quietly added to the people who had been practicing hard all night until dawn. "Wang Dong, did you practice all night?" Looking at Wang Dong with a trace of fatigue on his face, Guo-kun asked in surprise. Wang Dong touched his head and explained with some embarrassment, Hey, I was a little excited yesterday, I really can't sleep. Young man, to know how to control, I used to, cough. Guo-kun looked at Wang Dong with a full face, and inadvertently said something very easy to misunderstand, but he immediately woke up and asked instead. How is your state now? Can you still conduct combat training? Yes. No problem at all. As soon as he heard that it was going to be a battle, Wang Dong immediately became energetic, not sleepy or tired, and immediately said, Teacher Guo, you can rest assured to practice me boldly, you have to hit 10 in a row. Guo-kun nodded in satisfaction, very good, good spirits, come here. Wang Dong followed Guo-kun to a big bearded man who was practicing his arm strength. Teacher Guo, why are you here? The man seemed to be older than Guo-kun, but seeing Guo-kun walking towards him, he quickly stopped exercising and greeted Guo-kun. Guo-kun nodded politely and introduced the two to each other. This is Wang Dong, this is Chen Yang Guang. Chen Yang Guang is a veteran of our martial arts gymnasium. He has rich combat experience. If he hadn't had a weaker nerve response, he would have become a martial artist. Wang Dong is a newly promoted senior student yesterday and lacks combat experience. Chen Yang Guang, it is up to you to educate him. Chen Yang Guang? Wang Dong carefully looked at the big cheek man in front of him. He was not the one mentioned in the original book, that is, the dragon suit. Okay, let this dragon set become my first experience. Wang Dong thought arrogantly in his heart, but on the surface he was very kind. Chen Yan, Chief Optics Officer, please advise. I don't dare to advise, I will definitely help the younger brother. Chen Yang Guang gave a big smile, and he could see that he was an open-minded person. Okay, come here. Guo-kun led the two to the opposing battle zone and found a free space. With an order, the two Wang Dong came out like tigers and quickly entangled each other. Boom! Chen Yang Guang hit Wang Dong's chest with a straight punch. Wang Dong's arms crossed his chest protector to block the punch. About 890 kilograms of strength. Feeling the power from his arms, Wang Dong immediately estimated Chen Yang Guang's punch strength. His fist strength exceeds the martial artist's standard, which is more than 900 kilograms. It seems that it is really difficult to give full play in actual combat. After testing Chen Yang Guang's strength, Wang Dong was determined that he was not afraid of overturning. With superior speed and neural response, he launched a counterattack while Chen Yang Guang changed his skills. Boom! The same straight punch that hit the chest was the same defensive, but Chen Yang Guang was shaken by the punch, backed back again and again, and almost fell to the ground. Guo-kun's eyes lit up, this Wang Dong's explosive power is so strong. The punch just now weighs almost 1,000 kilograms. He can use his ideal power in battle. This kid is really a fighting genius. If Wang Dong knew about Guo-kun's psychological activities, he would definitely disagree. His full strength is 1,450 kilograms. Isn't it a piece of cake to use 1,000 kilograms? Chen Yang Guang didn't have so many thoughts here. He looked at Wang Dong's youth, thinking that he was not as strong as himself, and wanted to use his power to overwhelm others. However, after a defeat in one move, he was surprised to find that his strength was not as good as Wang Dong's. Dare to fight hard with him, and instead fight for speed and stamina. In this way, he really suppressed Wang Dong. Chen Yang Guang's speed is indeed not as good as Wang Dong's, but his body skills are of high level. Dong's body technique is derived from the ordinary body technique, which is just the lowest solid foundation, while Chen Yang Guang's body technique has reached the second level of proficient. Wang Dong's speed was indeed faster than Chen Yang Guang's, but it did not form a suppression, but Chen Yang Guang's body style was much more subtle than Wang Dong. Suddenly, Wang Dong could only passively defend. Guo-kun watched from the sidelines and had a general understanding of Wang Dong's situation. Well, strength, speed, and neural response speed are all the best choices, but this body and combat skills are indeed a bit poor. It seems that in the future need to focus on these two aspects of Wang Dong training. Otherwise, a genius, but can't fight, wouldn't it be laughable and generous? The two continued to stand in a stalemate, but soon, Wang Dong found the key to breaking the game: physical strength. Under the premise that the strength, speed, and nerve reaction speed are not as good as Wang Dong, Chen Yangguang wants to suppress Wang Dong with his body skills. He must maintain the strongest state at all times, but this cannot be sustained. On the other hand, Wang Dong has been suppressing his own strength. The seemingly violent boxing and agile dodge are just his random movements, which does not consume much physical energy. Finally, after continuously suppressing Wang Dong for 15 minutes, Chen Yangguang finally could not sustain this high-intensity battle mode. Various indicators inevitably dropped. Wang Dong seized an opportunity to punch Wang Dong on the shoulder and knock him over. Land. Chen Yangguang stood up from the ground in silence, moved his shoulders, and thanked Wang Dong instead. "School brother, thank you very much. If it weren't for your last mercy, I might have to rest for a few days. I would like to thank the seniors for their help." Wang Dong's face was like a spring breeze, and his face was full of joy. Because just when he knocked Chen Yangguang to the ground, a clear reminder sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the player for defeating Chen Yangguang, a senior student, for gaining 1 point of experience and 1/100 of current experience. Really? Fighting can also gain experience. Intermediate fighters, just around the corner. Chapter 6, Challenge Boss Luo Feng. After greeting each other with Chen Yangguang, Guo-kun walked up to comment on the battle. "Chen Yangguang, your strength, speed, and even posture are very good, but your nerve response has dragged your feet. You still have to continue to exercise this. As for Wang Dong, your physical fitness is very good, especially your physical strength, which far exceeds the level of advanced students. I doubt whether you are a junior fighter coming back and posing as a student." Guo-kun smiled and shook his head, seeing that he was very satisfied with Wang Dong. Wang Dong whispered quietly in his heart, "You still guessed exactly, but it's time to say it." "But..." Guo-kun changed his tone and said sternly, "Your fighting skills are really terrible, you are fighting with street gangsters, and you haven't used your strong physical fitness at all. Therefore, you have to train strictly." "Yes." Wang Dong immediately responded with a straight body, and said solemnly, "Everything is subject to the arrangements of the instructor." "Very good, good attitude." Guo-kun nodded in satisfaction, and then said, "Your foundation is too bad, so it takes a lot of time to make up for your weaknesses. You will have the college entrance examination in 1 month. So, did you choose to concentrate on cultivating the body law? Or go back to study?" The little abacus in Wang Dong's heart crackled. Defeating a Chen Yangguang gives a little experience. "I asked the system just now. A person can only gain 1 experience. There are 400 to 500 people here, which means they can get 400 to 500 points. Experience, not to mention being promoted to level 3, to level 2 to become an intermediate fighter. You will definitely hold it in your hand, and then find a chance to show it, and you will definitely get a treatment that is not inferior to Luo Feng. Playing 10 a day, it only takes 10 days to rise to level 2, and then it's absolutely fine to go back to school and have a good relationship with Luo Feng. I want to spend a few days communicating with seniors before making a decision. I have a hunch, I seem to be about to break through again." Hearing Wang Dong's choice, Guo-kun didn't feel much. Everyone has the right to choose, and he doesn't need to be that villain. Besides, things like body skills are not necessary for martial arts assessment. With Wang Dong's strength, it is absolutely no problem to complete the actual combat assessment. What's more, Wang Dong said that he would break through again. The feeling of warrior has always been very accurate. Since Wang Dong has a good idea, why should others talk more? Immediately, Guo-kun made a statement, okay, then you can take a break, and I will find an opponent for you. Thank you faculty. Night. After finishing his tutoring work, Luo Feng came to the extreme martial arts gym and wanted to test his strength, but as soon as he entered the advanced student training area, he saw a large group of people surrounding the opposing battle zone, as if watching something lively. Luo Feng walked over curiously, squeezed in front of the crowd with his superior strength and dexterity, and saw what people were watching. It was two students fighting. Coincidentally, he knew both of them. One was Yang Wu, the senior he met at the martial arts gym, and the other was his classmate Wang Dong. Wang Dong? Why is he here? No wonder he didn't go to class today, it turned out he was here. I remember that he was originally an intermediate student, when did he become an advanced student? With full of doubts, Luo Feng watched this fierce battle seriously. He is also a martial idiot, and likes watching this fierce battle most. As for those questions, just ask Wang Dong directly after the battle is over. Looking at the current situation, Brother Yang has the upper hand with a stronger body. Although Wang Dong's speed and nerve response are stronger, the strength of the two is about the same. It seems that Brother Yang should be able to win this battle. Luo Feng whispered his conclusion, but the people here are all advanced students, so how sensitive are their ears? After hearing Luo Feng's words, the person next to him immediately issued a rebuttal. Haha, Luo Feng, you guessed wrong, look at it, Yang Wu is about to lose. What? Luo Feng looked at the man in surprise. He knew this man, his name was Chen Yang Guang, a senior student. Luo Feng looked at the form in the field. It was indeed Yang Wu who pressed Wang Dong to fight. He immediately argued unconvincingly, you made a mistake. Now Yang Wu has the upper hand. Wang Dong can only defend passively. As the saying goes, long-term defense must be lost, and Wang Dong's failure is only a matter of time. Oh! To Luo Feng's expectation, Chen Yang Guang didn't intend to continue arguing with him, instead he sighed and said, if you don't believe it, just watch it. The two of them have fought for a while, and the winner should be about to be determined. Luo Feng looked suspiciously at the two fighting. Sure enough, what Chen Yang Guang said was not what Chen Yang Guang said. After a few minutes, Yang Wu's speed suddenly dropped by a level, and Wang Dong caught a loophole and kicked it down. Wow! The crowd was in an uproar. Luo Feng looked at Chen Yang Guang in shock, and couldn't help asking, how did you guess that Yang Wu's physical strength could not support it? Hey, do I have to guess? This is already the 12th one. Chen Yang Guang looked up at the lamp, showing the vicissitudes of life, and said bitterly, and I am the first. Luo Feng still wanted to ask, but he heard a familiar voice calling his name. Hi! Luo Feng! Are you here? Luo Feng saw that Wang Dong was walking towards him. The relationship between the two was pretty good. Luo Feng smiled and greeted Wang Dong with a punch. Okay, you kid, you have become a senior student silently, you want to make such a big noise. Luo Feng said while looking at Wang Dong, and found that his complexion was ruddy and his breath was steady and long, and he was completely surprised and curious. Wang Dong naturally hugged Luo Feng's shoulders, pushed him towards the outside, and said with a smile, also, you are the first genius in our class, but I have always pursued you as a goal. It's just that this accidentally seems to have overtaken. What's the matter, watching me overtake you, feel sour? Bullshit! Luo Feng fainted, punching Wang Dong in the chest, making a bang, but there was no harm. I said, when did you become a senior student? And according to my observation, your physical fitness seems to have exceeded the limit of advanced students, to the level of a warrior. Are you really the Wang Dong I know? Ha ha ha, I didn't have any mental preparations, and suddenly became stronger. Are you out of breath? You are really not afraid of being beaten? Luo Feng said with a smile, but he was a bit bitter in his heart. Although he was a bit talented in martial arts, he was still far from the assessment standards of quasi-martialists. He looked at what he couldn't ask for and was so lightly said in others' mouths. It is false to say that you do not envy. But he stopped in envy. Luo Feng was upright and honest, and he was not jealous of others. Luo Feng made no secret of his envy, and said in anticipation, "Warrior, I don't know when I will reach it. Don't worry, maybe you are the same as me, you can suddenly do it after you sleep." Wang Dong smiled and talked about the upcoming future, but Luo Feng regarded it as a good blessing from Wang Dong. "You said it is light, I sleep every day, and I don't see it getting stronger." Luo Feng was joking with Wang Dong, but he forgot his purpose for coming here, but Wang Dong did not forget his purpose. When the two came to an empty battlefield, Wang Dong suddenly challenged Luo Feng. "Luo Feng, you saw just now. My physical fitness is not bad, but my body style is really bad. I heard that you are the most powerful among the senior students in our martial arts gym. Well, we should have a good exchange and discussion." Wang Dong looked at Luo Feng with scorching eyes, as if looking at a rare treasure. At this time, the two hooked their shoulders on their backs, and their heads were already close together. At this time, Wang Dong put on a look of hunger and thirst. The new era of humanity. What caused Wang Dong to look like an idiot was the prompt sound in his mind when he saw Luo Feng for the first time. Ding! Congratulations to the players for triggering a random challenge task, challenging senior student level boss Luo Feng. Victory reward, 50 experience points. Do you accept it? A fool refused. Accept it. Chapter 7, Upgrade. Intermediate Fighter. Feeling the scorching gaze in Wang Dong's eyes, Luo Feng felt a chill on his back and goosebumps all over the floor. He quickly broke free of Wang Dong's arm, and subconsciously refused, "This, isn't it convenient?" Where is Wang Dong willing to let go of Luo Feng's walking experience package, and he pressed forward and asked, "Hey! Is there anything you want?" "I'm okay, it's just..." Luo Feng's eyes rolled around, and he happened to see Yang Wu, who was a little lost, and suddenly thought of a good reason. "You have just fought, and you must be in a bad state now, so let's talk about it tomorrow." "Fine." Wang Dong waved his hand indifferently. He wanted to say, others fell down before he tried hard. However, considering that there are so many people here, it is easy to be beaten to death when he speaks, so he changed his mouth and said, "I have a very special physique now, as if I can't use enough physical strength, just for a while, the fatigue just now has disappeared, and it will not delay the discussion between the two of us." Or. Wang Dong took a deep look at Luo Feng, and saw Luo Feng's scalp numb. Wang Dong smiled and said narrowly, "I said, you wouldn't be the heroic figure who just saw me fighting, are you scared? Don't worry, just say it if you're afraid." Wang Dong patted his chest with a bang, and said hoarsely, "In the future, a man who is going to stand on the top of the mountain and overlook the scenery is not ashamed to be afraid of me." "I'm going to you." Luo Feng said with a smile, "Who's afraid of who? I'm taking care of you and you are still enthusiastic. Come and see how I abuse you." After all, Luo Feng is a young and energetic young man, far less cold-blooded and tyrannical after he seized the Golden Horn behemoth in the future, and was provoked by Wang Dong's simple and aggressive method. Then, 10 minutes later, Luo Feng sat on the ground panting. "If you don't fight, you won't fight, you are the bastard, so resistant." Wang Dong smiled and looked at Luo Feng, "How do you say, did you admit defeat?" The battle between the two just now was just like the previous version of Wang Dong and Yang Wu. With his superb posture and combat intuition, Luo Feng completely occupied the initiative in the battle. However, Wang Dong was too resistant to beating him. Luo Feng's punch on Wang Dong made Wang Dong feel turbulent, but Wang Dong hit Luo Feng with one punch, which could knock him back. In the original work, Luo Feng's physical fitness at this time is 809 kilograms, 23.8 m/s, and the nerve response speed is qualified, which is much worse than Yang Wu at this time, and even worse than Wang Dong's strength. Cut. The weaker the strength, the worse the physical fitness. In order to avoid Wang Dong's attack, Luo Feng had to make a larger dodge, which also consumed more physical energy, so he lost faster. However, Luo Feng was also smart. He stopped before he felt that his physical ability could not support him, so as to avoid the pain of being beaten. Hearing Wang Dong's words about getting cheap and selling good, Luo Feng looked at Wang Dong irritably, and said unwillingly, "If I can't break your defense, can you win?" Wang Dong smiled silently, just looking at Luo Feng. Luo Feng really couldn't survive Wang Dong's kind gaze, so he had to admit defeat. Okay, you won, let's go." Ding! Congratulations to the player for defeating Luo Feng and gaining 50 experience points. The current experience value is 62/100. Nice! Then you can upgrade in 3 or 4 days. Wang Dong was in a good mood, sat down next to Luo Feng, slapped Luo Feng's shoulder with another slap, and started to enlighten him earnestly. Student Luo Feng, in a person's life, there will always be various weaknesses and various setbacks. Can we avoid these? Cannot. What we can do is to maintain a determination to move forward courageously, to make up for weaknesses when we encounter weaknesses, and to file setbacks when we encounter setbacks. So, Feng shows our true colors. Is my true color? Luo Feng seemed to have something, looked at the big face that was close to him, and immediately pushed a head mallet on it. Fuck off! You gay! Ah, my handsome face! I fight you! Ah! Wang Dong, you don't teach martial arts! My kidney! Okay, then I'm not welcome! Ah! Luo Feng, do you dare to attack my peach? Cracking! After a fight, the two looked at each other in a little embarrassment, and suddenly smiled at each other. The depression in Luo Feng's heart disappeared. At first, it is reasonable to feel depressed when a friend who is not as good as his suddenly performed better than himself, and defeated himself in his best field. However, after eliminating the depression, Luo Feng and Wang Dong's relationship has become better, from ordinary friends to the level of good friends. This is also normal. Looking at the protagonist like the Ganges Sands, Luo Feng's 3 views are the most positive. It's normal to have some sympathy with Wang Dong. After licking an experience package from Luo Feng, Wang Dong didn't want to use experience for the time being. The two chatted for a while, and Luo Feng finally remembered his purpose to test his strength. Of course, Wang Dong accompanied him, and Luo Feng's results were the same as the original, with a punch strength of 809 kg and a speed of 23.8 m/s. He was already very good at this age, but he was far from the pass line for the quasi-martial artist. A lot of boom! 1000 kg. Seeing the number of Wang Dong hitting the boxing target, Luo Feng couldn't help but envy for a while. Thinking about the speed of 27.9 m/s that Wang Dong just tested, Luo Feng couldn't help but feel even more envy. If only I could faint again. Thinking of his childhood experience, Luo Feng couldn't help cursing himself. Luo Feng left after the test, and Wang Dong also planned to rest. After learning that Wang Dong was penniless and living in the school's 8-person dormitory, Guo-kun gave Wang Dong 10,000 yuan aside, and helped Wang Dong apply for a single room in a staff dormitory to his superiors. Wang Dong thought for a while. He didn't have any precious things in the school dormitory, only some changes of clothes. He didn't plan to go back to live, so he accepted Guo-kun's kindness. If I develop in the future, I will definitely help Guo-kun become a star. Wang Dong counted the pile of bills and silently made a promise. 3 days later. Boom! A burly figure retreated staggeringly, and after stabilizing his body, smiled bitterly and fisted at the unmoving figure in front of him. Little brother Wang Dong, you won. Thank you, senior, for your advice. Wang Dong clasped his fists in response, prompting the system promptly in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the player for defeating a high-level student's dragon set, gaining 1 experience point, and the current experience value is 100/100. Ding! Congratulations to players for upgrading. Current level, 2, 0/1000. At the same time as the prompt sounded, a warm current suddenly appeared in Wang Dong's body, following his rushing blood quickly flowing throughout his body. Wherever the warm current goes, the muscles are tighter and stronger, as if there is infinite power. After the warm current melted into his body, Wang Dong squeezed his fist and experienced the explosive power in his body. He felt that the current self could easily blow up the self just now. Intermediate Fighter, Success. Chapter 8, The College Entrance Examination and the Plot officially begin. Name, Wang Dong. Race, Earthling, Ordinary Human. Occupation, Warrior. Level, Level 2, Upgrade Experience, 0/1000. Skills, Common Sword Technique, Common Body Technique. Does it take 1000 points of experience to rise to level 3? It's okay. There are more than 500 senior students here, who can provide more than 500 points of experience. Then go to the wilderness area to kill a few wild monsters, and it will be easy to rise to the 3rd level. The trouble is, the multiplier of this upgrade experience is a bit high. 1 to 2 is 100 points of experience, and 2 to 3 are 1000 points of experience. If this is the case, I need a billion experience to go from 8 to 9. Don't talk about killing a billion monsters, just let me order a billion 1 yuan coins, and I will be able to order them to be old. I just don't know how much experience those high-level monsters can give. However, I don't think it will be too little. Now it is only an apprentice level. Even the novice village of the earth has not gone out, so it is not too bad. Wang Dongqiang resisted the urge to test his strength and continued to look for battles. He basically maintains a fighting speed of about 15 people a day, not that there can be more, but the strength he shows now can only fight so much a day. Wang Dong's performance to the outside world now is super stamina, super physique, super low body skills, etc. He can use the excuse of super stamina to explain why he can fight so many high-intensity battles a day. However, no matter how strong the human body is, there are limits to human beings' physical strength before they have been exposed to the genetic primordial energy cultivation method. Wang Dong's main task now is to keep a low profile, accumulate strength in secret, and then at the right time, a super explosion will occur and reach the sky in one step. 1 month later, the last day of the college entrance examination. Wang Dong has already gone through the college entrance examination in his previous life, and of course he has no interest in experiencing it again in this life. He hadn't been back to school this month, so he completely soaked in the martial arts hall. Just kidding, what's the college entrance examination in JOA world? Isn't he good to be a warrior? Boom! After pushing another person back, Wang Dong glanced at his own experience. 486/1000. The progress is almost halfway through. While Wang Dong held his fist in salute with the opponent, he thought in his heart, this person is the only one who has not fought before. The wool here is almost finished, and it's time to open a new map. In other words, today is the last day of the college entrance examination, and Luofeng's spiritual teacher talent will be officially revealed soon. Gan, if I knew I would cross, I would choose a spiritual teacher when I created the character. Thinking of this, Wang Dong felt depressed for a while. In the game, in order to balance the game, the manufacturers have the same development of the various professions, and there will be no imbalances, but the world can be swallowed. Before they have the immortal combat power, the branch of the master of the spiritual master is stronger than the warrior. It's okay, I have a system, and the spiritual teacher is a good idea. Seeing that I will slash and explode the gods in the future. When Wang Dong was using the Supreme AQ spiritual Dafa to comfort himself, A hurried figure rushed into the senior student area, and the man ran and shouted, "Wang Dong, it's not good! It's not good!" Wang Dong looked intently. It turned out to be Luo Feng's best friend Wei Wen. During this month, under the banner of learning and communicating with each other, Wang Dong fought Luo Feng every 3 to 5. Although there was no more wool from Luo Feng, the relationship between the two was getting better and better. Although the relationship between the two is not as good as that of buddies like Luo Feng and Wei Wen, it is at least at the level of comrades in arms. Even if this development continues, the friendship between Wang Dong and Luo Feng will surpass that of Wei Wen. There is no way, people will always grow up. When the gap between two people's circles and levels is too large, there will be fewer and fewer common topics, and the cooling of feelings is inevitable. Fortunately, the current gap between Luo Feng and Wei Wen is not big. This situation is not obvious yet, but the appearance of Wang Dong represents an inevitable future. Closer to home, through Luo Feng, the relationship between Wang Dong and Wei Wen has improved a lot, and Wang Dong has gradually integrated into the small circle of Luo Feng and Wei Wen. Therefore, after Wei Wen learned that Luo Feng fainted in the examination room, the first thing that came to mind was to notify Wang Dong from the Extreme Martial Arts Museum not far away. Wang Dong made 3 steps and 2 steps before coming to Wei Wen with an anxious look and calmly asked, "Wei Wen, you are so impatient, what happened?" Wei Wen's voice trembled, and hurriedly said, "Wang Dong, it's not okay, Luo Feng fainted in the examination room and was sent to the hospital." "What?" Wang Dong was shocked, grabbing Wei Wen's wrist and walking out. Go and see." When Wei Wen and Wang Dong arrived at the hospital, they happened to see Luo Feng coming out of the hospital with his family. "A Feng! A Feng!" Wei Wen shouted as he ran. Wang Dong was faster than Wei Wen, and rushed to Luo Feng first, and asked concerned, "Fengzi, how are you doing?" "It doesn't matter. Dongzi, I'm fine, don't worry." Seeing the concern on the face of his new best friend, Luo Feng felt warm in his heart. "It's okay." Wang Dong spread a soothing smile on his face, and then comforted Luo Feng's parents, "Uncle Luo, Aunt Gong, don't worry, Luo Feng's health is very good, our martial arts classmates it's all clear. The coma this time must be because he has been working too hard recently, and it will be better if he takes a rest." In this month, Wang Dong and Luo Feng's family have also met several times, and they have become familiar with each other. "Wang Dong, please run over. The doctor said it doesn't matter, we are just about to leave the hospital and go home. By the way, everyone happened to be here, let's come to eat at home tonight." "How embarrassing it is. Luo Feng helped me so much, it should be my treat." "Well, let's find a restaurant, and I will treat Luo Feng to drive away bad luck." While talking, Wei Wen also ran over. Luo Feng and Wei Wen talked about the college entrance examination. Well, quite a bit of what Wang Dong said to his friends about the answer after the college entrance examination was over, made Wang Dong sigh. In the end, Wang Dong couldn't resist the insistence of Luo Feng's parents, so he had to go for a dinner and further integrate into Luo Feng's life. After a turn of time, it came to June 17th. On this day, Wang Dong got up early and came to the test area, waiting for the upcoming Luo Feng. Bang! 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 Wang Dong hit the fist tester boldly, and the data on the display was refreshed again and again. 1090 kilograms. 1100 kilograms. 1111 kilograms. After rising to level 2, Wang Dong's physical fitness has also reached the average level of an intermediate fighter. The punching power is 3000 kilograms. Speed 50 m/s. Not a lot of points, a lot of points. In the past month, Wang Dong let go a little bit of strength, showing full strength of 1300 kilograms, speed of 28.5 m/s, excellent level of neurological reaction. Junior fighters, shocked the eye, even the owner of this martial arts gym. Zhang Nian met with Wang Dong specially. Corresponding to Wang Dong's physical talents was his unsaved talent for physical skills. Chapter 9, Before the Outbreak. For more than a month, Wang Dong challenged all the senior students in the martial arts hall, and some even beat them 3 or 4 times, and the experience value reached 502/1000. Every time, Wang Dong was able to win with his super physical quality, but in terms of physical fitness, he was stunned that he hadn't improved a little. What it was like at the beginning is still what it is now. Gradually, Wang Dong also got a nickname in the martial arts hall. Freak. Wang Dong has also accepted his fate. He is really a waste of training. Don't imagine that you can instantly ascend with an epiphany. Honestly, holding the system and the thigh of City Lord Luo is the king. At about 5 o'clock, Luo Feng rushed to the test area and saw the remaining numbers on the fist strength tester at a glance. 1020 kilograms. His pupils shrank suddenly. He knew that this was the power of Wang Dong's casual blow, but it was already a number that he could not reach before. However, today is different. Luo Feng will rise today. Oh, madman, come so early today. Wang Dong took the initiative to say hello, and when he heard someone coming up, he didn't punch anymore. Few people came to the martial arts hall in the early morning. If the plot did not go wrong, it would be Luo Feng and Zhang Nian, 2 martial artists. The real storyline is finally about to begin. Wang Dong was excited. After being the sword god of 10 miles for so long, he could not bear the hunger and thirst in his heart. Luo Feng smiled and walked towards Wang Dong. That's not even earlier than you, freak. Wang Dong touched his head in distress. I said, why did you call me a freak too? Isn't this too ugly? Luo Feng laughed. Who makes you so weird, so strong in your body, but you always go straight in the fight? We can guess your movements as soon as you move. If you don't look like a person, we all doubt if you are a new breed of monster. Okay, dare you say that I am not a human being? Watch it. Wang Dong pretended to be angry, and he was about to hit someone. Luo Feng laughed and avoided, and said, I have done it, I have to test my fist strength. What if I am injured by you? Wang Dong stopped playing, looked at Luo Feng up and down, and said with a smile, good fellow, you were faster and improved. Come and see your current level. Wang Dong stepped aside and let Luo Feng stand in front of the boxing strength tester. Soon, Luo Feng's boxing power results came out. Drip, drip, drip. The fist strength tester made 3 consecutive beeps. The eyes of the two lit up. This is the sound that only appears after the punch strength exceeds 1000 kilograms. The two looked at the display, and sure enough, the number above was 1089 kilograms. When Wang Dong patted Luo Feng on the shoulder, there was a joy of witnessing history. Okay, madman, so much progress at once, amazing. Congratulations. Luo Feng was overjoyed. Ha ha ha, I became stronger after sleeping. Wang Dong, I am about to catch up with you. Luo Feng's heart moved, and he suddenly thought of Wang Dong's sudden strength at the beginning, and he thought, is Wang Dong the same as me? But Luo Feng still didn't tell the truth, or that he really said it, but no one believed it. Don't come here, you're still pushing your nose to your face, and plugging me up with my bragging words. Wang Dong hit Luo Feng with his shoulder. Go, let's test the speed again. Okay. Luo Feng originally wanted to test the strength of continuous punches, but he still obeyed Wang Dong's proposal. In the assessment of quasi-martial arts, all 3 items must be passed, and none of them will work. Continuous punch test can be put behind, speed test is the most important. Soon, Luo Feng's speed results came out. 28.1 m/s. At this moment, 2 figures suddenly appeared at the door. Wang Dong had expected it and spotted them the first time. Instructor. Wang Dong shouted to one of the black-clothed and bald-headed middle-aged people, that this person is the master of this extreme martial arts gym, Zhang Nian. Hearing Wang Dong's voice, Luo Feng, who finished the speed test, immediately shouted, "Instructor! Come here!" Zhang Nian shouted to the two with a smile, "I didn't expect Luo Feng that you could meet the martial arts quality requirements so quickly. I will introduce you to you, this is your predecessor, Yan Luo. Yan Luo, this is Luo Feng. This is another genius Wang Dong in our martial arts gym. I will tell them your name. Are you okay?" "It's okay." Yan Luo looked at Luo Feng and nodded, this little guy, at such a young age, meets the physical fitness requirements of a martial artist. Maybe in the future, he can also interact with me. Then, Yan Luo looked at Wang Dong, this is also the genius of your martial arts gym? Has the physical quality reached the level of a martial artist? Ha ha ha, more than that. Zhang Nian smiled triumphantly and flaunted, Wang Dong's punch strength reached 1,300 kilograms and his speed was 28.5 m/s. And let me tell you, Wang Dong and Luo Feng are graduating students for the college entrance examination this year, and they are only 18 years old. What? An 18-year-old warrior? Yan Luo's eyes lit up, and then the development of the plot was indistinguishable from the original. After the plan was set to go to the Extreme Hall in Yangzhou on July 1 for the quasi-martialist exam, the few people talked again and left in all directions. On July 1, Wang Dong and Luo Feng traveled together, took the subway to the center of Yangzhou City, and then walked to the Minjiao community in Yangzhou Extreme Club. In fact, Wang Dong was able to participate in the quasi-martial arts assessment last month, but he still found an excuse to delay it until now, in order to see if he could get some wool from Luo Feng's side. According to the normal system flow, it should be possible to receive a lot of tasks around a protagonist like Luo Feng. But the reality disappointed Wang Dong. The following plot is basically the same as that in the original book. Luo Feng, Yang Wu, and a set of Bai Yang have all passed the assessment, and Wang Dong also passed the assessment with extremely excellent results. Well, my system is really inferior, and it doesn't even have main tasks or side tasks. Wang Dong curled his lips helplessly, followed the other three people through the process, signed the contract, received the genetic original energy cultivation method, and finished the plot. Back at the Extreme Club in Yian District, Wang Dong couldn't wait to read the 5 Hearts to Heaven practice. Although after countless experiments, it has been confirmed that Wang Dong is a waste of training, but he always has a glimmer of hope in his heart. What if? According to the instructions of the practice method, Wang Dong started his first practice. Then, there is no more. Wang Dong posed a pose with 5 hearts facing the sky. To his surprise, he felt a trace of cosmic energy very simply. But when he wanted to channel more cosmic energy, he was in vain. Wang Dong's cells were ignorant of the cosmic energy he tried so hard to guide into his body, and almost made Wang Dongqi tilt his nose. For example, Luo Feng's cells absorb cosmic energy for the first time, just like a child in a poor mountainous area eats KFC for the first time, wishing to chew up all his bones. And Wang Dong's cell's attitude towards cosmic energy is like an ordinary other's children eating rice, just eat 2 mouthfuls to fill their stomachs. After a long absence, Wang Dong asked about the system. System, what's going on? Doesn't it mean that the first time absorbing the energy of the universe will be greatly improved? Even if my talent is poor, it won't be so bad, right? Ding! After the system binds the player's body is transformed into a warrior. Your body has been absorbing the original energy unconsciously. There is no such thing as the first absorption. Oh, all right. Wang Dong sighed. He had thought of this reason before, but he had always had unrealistic ideas in his heart. Who doesn't want to be a genius? Chapter 10, Breakout. Special Recruitment. After putting out the last fluke, Wang Dong came to the 4th floor of the martial arts hall. Normally, only warriors can enter the 4th floor, but the news that Wang Dong passed the quasi-warrior assessment has spread, and naturally no one will stop him. Generally speaking, no one is practicing in the 4th floor, but it's a coincidence that Zhang Nian is very quiet today, and he has been here for a long time to move his muscles and bones. He happened to meet Wang Dong, who came here to test his strength. Instructor. Wang Dong took the initiative to say hello. Oh, it's Wang Dong. Zhang Nian was not surprised that Wang Dong appeared here. Although Wang Dong has not obtained the quasi-warrior certificate, the legal principle is nothing more than human favor. No one will go to really offend a promising man. Musha. I heard that you passed the quasi-martial examination, but I haven't said joy to you yet. I dare not dare, but it's due to the cultivation of the instructor. Wang Dong waved his hand hurriedly. People respect you because they are giving you face, but you can't keep an inch. There is nothing to cultivate or not cultivate. You can become a martial artist mainly by your own efforts. We are just the icing on the cake. Everyone carries the sedan chair. Everyone likes to listen to them. Zhang Nian smiled and looked at Wang Dong. Potential and polite juniors are more pleasing to the eye. He asked kindly, "What are you doing on the 4th floor? You are not here to visit, are you?" "That's it, instructor, I just practiced the 5 heart to sky cultivation method, and I feel that I have made a lot of progress, so I want to test it. There were too many people on the 3rd floor. I was afraid it would be too noisy, so I came here. I didn't want to disturb your practice." With that, Wang Dong was about to leave. "Haha, you can test it right here. I just want to see how much strength can be gained by absorbing genes for the first time in the Extreme Martial Arts Gym in Yian District on the first day." Hearing what Zhang Nian said, Wang Dong didn't pretend to be hypocritical. He came to the test equipment and took a deep breath. All his strength burst out. The punching power is 3000 kilograms. Speed 50 m/s. The nerve response speed is excellent for intermediate fighters. Looking at the various data created by Wang Dong, Zhang Nian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Freak! It really is a freak. Zhang Nian was chanting Wang Dong's nickname with excitement. Wang Dong had just taken part in the quasi-warrior assessment in the morning and had this kind of strength in the afternoon. There is only one possibility for this kind of leap-forward progress in such a short period of time. Wang Dong has successfully cultivated the genetic power of success and is a genius. Haha, the first time you practice genetic primal abilities, your boxing power can increase by 1700 kilograms, even surpassing most intermediate fighters. This kind of genius is rare in the entire Jiangnan city every year. Ha ha ha, you broke my record in Yian District Extreme Martial Arts Gym. Zhang Nian was ecstatic, and he was no less than the discovery of Luo Feng in the original work. This is also what Wang Dong did earlier than Luo Feng. Don't look at Wang Dong's current talent performance compared to Luo Feng, but that is also the difference between the college entrance examination total score of 750 and 740. For Zhang Nian, they are both the same genius and the same contribution point. The next plot development is almost the same as the original. Zhang Nian hurriedly threw an olive branch to Wang Dong, and the treatment was the same as Luo Feng in the original book. In addition to giving away a set of villas, there is also a start-up capital of 20 million yuan to allow Wang Dong to purchase various weapons and equipment. At the same time, the Extreme Martial Arts Center will also give away a set of guiding techniques, a set of sword technique cheats, and a set of Shen technique cheats for free. As long as the prices of these 3 items are less than 50 million yuan, Wang Dong will directly get them for free. What is there to hesitate? Why did Wang Dong endure it for 2 months? Isn't it just for today? Sign. After obtaining Wang Dong's consent, Zhang Nian also got through the phone of Jiangnan Extreme Martial Arts main hall just like the original plot. After another roar, Zhang Nian rushed to take Wang Dong to the Jiangnan Extreme General Assembly Hall. After that, the plot is the same as the original. After testing Wang Dong's strength, the director Zhidao decided to increase Wang Dong's treatment to the price of Dayan Shu, knife cheats, and body cheats as long as the price is less than 1. Billions can be waived, which is the same as Luo Feng's treatment in the future. Don't look at the talent that Wang Dong showed at this time is much worse than that of Luo Feng afterwards, but Zhejidao can't hold back that he is rich. For a war like him, 50 million is just like 50 cents. He uses 5 cents to win the hearts of a potential stock. Why not do it? After signing the contract, Zhang Nian asked Wang Dong where he would move to live in the villa. There was no hesitation. Minjiao community. Wang Dong returned with certainty. Then, Zhang Nian proposed to celebrate Wang Dong here, and Wang Dong couldn't help it. The next day, Wang Dong followed Zhang Nian back to Yian district. After returning to Extreme Martial Arts Hall to pack up his clothes, he moved into a villa in Minjiao community. He remembered that Luo Feng's home was number 199, so he chose number 200 specially. What should I do next? While browsing his new home, Wang Dong wondered what he should do before August 1st. I have already beaten all the senior students in the Extreme Martial Arts Gym. Should I go to the Raiden Martial Arts Gym to gather wool? Forget it, I have now passed the Quasi-Martial Artists Assessment. It is not suitable to bully the small with the big. If it is misunderstood, it will be a big trouble. Alas, there is no experience if there is no battle, and there is no fruit in cultivation. What should I do if I suddenly don't want to work hard? Suddenly, Wang Dong remembered something he had recently overlooked. By the way, I can get some skill cheats to learn. Although I don't have the right to buy cheats, Zhang Nian doesn't necessarily have the authority. Big deal, think of a solution from Zhejidao. Before he could sit on the sofa in his new home, Wang Dong hurried to the Extreme Martial Arts Gym. Instructor Zhang, I want to learn some secrets in advance, do you have any channels? Facing Wang Dong's sincere request, Zhang Nian felt very difficult. Wang Dong, I understand your desire to become stronger, but the rules are like this. After you officially become a martial artist, it will become clear. Without authorization, martial artists are never allowed to teach secrets privately. This, I really can't help. Wang Dong knows this rule, but he still wants to work harder. Instructor, I don't want to learn too profound and powerful cheats. You also know that my body is too bad. Just having a cheat will be enough for me to study for a long time. I think there are always some low-level cheats that are not restricted, right? That's it. Zhang Nian frowned and thought about it. It really reminded him of something. Ha ha ha, I remembered that there is a body technique on the internet. The level is not good, and the highest level can only be easily obtained. It is not comparable to the S-level SS-level secret methods on the internet, and no one has ever bought it. I happen to know the creator of that Chen Fa, so let me help you ask him. If he can agree in writing, it is equivalent to authorized, you can study. Wang Dong's eyes lit up, really? Then thank the instructor. When I become a warrior, I will definitely return the price of this cheat book twice. Ha ha ha, no need, just as I congratulate you in advance to officially become a martial artist. You don't have to be grateful to me. When you become the god of war, don't forget to invite me to drink. Chapter 11, Shen Fa Drifting. Under Zhang Nian's operation, Wang Dong quickly obtained the secret book of drifting. Ding! Congratulations to the player for getting the skill book drifting, do you want to learn it? Ignoring the prompt in his mind, Wang Dong bid farewell to Zhang Nian and hurried back to the practice room in the villa. System, learn drifting. Wang Dong growled. Ding! The player is about to learn the skill drifting. This skill is an advanced skill of the common body technique. Do you want to learn it? Yes. Ding! The normal stamina has been advanced to drifting. As the system prompt sounded, an unfamiliar and familiar picture came to mind. At this moment, Wang Dong seemed to become a leaf floating on the turbulent water, sometimes spinning, sometimes floating, sometimes stagnating, sometimes rushing. After a long time, the haziness in Wang Dong's eyes dissipated, and he stood up, and based on the feelings he had just felt, he shifted vigorously in this empty practice room. His current retreat was more than twice as smooth as before. The second level of Shenfa level, proficient, successful. After practicing drifting again, Wang Dongping recovered his tumbling blood, and couldn't help but scream on his back. There was only one feeling in his heart now, unobstructed. Compared with the current dodge movement, his previous body style can only be described in one word: reckless. This drifting method of movement is what the strong man in his dreams should be like. System, Character Panel. Name, Wang Dong. Race, Earthling, Ordinary Human. Occupation, Warrior. Level, Level 2, Upgrade Experience, 502/100. Skills, Ordinary Swordsmanship, Drifting. Wang Dong looked at the character panel intently, and sure enough, the common stamina in the skill column had disappeared and was replaced by drifting. Focusing on drifting, a bunch of detailed information came to mind, and the system also explained coldly on the side. Drifting, Advanced Skills of Common Body Skills, Full Level 3, Current Level, 2, 1/10,000. The stamina created by an unknown Earth human warrior is a bit stronger than street fighting, and has no future at all. It is recommended to change it as soon as possible. Sure enough, the level is not the lowest level 1, but level 2, because my normal body technique is equivalent to level 1 drifting, right? In addition, I have been using the normal body technique every day for the past 2 months, and the accumulated experience has long surpassed the experience of drifting level 1 upgrade, so I will directly become level 2, right? Wang Dong asked the system for verification of his ideas and got a positive answer. Great! Wang Dong clenched a fist sharply. The previous skill level will be replaced with the corresponding level of the new skill. In this way, I can replace stronger skills at any time without worrying about the loss of combat power. Each time you use the skill, you can gain a little experience. In other words, if you want to upgrade the drifting to level 3, you still need to practice 9,999 times. Call. Wang Dong let out a sigh of relief. Although the number 9,999 is large, it still doesn't bother him. In other words, it only takes practice to make progress. This kind of good thing can't be asked for by other warriors. How could he be dissatisfied? There are still 30 days before the actual combat assessment, which means that I need to use the rafting 333.3 times a day. Judging from the feeling just now, 333 times a day is no problem. My body can bear it. Just in this way, I don't have time to relax. Wang Dong stood up, looked at the huge practice room, and couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment in his heart. If you want to return, you must know how to give. I don't have the talent like Luo Feng, so I can only put in more effort. MD, I have a system in my body, so why can't I use mundane capital to beat the gods? Avoid the fog, you can see the heart. 2 months of hard work paid off. Before he knew it, Wang Dong gradually strengthened his belief, and today he finally revealed a little clue. Persistence is victory. Perseverance is understanding. This is the star that guides him forward, and it also means that he has taken the first step to the top. 1 month later, on the morning of August 1st. On the train going to the martial arts trial, Wang Dong and Luo Feng talked casually with Yang Wu. Fujiko, you are so crazy this month, tisk tisk, you haven't been out for a whole month, I think my nickname of that lunatic is given to you. During this month, Wang Dongshen stayed out. Except for meeting Luo Feng on the 199th day when Luo Feng moved to Minjiao community, he spent all the rest of his time in cultivation and rest. And the final result is drifting, the current level is max. Hearing Luo Feng's jokes, Wang Dong couldn't help but give him a blank look. Well, I finally got rid of the nickname Freak, which earned him the nickname Fujiko again. In fact, he was to blame. He went out to take takeaways and met Luo Hua, who was basking in the sun, and called him Huazi, but he didn't expect the two of them to quit. A crazy man and a Huazi were born in the Zi generation, and then he gave Wang Dong a nickname of Dongzi that sounded like a little brother. Wang Dong couldn't help it, he could only eat the bitter fruit he planted, pinched his nose and swallowed. What is crazy or not, don't you understand what I call hard work? Didn't you see how happy I was when I was cultivating? It's like you, after a madness came up, it looked like 6 relatives did not recognize it. You should cherish the name lunatic, I can't grab you. Luo Feng smiled and didn't refute it. After his madness came up, it was really scary. He turned to ask, I said, where is your Shenfa now? When I watched it that day, you were already proficient, right? Have you broken through again? Humph. Wang Dong smiled sternly, and said in a tone that he could grasp, just watch it, it will definitely scare you. Wang Dong frowned and challenged Luo Feng, crazy man, why don't we compare and see who gets better results later? If Luo Feng was the previous one, he would have met Wang Dong's challenge now, but he has grown a lot recently, and his temper has become more stable. After thinking about it, he refused. No, it's the rare first actual combat. I want to train well so that I won't panic after encountering a monster. Okay. Wang Dong moved his body a little disappointedly, he still wanted to arouse Luo Feng's eagerness to win another task. At this moment, a person appeared on the screen of the carriage and began to introduce the HR Alliance. After the people from the HR Alliance advertised, people from the military, from the Thunder and Lightning Museum, and from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall appeared one after another, taking turns to introduce their respective advantages and benefits, in order to attract more people to join their side. The propaganda of the 4 people caused many quasi-war fighters to talk about it. Listening to their words, they decided to join the HR Alliance the most, followed by the Thunder Martial Art Museum, the military again, and finally the Ultimate Martial Art Museum. Wang Dong, Luo Feng, and Yang Wu also discussed in low voices. Brother Yang, don't listen to those guys. If you want to join the Extreme Martial Arts Gym. Hong, the master of the Extreme Martial Arts Gym, is the world's #1 powerhouse. Why the Extreme Martial Arts Center has the lowest treatment? Because they have other hidden benefits, this benefit is Hong. It must be right to follow the strong. Well, Dongzi, you and the lunatic have both joined the Extreme Martial Arts Gym, and our brothers, sisters, and instructors have also joined the Extreme Martial Arts Gym, and of course I am the same. Anyway, even if you join the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, you can also ground the mission of the Alliance. As for buying and selling items, you can do it in the Extreme Martial Arts Hall or the Underground Alliance. Chapter 12, Spawning Monsters for the First Time. Amidst the discussion, the train quickly reached its destination, followed by reports and distribution of equipment. Wang Dong did not choose the 2 series of the Blood Shadow War Sword like Luo Feng, but chose the 1 series of the Blood Shadow War Sword. Series 1 and Series 2 are similar in length and blade. The only difference is that Series 1 is nearly twice as wide as Series 2. From the outside, it looks like a traditional Chinese long knife. Well, that's the style of the fast-catching saber in the film and television works. Compared with the Series 1 and Series 2, it weakens the spikes and strengthens the chopping. Correspondingly, its weight is 1.8 times that of the Series 2. Just like now, Luo Feng's Blood Shadow War Sword 2 series only weighed 98 kilograms, while Wang Dong's 1 series reached 145 kilograms. Afterwards, the plot was the same as the original. Wang Dong and Luo Feng followed Wu Tong to meet the people in the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Center and were provoked by Wang Dong. It's a pity that Luo Feng didn't throw Wang Dong at all. Wang Dongjian's provocation didn't trigger the mission, nor did he pay attention to it. After that, the actual combat began. As soon as they entered the town, the 3 of Wang Dong separated. Yang Wu was going to hone his courage, Luo Feng was going to practice the sword, and Wang Dong was going to clean monsters. A lowest level H-rank monster is equal to a junior warrior. I don't know how much experience killing a monster can give me. Wang Dong licked his chapped lips, dragged a heavy knife, and walked towards the center of the town. My big sword is already hungry and thirsty. Boom! When Wang Dong was walking on the road, a small building in the distance collapsed, and the sky was filled with smoke and dust. Wang Dong squinted his eyes and saw a huge black shadow swaying in the dust, walking heavy steps to the street. Iron-haired wild boar, anti-hypertension and low sensitivity, is most suitable for hand training. Very good, right? You are my first prey. A bloodthirsty smile appeared at the corner of Wang Dong's mouth, and he raised the blood shadow saber with one hand, the tip of the blade pointed at the iron-haired wild boar. Perhaps sensing the hostility from Wang Dong, the iron-haired wild boar turned his head and looked around and found Wang Dong. Without waiting for the wild boar to make a move, Wang Dong swiped his sword, dragged his knife to the ground, and took the initiative to charge. Hee hee! Iron-haired wild boar stared at the human warrior who was dragging the sword with one hand in front of him, and let out a weird low growl. Seeing that tiny human dared to rush forward, the iron-haired wild boar's bloodshot eyes filled his eyeballs, raised the two fangs that looked like two giant scimitars, and let out a roar. The sturdy forehooves slammed on the concrete floor, splashed with dust, and rushed up with a stinking gust of wind, as if a heavy Hummer was hitting by a fast-speeding Hummer. Call out! When the two sides were about to collide with each other, Wang Dong suddenly turned and accelerated, bypassing the route of the wild boar collision, and stepped to the side of the wild boar. The iron-haired wild boar's neck was severely chopped off. Laugh! In an instant, blood spilled into the sky. Boom! Boom! The first sound was the sound of the iron-haired wild boar's head falling to the ground, and the second sound was the sound of the iron-haired wild boar's body hitting the ground by inertia. The smell of blood filled Wang Dong's nose, and it was a bit sweet. Looking at the blood that squirted like a fountain, Wang Dong didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, he felt hot and refreshed. Ding! Congratulations to the player for killing an iron-haired wild boar and gaining 10 experience points. 10 o'clock. There was a burst of light in Wang Dong's eyes. Feeling unwell during the first killing? Impossible. Is there any discomfort in the matter of spawning and leveling? Compared with that, the experience of the iron-haired wild boar is more important. Wang Dong glanced at the upgrade experience. 512/1000. Just kill 49 H-level monsters to upgrade. Wang Dong lifted the blood shadow saber and looked at the blood beads dripping from it. An uncontrollable excitement echoed in his heart. The time to kill is here. With a casual wave of his knife, Wang Dong cut off the iron-haired wild boar's left ear and dried the remaining blood stains by the way. He put his ears into the backpack, and then fought the big sword against his shoulders, wanting to continue to find the target, but suddenly, his eyes rolled, and he thought of a good way to let the wild monsters come. Hee, brother Ju, let's borrow your creativity. In the closed town, the killings continued. Some quasi-war fighters were injured in the first killing with the monster, and they had no choice but to press the button of the communication watch for help, but they had no choice but to fail. Some quasi-war fighters were scared to pale after killing the monster. There are also some powerful quasi-war fighters. After killing the monster, I got excited and crazy, very excited. Not far from the closed town, in a large building, each room has a surveillance screen showing everything happening in each area of the town. A group of big guys are in groups or alone. Looking at the picture on the screen, he made comments on the quasi-warriors in the town. There are too many cameras in the town that cannot be displayed on the screen at the same time, so the pictures on the screen have been flashing at high frequencies. With the strength of these people, the picture can be seen clearly in a moment, so this is also a very efficient method of observation. In one of the rooms, a big man chatted with an old man at random. Suddenly, the old man pressed the fixed phone next to him and shouted into it, switch the screen to camera 12. A firm reply was immediately made on the phone, received. The big man asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Teacher Ma, what happened?" Teacher Ma smiled, "I found an interesting young man." Soon, the image that Teacher Ma requested to switch appeared on the surveillance screen, and the weird image was also reflected in the pupils of the big man. It was an empty street, and the surrounding buildings were all violently destroyed. On that street, there were pools of monster corpses everywhere, and only a handsome and tall quasi-warrior stood in the middle of the blood pool. That's right, it's pool after pool, because all the corpses of monsters have been chopped into mud and sprinkled around. This is too bloody. Rao Yi, the man who broke out of the sea of the corpse mountain, was horrified when he saw this scene. Who did this? This mind is too cruel, right? Teacher Ma stroked the grey beard with one hand, and said with satisfaction, "I don't know who this person is, but I am very optimistic about him." You don't really think he did it because of a psychopath? Oh? Teacher Ma, can you see that something else is coming? The man asked humbly for advice. This Teacher Ma from the Thunderbolt Gym is a world-famous martial arts master. He beats the world with lightning 5 times in a row, stunning the world. Legend has it that when Thor created the 9-fold thunder knife, he borrowed the lightning 5 strike from Ma Teacher. Teacher Ma smiled mysteriously, "You wait and see." The big man didn't ask any more, and watched the surveillance screen patiently with Teacher Ma. Chapter 13, Breakthrough. Senior Fighter. It didn't take long for the big man to figure out what Teacher Ma meant by interesting. In the screen, a large group of monsters suddenly appeared, running in the direction of the blood pool from all directions, and at first glance, there were 10 monsters of all kinds. The big man exclaimed, "That's it," he deliberately used blood to attract monsters. The big man took a few deep breaths, calmed down, and shook his head and said, "Oh, it's too reckless. It's just a quasi-warrior who has gathered so many monsters at once. Even if we ask for help, we may not have time to rescue him." "It's not necessarily," Teacher Ma said, "I think this kid knows it in his heart. Keep watching." In the picture, Wang Dong sees the monsters surrounding him, not only has no fear, but his heart is extremely fiery. After a period of killing, his current experience value is 922/1000. After killing this batch of monsters, he can level up. "Kill!" Wang Dong shouted, and before the monsters completely surrounded him, he took the initiative to rush up. With the strength of his current intermediate fighter, if he was really besieged and killed by these 10 monsters, he would really be injured. Before they had formed a siege, they had to kill a few heads first to break the game. He didn't want to meet Luo Feng with injuries after the assessment. Hey! Speed, strength, nerve response, and nearly a month of hard work with a handy body technique, Wang Dong broke out with all his strength. Physical fitness does not need to be said, but the easy-to-follow body skills are the basic configuration of the warlord level. Used at the intermediate fighter level, it is absolutely advanced, and it is enough for Wang Dong to exert more combat power than ordinary intermediate fighters. While an iron-haired wild boar did not react, he chopped his head with a knife, and then his body was short, and with a backhand wave of the blood shadow war knife, he cut off a shadow cat who wanted to sneak attack from behind. Then his body spun violently, turning his leg into a whip, and kicking the tiger mastiff that came up with one leg. Wang Dong stopped spinning quickly, slammed his feet on the ground continuously, and kicked the tiger mastiff at its stable center of gravity. Boom! Boom! Wow! Roar! Wang Dong shuttles among the monsters, sometimes like a tiger descending the mountain, sometimes like a big peng spreading its wings. Compared with the seemingly fierce and tyrannical monsters, the Donkey at this moment is the top predator here and the king of monsters here. The fierce battle is like a thunderbolt in the 9 heavens, when it comes swiftly and violently, without a trace. Ha! After a short while, Wang Dong stood with a knife. He took regular deep breaths and quickly recovered his strength. Beside him, there were no monsters alive, only a broken limb. In this hell-like scene on earth, Wang Dong smiled happily, as if the demon came to the world. A strange aura surrounded him. System, Panel. Name, Wang Dong. Race, Earthling, Ordinary Human. Occupation, Warrior. Level, Level 3, Upgrade Experience, 22/10000. Skills, Ordinary Swordsmanship, Drifting. It's Level 3, I'm an advanced fighter now. Not surprisingly, I now have a strength of 6,000 kilograms and a speed of 75 mph. This small town has completely lost its threat to me. Wang Dong clenched his fists, feeling the endless power. Continue to spawn monsters. It takes 10,000 experience to rise to level 4. The fastest and safest way is to farm stronger monsters, preferably mid-level beast soldiers, but the current experience of these low-level beast soldiers cannot be wasted. Luo Feng has progressed so fast. He is now at the level of a junior war general. I have to work harder to catch up. No, it's surpassing Luo Feng. Wang Dong strengthened his conviction again, holding up the blood shadow saber that he felt was too light, and chopped all the broken corpses into mud, except for the left ear, and continued to wait for the rabbit. He had never thought of sharpening his sword and body technique like Luo Feng did. That path is not suitable for him. Everyone has his own strengths, and his strengths are hard work and perseverance. In that huge building, the big man was exclaiming at Teacher Ma, "Teacher Ma, you are so amazing, you can see the extraordinary thing about this young man at a glance. I am really ashamed that I dare to question you." Teacher Ma waved his hand gracefully, "There is no need to blame yourself. When you reach my level, you can naturally see a lot of different things. Although I have not seen that young man, I can see from him. There is enough confidence to fight the heavens and the earth, so he will affirm that there is nothing wrong with him." After hearing Teacher Ma's words, the big man was shocked and asked in an excited voice, "Your realm? Could it be that you have mastered the artistic conception of martial virtue?" Teacher Ma smiled implicitly, "Let's say that, as it happens to be fate today, I will talk to you about my martial arts. First of all, warriors must have martial ethics and must not cheat or sneak attacks." The two people in the room quickly talked about martial arts and left Wang Dong behind. It was not that Wang Dong's performance was not good. Wang Dong's current level of genius is not to mention that Luo Feng, who is about to master the micro-level physical skills, is at least much better than Wang Dong of the Thunder and Lightning martial arts gym. But they know that this kind of genius must have already had a master, and it's not a waste of effort. Ahaha! When it was just dark, the whole town suddenly heard a harsh sound, and at the same time a strong voice resounded through the whole town through the horn, "The time is up, all the martial artists, immediately go to the exit of the town." "Oh, is it over?" Wang Dong smiled slightly, grabbed the almost full backpack, carried the blood shadow saber on his back, stepped on the blood mud, and strode towards the exit. Next to the entrance of the town, every quasi-warrior who came out paid the left ear of the monster they hunted to prove the number of monsters they hunted. "Look, it's Wang Dong." Wang Dong came out, "I don't know how many he killed. There must be a lot of blood. Look at the blood on his body, it's the same as if it was soaked in a blood pool. I can smell the blood from him so far away." As the only 4 special recruits in this assessment, Wang Dong's appearance naturally attracted a lot of attention. But Wang Dong didn't care, and walked to the officer who counted the number of monsters killed. "Wang Dong, right? Ha! With such a strong blood, how many monsters did you kill?" "Haha, okay, okay." Wang Dong smiled and opened the backpack, dumping all the left ears of the monster inside into a metal pot. A large number of monsters' left ears fell down like water, and in the end, the metal pot couldn't be filled. The staff carefully counted the number, and finally said in an almost exclaimed tone, "Wang Dong, killed 81 monsters in total." The leading officer smiled, "Wang Dong, you are very good. You are the one who has been hunted the most temporarily, and it is estimated that you will kill the most in the end. Well, there is no injury, and it is qualified." Wang Dong nodded at the officer, turned and left. But the quasi-warriors who were watching by the side exploded the pot. "What? It turned out to be 81. Impossible, did I make a mistake and heard 18 as 81? I fought for a night and killed 5 of them. He didn't even get a fraction of them. They are all quasi-martial artists. Is the gap in life so big?" Hearing the admiration of others, Wang Dong felt unspeakably happy. He couldn't be insulted for the time being, so just enjoy it recklessly. After he has experienced more of these things, naturally there will be no more waves. Chapter 14, By Cheats. After completing his own assessment, Wang Dong stood in the crowd, waiting for Luo Feng to come out. As in the original plot, Yang Wu killed 3 monsters, and Luo Feng handed 36 monsters to the left ear. "Fujiko, you are too perverted. You killed 81 monsters." "I didn't say anything, Niobe." "Of course, the freaks from before Dongzi weren't called in vain, they had the wrong name, didn't they have the wrong nickname?" "Haha, lunatic, I am in a good mood today, I don't bother to argue with you. Brother Yang, 81 and 3 are not all the same. Congratulations on becoming a warrior. Tongzi, Tongzi. From now on, the 3 of us will have a bright future." The 3 congratulated each other, and went to clean up together, ready to put on their own clothes. In the lounge, Luo Feng was intercepted by Wang Heng, the director of the Thunder and Lightning Club, who had been staying for a long time. As for Wang Dong, "I'm sorry, although the killing was ruthless, it still didn't get into the eyes of their high levels. In fact, if Luo Feng hadn't shown a minimalist body, Wang Heng would not condescend to come over." Seeing Wang Heng's enthusiasm for Luo Feng, Wang Dong felt no wave in his heart. The conditions that Wang Heng proposed to Luo Feng were a liquidated damages of 300 million yuan and a special training contract. For Wang Heng and Luo Feng, the special training contract is the key point, and 300 million yuan is a bonus. However, Wang Dong is just the opposite. The special training contract is considered to be a misunderstanding, and giving money is the last word. What is the use of going to the global headquarters of Raiden Martial Arts Hall for training? What is the use of Thor's personal guidance? Can this piece of deadwood grow out of reincarnation eyes? But it's not the same if you have money, you can buy better and more cheats if you have money. It's a pity that Raiden Martial Arts Hall specially recruited not himself. Even if he was himself, the 300 million he gave would be used as compensation for liquidated damages. Cut. You don't invite Lao Tzu. Lao Tzu is not rare. Fujiko, what are you muttering? Wang Dong looked up, and Luo Feng walked over with a relaxed expression on his face. Wang Dong lied casually, "I'm thinking, I can log into Extreme Home tonight. I don't know what treasures are there. I've long wanted to go in and have a look. I heard people say that the treasures there are all-encompassing, and you have everything you want. I'm not afraid you can't find it, I'm afraid you can't afford it. I may not be able to afford it, but you don't have to." I said, "Why did that man look for you just now? Did you fall in love with your little white face? Gun go." In the evening, Luo Feng and Wang Dong returned to the Minjiao community. After some resignation that looked like a New Year's cut, Wang Dong went to Luo Feng's house for a celebration. No matter who Wang Dong and Wei Wen are closer in Luo Feng's eyes, at least in the eyes of his parents and brothers, Wang Dong is already Luo Feng's best friend. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Wang Dong logged into Extreme Home in the audio-visual room on the second floor of his home. After verifying the fingerprint, Wang Dong's personal information was displayed on the huge screen, with his handsome picture on top. Here is his basic information. Name, Wang Dong. Sex, male. Address, China Jiangnan Base City. Warrior card number, 426123205608010001. Level, Warrior level, Elementary. Contribution value, 0 points. Currency balance, 20 million Chinese currency. At the top of the screen, an email-like icon was flashing, and Wang Dong clicked to open it. There were 2 emails inside. Wang Dong looked at the contents of 10 lines at a glance. Well, it's the same as Luo Feng's 2 letters, needless to say. As a traveler in the 1920s, Wang Dong was not familiar with this kind of web pages anymore. He directly ignored those miscellaneous pages that were basically useless and went straight to the core of Extreme Home. Online mall cheats attack. Just like the product page of a certain treasure in the previous life, a series of attack sheets are arranged from high to low. The system defaults that I play swords, and of course I have to choose 9-layer thunder knife. This set of cheats is a 3-in-1 set of sword technique, body technique, and guidance technique. Guidance technique is useless to me, but it saves money on buying body technique. Like Luo Feng, by the first triple, the free quota of Extreme Martial Arts Center is not in vain. I don't care about anything else, the Shen Fa invented by Raytheon, if it is not a direct link to the mood level, I will see him hit him once in the future. Fingerprint deduction. Needless to say, Wang Dong spent 100 million on himself. Spending other people's money is chic and happy. After purchasing the first 3 layers of 9-fold thunder knife, Wang Dong began to browse the weapons and equipment pages. In this way, there will be 20 million left. You can save some flowers. I remember that the combat uniform is the most expensive. Let's look at the combat uniform first. Wang Dong opened the combat uniform page and looked at the high price. Suck his mouth. The cheapest D5 series combat uniforms cost 18 million. As expected, the most money-grabbing is Monopoly. Speaking badly, the body honestly added the D5 combat uniform to the shopping cart. Let's take a look at the others first. The money is not enough, so you have to buy them on your own. Wang Dong looked at gadgets such as backpacks, watches, etc. These were very cheap, and he picked a few of the best and added them to the shopping cart. Then, there is another big spender, the saber. Master, the Blood Shadow Sword 1 series is more expensive than the 2 series, I should have thought that the 1 series is larger than the 2 series, and it consumes a lot of materials, so it must be expensive. Wang Dong looked at the price of the Blood Shadow Sword 1 series with a black line. The full price of the A1 model is 120,000, and the full price of the A2 model is 600,000. The full price of the A6 model is 7.2 million. Fortunately, I use the 1 series of war swords instead of shields, which can be regarded as saving a lot of money in disguise. Wang Dong once again used Oculus Spirit to comfort his poor reality. After adding the A6 war knife to the shopping cart, the total amount of the shopping cart soared to nearly 26 million. Yeah, it's a lot, more than 6 million more. Wang Dong sneered and looked at the series of zeros without worrying in his heart. What should I do if I have no money and want to develop? Pull venture capital. I now have the strength of a high-level warrior, and I will learn the first stage of 9-fold thunder knife tomorrow. I can burst out with a power of 8,400 kilograms. If I don't believe it, I can't invest. Not to mention investment, it is possible to be recruited directly into an ordinary training camp. Everything depends on tomorrow's 9 thunder knife. The next morning, Wang Dong got 9 thunder knife from the courier brother. Ding! Congratulations to the players for acquiring the skill Thunder Blade, the first 3 levels. This skill is an advanced skill for ordinary swordsmanship. Is it advanced? Ding! Congratulations to the players for acquiring the skill Streamer, first 3 levels. This skill is an advanced skill of drifting. Is it advanced? Ding! Congratulations to the players for acquiring the skill 9 layers of chaotic source, the first 3 layers, do you want to learn? With 3 bursts in his mind, Wang Dong was very pleasantly surprised and hurriedly returned to the practice room. All agree. A much larger flow of information than before poured into Wang Dong's mind instantly, and when he opened his eyes, he mastered all the first level of these 3 skills. Chapter 15, Pull Venture. Boom! With all his strength, Wang Dong punched the boxing strength tester in the training room, and numbers immediately appeared on the display. 8,400 kilograms. Wang Dong made a fist. It really is 1.4 times the amplitude of the force. In fact, when the punch went out, he felt dark energy, and he felt more confident after seeing the data. System, panel. Wang Dong looked at the character panel. The basic attributes did not change, only the skill column had a big change. Thunder Knife, Advanced Skills of Ordinary Swordsmanship, the original highest level is 9, due to incomplete skills, the current level is up to 3, the current level is 1/1000. The secret of the sword technique of Thor, the second strongest on Earth, is the current secret of the strongest power amplitude on the Earth, and it can be used temporarily. Streamer, Drifting Advanced Skills, the original highest level 9, due to incomplete skills, the current level upper limit is 3, the current level 2/10,000. The body technique secrets of Thor, the second strongest on the Earth, can learn the 3rd level of the micro-level body techniques, the 6th level of the perfect level body techniques, and the 9th level of the artistic conception level. 9-layer chaotic origin, guidance, the original highest level 9, due to incomplete skills, the current level upper limit is 3, the current level 1/1000. The guidance technique that Thor, the second strongest on Earth relies on, is of no use to players, and it is strongly not recommended to practice. After reading the brief introduction of the 3 skills, Wang Dong has only one mood, it's so cool. Shenfa Streamer, inherited the experience of drifting, it is 2nd level, from the description, as long as you reach 3rd level, you can get the micro-level Shenfa. However, the acquisition of Shenfa experience is too slow, and it has to be slowly figured out. As for the guidance technique 9 chaotic source, Raytheon said nicely, what is the strongest body and the strongest speed, isn't it 1 level higher than Hong? The system is right, there is no such thing as a fart. The most important and the most pleasant surprise is naturally Thunder Knife. Thunder Knife upgrade actually only needs 1000 experience. According to the law of progressive experience, only 10,000 experience is needed to upgrade from level 2 to level 3. It's really too easy. Regardless of Wang Dong, it took a month to fill up the 1000 experience of drifting upgrade, but Thunder Knife is different. Lei Dao is only one word after practicing hurry up. With a slash, you will finish training once. Unlike the body technique, you must perform a complete set to get a little experience point. It takes 11,000 points of experience in total for Thunder Knife to reach level 3, which means 11,000 swings of the knife. Wang Dong estimated that according to his current physical fitness, the time needed is an hour. It's done. After an hour. Boom. Looking at the numbers on the boxing strength tester, Wang Dong smiled happily. 16,800 kilograms, 6,000 kilograms basic punch strength * triple Thunder Knife 2.8 times amplitude. This number has surpassed the range of 8000 kg 16000 kg for the junior fighters, and has initially reached the intermediate fighters. Very well, if that's the case, I will be more confident to pull venture capital. Wang Dong took out his cell phone, found Wu Tong's number through it, and dialed it. Hey, Uncle Wu, are you at home now? Is it convenient? Wang Dong, I have nothing to do at home now. Do you have anything to do with Uncle Wu? Hey, it's not that troublesome, good thing, I have a good thing, do you want to come to my house? What is it? It's mysterious, Okay, I'll pass it. Wang Dong closed the call and raised his head proudly, it's done. When he comes, it's like getting into the hub. I don't believe it, an 18-year-old intermediate general can't even shock him. Wu Tong moved quickly, and Wang Dong waited at the door for less than a minute before he came over. You kid, you're babbling, if you have any good things, you still want me to come here in person. Wang Dong smiled, I'm not afraid that there will be too many people in other places. Yo! Wu Tong's eyes lit up, did you get any baby? Get it out and let me kong. He, it's not a baby, it's better than a baby, come on, Uncle Wu, come with me. Wang Dong led Wu Tong to the boxing strength tester in his practice room, and then in Wu Tong's puzzled eyes, he violently punched Wu Tong's dog's head, cough, it was a punch on the target. The fist strength tester made a harsh sound. Fuck. 16,800 kg. Wu Tong exploded directly, his eyes were almost staring out. Freak! Wu Tong's voice trembled a little. With Wu Tong's strength and status, an ordinary intermediate-level general was naturally nothing. But how old is Wang Dong? Only a few days after he became a quasi-warrior and practiced his genes? What is a genius? This is called a genius. Hurry! Wu Tong grabbed Wang Dong's arm and dragged him to the outside. You will go to the clubhouse with me immediately, and I will report this to Director Zhejidao. Wang Dong, believe me, you can get the special training contract of our extreme martial arts gym right away, and the future is limitless. Uncle Wu, wait! Unexpectedly, Wang Dong broke away from Wu Tong's hand. I have something to say. Wu Tong was taken aback for a moment, and then suddenly realized, yes, I was too impatient, and I didn't explain things clearly to you, so let me introduce to you what a special training contract is. Uncle Wu, you'll wait a bit first. Wang Dong interrupted Wu Tong's words dubiously. Luo Feng was recruited by the Thunderbolt Gym after the martial artist's actual combat assessment. They also have to give Luo Feng a special training contract, but Luo Feng refused, so I know what a special training contract is. Wu Tong's eyes suddenly stared, and a fierce hostility erupted from him. What? The group of Thunder and Lightning Martial Arts Hall dare to dig my corner? It's the opposite. Sure enough, I didn't read Luo Feng wrong. This kid has a lot of love and righteousness. His choice is very good. The treatment in our extreme martial arts gym is much better than that of their Thunder and Lightning Martial Arts gym. Wu Tong said that, the violent aura around him instantly diminished, and he looked at Wang Dong with a smile. Since you know the special training contract, please go to Director Zhejidao with me quickly. With your talent, you can definitely take advantage of it. Go to the special training contract of our extreme martial arts gym. At that time, you will go to the Extreme Martial Arts Gym's global headquarters for training, and even Hong, the master and the #1 expert, may personally give you pointers. The future is limitless. Wu Tong is like a strange bird, tempting Wang Dong, but Wang Dong is unmoved. Uncle Wu, I know what you said, and even I know that the so-called special training contract can only enter the base of the headquarters. Training camp. Wang Dong straightened his body, and a wave of arrogance and pride rose to the sky. But my goal is the elite training camp, which is the God of War training camp. Wang Dong is not uncommon for basic training camps and God of War training camps. This is just an excuse. Free practice and combat is what he needs. Does he need other people's guidance? Just go all the way. Chapter 16, The Happiness of the Rich. Wang Dong, do you know the consequences of your choice? Wu Tong frowned and looked at Wang Dong. Now he felt that this was a kid who didn't know the heights of the sky. For his youth and ignorance, Wu Tong decided to persuade him to try. The God of War training camp, that is the place where the world's most talented and enchanting warriors gather. The students there are God of War as long as they graduate. No, they can only graduate from there if they become the God of War. Young people are all arrogant, but you have to recognize reality. Wang Dong, you are indeed a genius. You have the physical fitness of a mid-level general at a young age, but it's not good for you to enter the God of War training camp. A genius who can enter there needs to have a very high level of physical fitness, body strength amplitude, and body technique. Although your physical talent is really amazing, as far as I know, you haven't understood the micro-level physical skills, and you don't have a bit of force amplitude. It is impossible to enter the God of War training camp. Besides, if you join the basic training camp first, you will have the opportunity to join the God of War training camp later. Wang Dong only showed a punch of 168,000 kilograms, but did not indicate that this was the triple amplitude effect of Thunder Knife, and the purpose was to fool Wu Tong well. If Wu Tong knew it, Wang Dong got the 9-stripe Thunder Knife in the morning, and now he has the 3rd degree, fearing that he might not have a direct myocardial infarction. In that case, Wang Dong will definitely enter the God of War training camp. The advantage of the God of War training camp is nothing more than more resources, guidance from famous teachers, and a few training rooms. In addition to the rewarded resources, Wang Dong really looks down on other things, and at his current level, he has no hope of obtaining those special resources, so he is not enthusiastic about the God of War training camp. So he refusing to say, "Uncle Wu, you are right, but I think it is better to be a phoenix tail than a chicken head. If you want to enter, you will enter the best." Wu Tong was so angry that Wang Dong's nose was almost crooked, and he said angrily, "Then what are you looking for me to do, deliberately me off? Uncle Wu, please calm down first." Wang Dongzi smiled, "Well, I am going out to kill monsters right away, right? I have to get a good outfit when I go out? But the money is not enough, so..." "Humph, so you want me to buy it for you, right? Nothing can escape your eyes, but I am not simply borrowing money, I am financing. As long as you help me this time, I will repay you 10 times in the future." "Okay, you guy has such an idea, I don't bother to care." Wu Tong waved his hand, turned and walked out. Just as Wang Dong wanted to catch up to Moji Moji, he heard Wu Tong's heroic voice. "Send me your needs for things less than 300 million yuan, and they will be delivered tomorrow, brat, don't let me lose money." Boom! The door of the villa was closed. Wang Dong clenched his fists unconsciously. "Don't worry, Uncle Wu, you will be immortal in the future," I said. After Wang Dong returned home, he immediately opened the mall and wrote down his favorite products. With Wu Tong paying the bill, Wang Dong can finally spend his time shopping. 100,000 communication watches? Buy. The best backpack 100,000? Buy. D7 war knife half price 80 million? Buy. D5 combat uniform 18 million? For a better one, the D7 combat uniform has a half price of 200 million. Buy. In a blink of an eye, Wang Dong's shopping cart amounted to more than 320 million. After thinking about it, he bought some healing and replenishing medicines for emergency use. In this way, not only did Wu Tong's loan be used up, but his 20 million deposit was almost exhausted. Sending the balance of more than 300 million yuan to Wu Tong's account, watching the pitiful 5-digit number on the balance, Wang Dong's heart was full of joy. Is this the life of the rich? Loved love. The next day, the weapons and equipment purchased by Wang Dong arrived, and Wang Dong couldn't wait to be fully armed and began to get acquainted with his combat power. In an instant, the entire practice room was filled with countless lights and shadows. The figure was like a stream of light, the blade of a sword was like lightning, gorgeous and dangerous. After a long time, Wang Dong stopped his figure, he took a long breath, exhaled the accumulated foul breath, and had a general understanding of his own strength. In addition to providing body amplitude, Thunder Knife also has a matching knife technique, which greatly compensates for the single weakness of my fighting style. The level 2 streamer and the level 3 drifting are almost at the same level, but the potential is greater and can be upgraded, right? Wang Dong suddenly thought of something and asked in his mind. System, the original ordinary body technique is equal to level 1 drifting, but level 3 drifting is equal to level 2 streamer. Then if I let the ordinary body technique directly advance to streamer, would it be okay? Ding! Yes. If you can, it's great. There was a burst of blood in Wang Dong's body, as if he saw the dawn of the future. To explain, the level of the common body technique is the first level of solid foundation, while the level of streamer 1 is the second level of proficient. According to normal calculations, for example, the advanced drifting of the common body technique, the advanced common body technique of the solid foundation level has become the same level 1 drifting of the solid foundation level, and the drifting advanced level of the comfortable level has become the same. The level 2 streamer at your fingertips. But what if it's the normal body method directly advanced streamer? The lowest level of streamer is the proficient level. If the ordinary body technique is advanced to streamer, it means that Wang Dong's body technique will directly become the proficient level without practice. This is just a direct increase of 1 level, so can it be directly prompted to 2 or even 3? System, if I found a cheat book that has a micro-level body technique at level 1, can I directly advance to the ordinary body technique? Wang Dong didn't even dare to breathe, and looked forward to a systematic reply. Ding! Players can learn any skill unconditionally. When the newly learned skill is the upper level skill of the original skill, the new skill will automatically overwrite the original skill. After getting a positive answer, Wang Dong was silent like a volcano about to erupt. Invincible! Ha 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 ha! The arrogant laughter echoed in the empty practice room for a long time. A few days later, on August 14, Wang Dong, who was practicing streamer, suddenly received a call from Wu Tong. Hey, Wang Dong, everything is okay? Fine. Then come to the martial arts hall to see me. Toot toot toot. As the saying goes, it's an uncle to borrow money. Since the loan of 300 million to Wang Dong, Wu Tong and Wang Dong's relationship has become closer, and the consequence of this is Wu Tong's current attitude towards Wang Dong. It looks like a son, or at least a nephew, and he speaks without being polite. It's hard for Wang Dong to say anything if he can eat people with soft mouths and short hands. Besides, he also thinks that this is a sign of closeness, and there is nothing wrong with it. The Extreme Club in Yangzhou City was in Minjiao community, and Wang Dong soon came to Wu Tong. Chapter 17, British Dragon Team. When Wang Dong came to Wu Tong's office, he found that besides Wu Tong, there were 4 young men who looked alike sitting on the sofa. Chief Instructor, what are you looking for? Although the relationship is good in private, it is better to use honorifics in such public places. Wu Tong smiled and said, Come on Wang Dong, come, let me introduce to you, these are the warriors who went out in the Yangzhou Guild Hall a few years ago. This is Long Tao's family, and this is Long Daoi. This is Long Dobing, this is Long Dading. Wu Tong introduced them from right to left, and Wang Dong also nodded in greeting one by one. Good long brother, good long brother, good long brother, good long brother. After saying hello, Wang Dong looked at the A, B, C and D with a weird face, and asked suspiciously, Are the 4 quadruplets? Ha ha ha, I really misunderstood again. The headed Long Tao family smiled boldly and said, The 4 of us are uncles and brothers, but they happen to be about the same age and look alike, so almost everyone who met us for the first time will misunderstand. I see. Seeing that the atmosphere between the 2 sides is pretty good, Wu Tong interrupted, Wang Dong, you are about to enter the wilderness area, you are entering for the first time, so you must find a warrior team. Each of the 4 Long family brothers has extraordinary skills, and the lowest is the strength of low-level fighters. The strongest Tao family is even closer to high-level fighters. They formed a British Dragon team, which is also an elite team in our Jiangnan city. They just came back from the wilderness area yesterday, and they came to me today to talk about the past. I will tell them about your situation. They are very interested in you. Long Tao's family continued Wu Tong's words. You are the Wang Dong who cultivated his genes for 2 months to have 16,800 kilograms of power? I heard that instructor Wu said, and now it turns out to be a young talent. The chief instructor intends to let you join our team. I am very satisfied with you. Do you agree? Wang Dong inspected the people in the house. The 4 brothers of the Long family looked at him with some approval. Wu Tong was also full of smiles, and immediately no longer hesitated. Big brother Long is so appreciative, of course I can't refuse. I recently visited the forums. Our Ying Long team is also very famous. Several big brothers look up to me, so I won't let everyone down. Okay. Long Tao's family slapped their thighs and laughed. Brother, you really are a refreshing person. You are too appetizing for me. Starting today, you will be a member of my British Dragon team. We just came back from the wilderness area yesterday and need to be refurbished for a few days, so let's prepare for these few days. If no accident, we will gather and set off at the HR Union Mall on the 21st. Good. Afterwards, Wang Dong and the 4 brothers of the Long family exchanged contact information. After a few people chatted for a while, they left the hall together, eating and drinking for a whole day, deepening the relationship between each other. 1 week later, in the early morning of August 21st, HR Union Mall. Wang Dong came here early, drinking a drink while waiting for the 4 brothers of the Long family. When waiting for people, it was most boring. Under boredom, Wang Dong looked around the building and the people coming and going. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he saw a beautiful, familiar figure. Su Xin. Luo Feng's future wife, do you want to go up and say hello? Wang Dong considered it for a while, but let it go. I didn't know Su Xin very well at first, so it was okay to get together in front of my future brother and wife. After another while, around 8 o'clock, the 4 brothers of the Long family came. Wang Dong, you came early enough. Brother, this is the first time I have entered the wilderness area, can you not be excited? The 2 sides exchanged a few words and then set off, riding the train all the way to the outermost military area. Long Tao's family kept introducing various things to Wang Dong, and Wang Dong listened carefully. Several people entered the military supply base, received the key to a single-family villa, went into rest, and waited until the evening before acting. After nightfall, the air cooled, and the Ying Long team officially set off. Several people were chatting and walking along the broken road. The 4 brothers of the Long family used knives, so there were many topics, so I am not afraid of cold spots for the time being. Suddenly, Long Tao's family, who was walking in the forefront, raised their hands to make the team stop. Wang Dong, there is an F-level monster in front. Go up and show us your hands. Wang Dong looked up and saw that a monster with 2 tails was lying on a dead wild boar monster gnawing on bones. Soon, Wang Dong found out the information of this monster in his memory. Cats, F-level monsters, that is, high-level beast soldiers, are good at speed. Wang Dong knew that this was his entry test, and he should immediately, okay. He drew his saber and ran towards the cat again with a swish. Meow. The cat heard the running sound again, turned around and looked around in confusion, but saw a black shadow dragging a big knife towards it quickly. Meow. The cat was shocked again, turned around instinctively, and rushed towards Wang Dong. Ho! When the 2 sides approached, Wang Dong suddenly shouted, igniting a sound wave. He held up the sword with both hands and shouted, smashing Huashan with 1 stroke, and smashed the cat's head in half with a swish. Ding! Congratulations to the players for killing the F-level monster cat and gaining 250 experience points. Hey! H-level monsters have 10 experience points but F-level monsters only have 250 experience points. The level of experience is increased by 10 times, and the gained experience is only increased by 5 times. System: dark enough. Wang Dong originally thought that H-level monsters give 10 points of experience, and it only takes 100 points to upgrade to level 1 and level 2. He can only level up by killing 10 monsters of this level. But looking at it now, the higher one's level, the more monsters of this level need to be killed. It really is a domestic conscience game. Forget it, don't worry, just look at your eyes. It takes more than 9,000 experience to reach level 4, which is a matter of dozens of F-level monsters. Try to upgrade as much as possible first, and try to get to level 5 this time. Mid-level fighter. While thinking about it, Wang Dong took off the cat's 2 most valuable tails and ran back to Long Tao's house. Captain, these 2 tails. What you kill is naturally yours. Wang Dong was not hypocritical, and put his tail in his backpack. Okay, Wang Dong, this knife is reckless, I like it. Long Daoi, who hasn't spoken since he appeared on stage, finally spoke. Indeed, to you, the F-level monster is a trivial matter. It doesn't take too much effort at all. Long Dobing nodded in agreement. But this also shows some problems. Long Diding bought it in time to speak, but was picked up by Long Tao's family. Wang Dong, your fighting method is refreshing, but it consumes too much energy. When we act in the wilderness, the most important thing is to save energy, because we never know what we will encounter next, so when fighting a monster, you must attack its weakness. Facing Long Tao's family language with sincerity, Wang Dong listened humbly. He might not be able to use it, but he couldn't help but know. Because it was determined that Wang Dong's combat power was at the general level, during the next journey, the members of the British Dragon team decided to avoid the beast soldiers and monster areas directly and enter the county town where the beasts gathered. On this road, if you can avoid the monster soldiers, you can avoid them. If you can't avoid them, let Wang Dong go up and practice your hands. Because Wang Dong loves the violent swordsmanship of slicing monsters in half, everyone has another nickname for Wang Dong. Wang made a knife. There was an episode in the middle. They unexpectedly discovered a junior beast general, the Great Wolfhound. In order to further test Wang Dong's strength, they let Wang Dong go heads up. The result was a big victory for Wang Dong. So far, Wang Dong's strength. It is also thoroughly demonstrated that the strength of the top junior fighters can be ranked 3rd in the team. Chapter 18, Upgrade and Return and Leveling. In the early morning of August 24, the Ying Long team entered a dilapidated county town. The members of the squad are all able to single-handedly challenge the primary beasts. They are naturally bolder than the Fire Hammer squad in the original book. They daringly searched the neighborhoods and found the primary beasts. They took turns to single out, who killed who owns the spoils. If an intermediate beast is found, the spoils will be temporarily kept by Captain Long Tao's house, and they will be divided evenly after they are sold back. At the beginning, Wang Dong didn't have the ability to single-handedly challenge the middle-level beasts. If 5 crowds beat him, he would get only 1/5 of the experience, which was about the same as the first-level beasts. Besides, it was time-consuming and laborious, and there was a risk of injury. Therefore, in terms of efficiency, killing low-level monsters will upgrade faster. Therefore, unlike the other members of the British Dragon team, Wang Dong was also very enthusiastic about killing F-class beasts in addition to the beast generals. Seeing someone willing to take the initiative to expend physical effort to clean up the miscellaneous soldiers, the rest of the team members were even more happy. It was the captain of Long Tao's family, who also urged, be careful and save your energy and stopped doing more. In their eyes, Wang Dong's actions may be a bit more murderous, or it may be intentional to please them, but they don't know Wang Dong's happiness, they can't experience it. On the evening of August 24, Wang Dong successfully promoted to level 4 after killing a low-level turkey. On August 25, the Ying Long team decided to embark on their way home. In the early morning of August 26, after killing an F-level monster, Wang Dong successfully entered the 5th level. The basic punch strength is 24,000 kilograms. After the triple thunder knife increased by 2.8 times, it reached 67,200 kilograms. It can reach 64,000 kilograms of the primary god of war. Wang Dong looked at the backs of his teammates with long eyes. This was their first team action. If nothing else, it would be the last. The junior beast generals can no longer satisfy their ever-expanding experience bar, and their future goals must be at least the intermediate beast generals, or even the high-level beast generals. Moreover, I have to focus on improving my own body skills. The level of body skills at my fingertips is already somewhat stretched in the battle of the higher beast generals. In the early morning of August 27, the Dusty Yinglong team rushed back to the military supply base, found the person in charge of the HR Alliance, and sold all the materials. During this trip, the British Dragon team each killed 4 primary beasts, a total of 20 primary beasts, and together they killed 3 intermediate beasts, and countless other beasts. In the end, the Yinglong team's harvest here was nearly 400 million. If all were given to Wang Dong, Wu Tong's loan could be repaid in one go. And Wang Dong received nearly 80 million. Okay. Seeing his account balance rose rapidly, Wang Dong was calm. Next time, I will enter the wilderness area alone, without earning him 10 small goals. I am sorry for this system. After the money was distributed, the team members were free to move around. Wang Dong first went to sleep, and then took a train back to Jiangnan City. It was getting late at this time, and the subway back to Yangzhou City had stopped long ago. Wang Dong had to open a room in the hotel on the upper floor of the HR Union Mall and waited for dawn. In the early morning of the 28th, Wang Dong came to the first floor and left the room, and went to the bar area specially. As soon as he entered the bar area, he ran into 2 old acquaintances who were chatting, Luo Feng and Su Xin. Yo! Crazy, Su Xin, what are you doing? Luo Feng, who was chatting with the goddess, shuddered suddenly, like a student whose puppy love was discovered, hurriedly looking at the source of the voice. Fujiko, why are you here? Wang Dong walked over quickly, looked at the 2 men meaningfully, and teased, I am a warrior, is it weird to come to the HR Union Mall? It's a lunatic you, come on, why do you bring your family? Family? Su Xin's face instantly became red and hot, like a cooked crab, and even a little bit of heat rose. She explained again and again, I came here for an internship this weekend, Wang Dong, don't get me wrong. Oh, isn't it? Wang Dong looked around between the 2, knowing that the 2 had not started yet, and deliberately teased, it's okay, not a family member before, does not mean that you will not be in the future, lunatic, my younger brother and sister are fine, have a vision. What did you become younger brothers and sisters? I suspect you are taking advantage of me. Wang Dong zhang eloquently, I am an orphan and I don't know my birthday, so what's the matter if I am a little older than you? What if we 2 brothers, you call me brother? Go. Why don't you call me brother? Wang Dong raised his eyebrows, and said humbly, are you sure? If you are my brother, then Su Xin will be the sister-in-law, don't you think the uncle and the sister-in-law are a very dangerous combination? In the meantime, Wang Dong made 3 sentences to tease himself. Su Xin blushed, but did not flee here. Fortunately, Luo Feng's teammates called Luo Feng to go back, which was regarded as helping her out of the siege. Su Xin, my captain is here, I'll go there first. Luo Feng greeted Su Xin, then gave Wang Dong a sideways look, and said, do you want to come together? I will introduce my team to you. Wang Dong thought for a while, the Fire Hammer team was a group of dragons, there was no need to have any intersection, so he refused. Forget it, I've already joined the team. I just came back from the wilderness area last night and I was a little tired. Let's go home and rest. I'll meet again later when I have a chance. Okay, then I'll go there first. Of course it is a lie to talk about going home and rest. Now is the time when Wang Dong's strength is rising. He needs to level up, he needs to practice his body skills, and he has to save money to buy the latter part of Ninefold Thunder Knife. To put it bluntly, keep going. After returning home, Wang Dong edited an email to Long Tao's family, saying that he had decided to go to the wilderness area alone to hone his sword and body skills, and try his best to return within 2 months. Afterwards, Wang Dong supplemented his supplies, and spent 1 million to buy the most complete distribution of high-end monsters nearby, and finally gave the remaining money to Luo Hua for financial management. On September 1, 2056, Wang Dong came to the military supply base alone and embarked on the journey, with the goal of County Town 0123. The county seat of No 0123 belongs to an area that is deeper into the wilderness area. According to the information bought by Wang Dong, there are high-level beasts in this city, and no Lord-level monster has ever been found, but it does not rule out the possibility of the generation of junior lords. This kind of city is exactly what Wang Dong needs. Facing the rising sun, Wang Dong walked towards the distant high-rise buildings full of energy. Leveling makes me happy. Nearly 2 months later, on October 30, Wang Dong, the king returned. Name, Wang Dong. Race, Earthling, ordinary human. Occupation, warrior. Level, level 6, upgrade experience, 2385362/1000000. Skills, Thunder Blade LV3, Streamer LV3, 9-layer Chaotic Source LV0. Physically advanced fighters. 2.8 times the power amplitude. A&D. The micro-level physical skills. Wang Dong was facing the full moon, and in the shadow behind it, there seemed to be resentful spirits howling in the sea of blood on the corpse mountain, and sighed leisurely. Finally at the micro-level. Chapter 19, 10-Mile Po Sword God Cultivation Plan. As early as a month ago, Wang Dong had already risen to level 6, but his body skills were a little too slow to practice. Until today, he was able to fill up the 10,000 experience bars. Fortunately, after the upgrade, his physical fitness has improved a lot, allowing Wang Dong to use his body skills more times a day. In addition to these gains in strength, there is also a huge benefit: money. 1 month of monster farming and leveling, the number of beasts and soldiers killed by Wang Dong is more than 10,000. Unlike Luo Feng, who went to the wilderness to hone his sword skills, Wang Dong was here to kill monsters, and he hunted much more than Luo Feng in the original work. In the past 2 months, Wang Dong hunted countless high-level beasts, including 211 elementary beasts, 69 middle-level beasts, and even 4 high-level beasts. The average price of materials for a beast soldier is 8,000 yuan, the average price of materials for a junior beast general is 13 million, and the average price of materials for a middle-level beast general is 32 million, and the 4 high-level beasts have sold a total of 2.08 billion. Of course, Wang Dong sold the materials to Extreme Martial Arts Museum this time, earning a total of 3.4 billion yuan. Accordingly, his contribution point has become a 3-star, and he can buy the 9 heavy thunder knife he dreamed of at half price. The first 6. And if he chooses to buy the materials for an HR alliance, then the total income in these 2 months has reached an astonishing 5 billion. Well, it's actually not much. You know, Wang Dong now has the strength of a primary god of war. He is a primary god of war. Instead of besieging the lord-level monsters, he bullies the small with the big ones, staring at the beasts and attacking the Black Hand, without any martial virtues. A normal elementary god of war, who usually earns him 8 billion a year, is the same as playing. If he works so hard with Wang Dong, earning him 20 to 30 billion is not a problem. The reason is that the stronger the monster, the more valuable it is. People killed more than a dozen high-level beasts casually, and they could keep up with Wang Dong's 2 months of hard work. Of course, Wang Dong's main goal is not to make money. The reason why he has been here for 2 months is to practice leveling in the early stage and to practice his body skills in the later stage. If you go to an area where high-level beasts gather, you will be earning money and you will have a lot of experience, but you won't be able to train your body with peace of mind. What's more, where there are many high-level beasts, the chances of encountering Lord-level monsters are also great. Wang Dong is not a spiritual teacher, and he can't be too mad, but the days when he can stubborn Lord-level monsters are not far away. My current assets are 5 billion, and I can just buy the first 6 layers of 9-fold Thunder Knife. The force amplitude is 4.9 times, which is enough to make my strength reach the level of an intermediate God of War. Join the God of War training camp, you can also put on the agenda. On the next night, Wang Dong returned to Minjiao community after a long absence. After returning home, the first thing he did was to spend all his savings to buy the first 6 layers of 9-layer Thunder Knife, and then he did nothing, rushed directly into his luxurious bed, and slept beautifully. The next day, he got a few cheats on the back of 9-fold Thunder Knife. Ding! I found the follow-up cheats of the skill Thunder Knife, do you want to learn it? Ding! Found skill streamer. With 3 more beeps, Wang Dong did not hesitate, learn all. Because there is no direct improvement of skills this time, there is no flow of information into my mind. Wang Dong looked at his skill panel, and it really changed. Thunder Knife, Advanced Skills of Ordinary Swordsmanship, the original highest level is 9, due to incomplete skills, the current level is capped at 6, and the current level is 3. 0/100000. The secret of the sword technique of Thor, the second strongest on Earth, is the current secret of the strongest power amplitude on the Earth, and it can be used temporarily. Streamer, Drifting Advanced Skills, the original highest level 9, due to incomplete skills, the current level cap is 6, the current level 3, 0/30,000. The body technique secrets of Thor, the second strongest on the Earth, can learn the 3rd level of the micro-level body techniques, the 6th level of the perfect level body techniques, and the 9th level of the artistic conception level. 9-layer chaotic source. Hey! It only takes 3W experience for streamer to reach level 4? System, what's going on? Ding! Because it takes a total of 10W experience to upgrade from the micro level to the perfect level, so this experience value is split. I'm going. System, why are you so conscientious today? I want to give it a very good comment. The system did not reply, but Wang Dong came to the practice room with joy. When I sold the materials for those high-level beast generals, I lied that it was cheap. So the current warrior information is still intermediate level generals, and there is no movement at the War God Reserve Camp as I expected. There are a lot of good things in the War God Reserve Camp, but they are too restrictive. Once you go, you must get the reward in the shortest time. Now, starting the 10-mile sword development plan, I will never go out of the mountain without mastering the first 6 thunder swords and the perfect level of body technique. Ares Reserve Camp? The day of enrollment is when I graduate. 2 months later, on December 29th, Wang Dong finally broke through. Ha ha ha, fortunately I remember that the secret strength of the 9-layer Thunder Saber can also be increased to the legs. I was too stupid before, forgetting that this world can be knocked down. Why was it so slow to cultivate your body before? One is because it takes too long to use a complete one, and the other is because you have to take a rest to replenish your physical strength. It took me a week to upgrade Thunder Knife to level 6, and then used the 4.9 times increase of engine to bless my legs. As expected, the speed rose greatly. In addition, I took back the money I gave Luo Hua stocks and bought it. A lot of precious secret medicines for quick recovery of physical stamina have increased streamers' cultivation speed by more than 10 times. I now have a strength of 235,200 kilograms, and a perfect body, a real mid-level god of war. Next, I will concentrate on hunting high-level beasts, save money to buy the full set of 9-layer thunder knife, and then increase the amplitude of force to 7 times. Wait until the day I can't enter, it's the moment when I'm mega global. There are also 2 points to note. First, you must not kill the junior lord, or you will directly become the god of war. Second, in order to avoid the embarrassing situation that your physical fitness can reach the god of war and cannot enter the reserve camp of the god of war, I can't level up recently. I still have more than 760 W of experience to level up. Kill a high-level beast with 31,250 experience points. I need to kill more than 240 high-level beasts to upgrade. I want to buy a full set of 9 thunder knife, which requires 100 billion Huaxia coins or 50 billion Huaxia coins and 4-star contribution points. The 4-star contribution points are 1000 W contribution points, and the monster materials that save 1000 W contribution points can sell almost 100 million, that is to say, you only need to earn 60 billion to take the road of extreme martial arts. A high-level animal general has an average of 450 million materials, and about 140 can save 60 billion. I couldn't reach level 7 at that time. At that time, use the 19-year-old senior player as a stepping stone in the future. If it doesn't work, then show a little bit of strength. According to Luo Feng's experience, at most Thunder Knife triple is definitely enough. The way I rise up is right in front of my eyes. Chapter 20, City 023. Although the words were very beautiful, Wang Dong still squatted at home honestly for 2 days and waited until the rat tide subsided before setting off. This time, his target was City 023, which was the original Suzhou city that was rejected by the Fire Hammer team in the original work. As an in-situ level city, the city of No 023 is quite large, and there are many lord-level monsters entrenched there, but what is certain is that there is no king-level monster equivalent to a Planet Star Warrior. Generally speaking, the combat effectiveness of humans is higher than that of monsters of the same level. For example, the Intermediate of War can crush the Junior Lords, suppress the Intermediate Lords, and can completely escape from the High Lords. What are you afraid of? Get it up! Wang Dong stood at the top of a certain building, overlooking the monster on the ground. City No 023 is worthy of being a first-class big city. There are low-level beasts everywhere, and intermediate beasts are not uncommon, but it is not easy to see high-level beasts. It's not hard for me. Wang Dong grinned, turned over and jumped off, and did not stop when he came to the ground, let alone those middle and low-level beasts who spotted him, parkour forward unscrupulously, until he saw a high-level beast. He paused slightly. After reversing the direction, he rushed towards the high-level beast general. The high-ranking beast general had just found Wang Dong, who was running over. Before he made any effective actions, he was chopped into 2 by a cold light. Wang Dong flipped his wrist. Before the other monsters surrounded him, he cleanly dug out its most valuable materials and put it into his backpack. Then he ran away in a rush, and the other low-level monsters couldn't keep up with his speed. Intermediate God of War can do whatever they want with a group of beasts. Under such arrogant actions, Wang Dong even beheaded 5 high-level beasts in just 1 hour, but he also annoyed the handles of this street. When Wang Dong was looking for the 6th high-level beast, it was inevitably blocked by a junior lord. Compared with monsters of the same level, human warriors have less strength and poor defense. On the other hand, humans can use various weapons to improve their offense and defense, and they are far more flexible than monsters, making it difficult for monsters to attack. What's more, Wang Dong is now an intermediate of war. If he wants to, he can kill this junior lord in a heads-up, but this is not in line with his expectations in case he sells the materials of the lord monster and is recognized as the of war. So after easily avoiding the sneak attack by the junior lord, Wang Dong didn't even think about it, so he smeared the solace of his feet slipped away. After stopping for a while and confirming to get rid of the monster's hatred, Wang Dong continued to set off, starting his painful and happy trip to spawning monsters. It was a continuous monster spawning time, but Wang Dong was picky this time. It was not uncommon for the beast generals below the advanced level, and the beast generals higher than the advanced level would go away. Wang Dong couldn't help sighing, it's not easy. There was a time when he was eager to make a 999 level. Now, well, he still hopes to go down and become the Lord of Chaotic Source. In all fairness, Wang Dong's cultivation talents are simply not good, let alone the Lord of Chaotic Origin. According to Wang Dong's original talent, he will be a junior warrior. But after such a long period of mob training and leveling, Wang Dong found that he didn't seem to be useless. Regarding combat experience, no, to be precise, in terms of swordsmanship, Wang Dong had a good time. It's not that he is so talented in this aspect, nor is it because he raised the thunder knife to the 6th level, which in vain prostitutes the consummation level knife technique that comes with the 6th thunder knife, but simply 4 words. Only hands-on familiarity. Anyone who has hunted tens of thousands of monsters in a few months won't have bad knife skills. The only difference is that during the long and boring training time, Wang Dong slowly used Monster A as a fun and flavoring agent. At first he liked to slash violently. Later, after getting tired of this kind of tricks, he began to try slashing, cutting, and picking. The consummation level of swordsmanship conferred by the 6-fold Thunder Sword is only a level of swordsmanship. And different people have very different styles of moves at the same level. With massive actual combat experience, slowly, on the way of the sword, Wang Dong began to show his own shadow. As the saying goes, practice doesn't know the years. After Wang Dong slowly took the use of a knife to brush monsters as fun, 10 days passed without knowing it, and Wang Dong also completed his goal 140 high-level beasts. Wool. He patted his backpack full of dang, and Wang Dong nodded in satisfaction, it's almost time to go back. Carrying up his backpack with ease, Wang Dong was as light as a swallow. He followed the highway and swayed outside the city of No 023. When he was about to leave the city, his eyes like eagles and falcons found a warrior running towards the city at high speed. Come! The person's speed was so fast that it almost turned into a black streamer, as if some terrifying monster was chasing him behind. If this is someone you don't know, Wang Dong would definitely choose to go far away at this time, but this time, he chose to take the initiative to meet him, shouting as he ran. Hey! Crazy! At this time, Luo Feng was at the moment of fleeing after killing Li Wei. He was extremely nervous. Hearing this sudden shout, there was a momentary loss of consciousness. The high-speed moving figure appeared out of balance for a moment. Wang Dong, who rushed over, caught his eyes. When it was discovered that Empress Wang Dong was the one coming, Luo Feng couldn't pretend he didn't see it. He slowed down his pace and ran towards Wang Dong slowly. Fujiko, why are you here? Seeing Luo Feng's doubts on the surface but with a hint of caution at the bottom of his pupils, Wang Dong patted his swollen backpack and explained with a smile, what else can I do when a warrior goes to the wilderness, hunting monsters to subsidize the family? What kind of household do you subsidize as a bachelor? Luo Feng smiled and punched Wang Dong, and asked in surprise, where are your teammates? You are the only one. Wang Dong raised his head triumphantly, of course, you can do it alone. What? Luo Feng was shocked, and asked incredulously, are you alone in this 023 city? What level are you now? Wang Dong smiled, no, I was an intermediate warrior before I came, and I will be an advanced warrior when I return. Luo Feng's voice unconsciously improved, really? How can I lie to you? Wang Dong Bai gave Luo Feng a look, then turned the backpack to his chest and unlocked the lock so that Luo Feng could see the contents clearly. This is my gain this time, just look at it. With a skeptical attitude, Luo Feng fixed his eyes on the backpack, and when he squinted, a familiar object was reflected in his eye socket. Is this the fur of Silver Moon Wolf King? Wang Dong looked at the silver wolf skin at the top, nodded and said, yes, this is my last trophy. I wanted to draw a successful end to this hunt, and it took me a while to kill one. The most beautiful silver moon wolf king. You guy. Luo Feng only felt a sense of suffocation in his chest, making him speechless, and even the tension after he killed Li Wei was dispelled a lot. After a long time, Luo Feng dryly spit out two long-lost words. Freak. Chapter 21, Brother. When Wang Dong saw Luo Feng hurriedly rushing to City 023, he had already recalled the plot, knowing that Luo Feng was escaping after killing Li Wei. He really didn't mean to cut his hair this time, but since he ran into it, he couldn't help but behave too abnormally, so he started to ask knowingly. Crazy man, didn't you mix with the Fire Hammer team? Why did you act alone? Still running in such a hurry? This. Rarely, Luo Feng was silent. In fact, Luo Feng can make up an excuse at will. For example, being chased by a monster just now is a golden reason, because others can't verify the authenticity of this reason. You said that you didn't see the monster that was chasing after it. Who knows where it went? But Luo Feng didn't do this. He had two concerns. If you just fool around and wait for Li Wei's death to be announced, Wang Dong will inevitably doubt himself. This is a considerable hidden danger. There is also a more important reason Luo Feng is really taking Wang Dong as his brother now. As the only two warriors who came out of the same class, the two were innately close. You know, since Luo Feng became a warrior, they even met Wei Wen very few times. On the other hand, Wang Dong, quasi-warfighter assessments, actual combat assessments and other major events were done by the two together. Wang Dong went to Luo Feng's house from time to time to have a meal. The two had already met each other, and even in Luo Feng's heart, Wang Dong's the status has been faintly equal to his best friend Wei Wen. If Luo Feng successfully ran away, he could pretend that nothing happened, not only for safety, but also to keep his relatives and friends from worrying, but now Wang Dong directly ran into it, but he made it difficult. Say? No matter what the secret is, it has nothing to do with trust or not, the less people know, the better. Do not say? Wang Dong is now blocking him on the way to escape. After Wang Dong learns of Li Wei's death in the future, he will definitely guess that it is him. It's all about deceiving people, and using such obvious lies to deceive friends makes Luo Feng's conscience hard to get through. Luo Feng lowered his head, his eyes were uncertain, Wang Dong no longer urged, quietly waiting for Luo Feng's answer. After a long time, Luo Feng seemed to have made up his mind, and said bitterly, Wang Dong, I have made a big disaster, are you sure you want to listen? Wang Dong patted Luo Feng's shoulder with a pop, looked at Luo Feng's eyes, and said seriously and sincerely, I know what's wrong with you. If you can trust me, just say it. What's the matter? Let's ride the disaster together, and if there is any disaster, we will carry it together. I don't know what you think of me, anyway, in the eyes of me as an orphan, you are my brother. Brother. Wang Dong's words filled Luo Feng's heart like a warm current, and he decided to take a risk. Dongzi, it's like this, you know my Zhang Houbai has a grudge. Luo Feng sorted out his thoughts, starting from the grudge with Zhang Houbai, to the hostility with Huya team, and then this time he left the team for the treasure of the iron-armored dragon, and accidentally ran into the Thunder team on the way home, so he had to take the Thunder team. The process of Tuan Mi is roughly said again. While speaking, Luo Feng has been watching Wang Dong's expression nervously. People's aspirations have always been unreliable, and under the temptation of super profit and super pressure, it is difficult for someone to maintain their original aspirations. But why would Wang Dong disappoint Luo Feng? Slowly speaking, Wang Dong doesn't have two high-level war gods at all now, and he is not so rare that a little bit of little money is, even if a true is killed now, he will stand firmly beside Luo Feng. Under Luo Feng's careful and nervous gaze, Wang Dong laughed and said indifferently, What's the matter with me, a second generation of rubbish? If something goes wrong, there must be a demon. Wang Dong's performance is too relaxed, but Luo Feng's vigilance is aroused. He tentatively asked. Fujiko, those are two gods of war, are you not afraid? I don't want anything else, as long as we can keep the secret. Cut, what am I afraid of them? Wang Dong showed disdain, smiled and said to Luo Feng, crazy man, keep your eyes open. Okay. Luo Feng didn't react for a while, but Wang Dong staggered his feet, bowed slightly, hit his fist at his waist, and slammed into the air. This punch even made a loud sonic boom. This is... Luo Feng's eyes lit up. This kind of power and speed is even stronger than the flying knife he uses to control his mental power. Junior God of War. Yes. Wang Dong smiled triumphantly, my physical fitness is an advanced fighter, but I also practiced 9-layer thunder knife. Luo Feng naturally knew that Wang Dong had also learned 9-layer thunder knife, but Wang Dong had never revealed that he had mastered the dark power, and everyone thought he had never gotten started. As a result, Luo Feng also relieved his mind. A 19-year-old junior god of war really didn't need to be afraid of two god of wars who were in their 50s. After dispelling the worries in his heart, Luo Feng realized that the grinning person in front of him had become the of war without a word. Freak! No, you are a pervert now. Fuck you, why did you upgrade? Wang Dong hit Luo Feng with a hammer, and Luo Feng smiled, I have a hunch, you kid, it's definitely not the first level of Thunder Sword practiced recently. If you can bear it till now, there must be other secrets hidden. The 19-year-old junior of war may even be stronger. Are you a pervert? Who is a pervert? How do you know that I still hide my strength? Wang Dong's expression, how did you find out? What? Luo Feng opened his mouth slightly, I just said that casually, do you really hide your strength? Of course. Wang Dong smiled mysteriously, crazy man, guess which level is my current 9-fold thunder knife? Wang Dong didn't speak, but made a 6 gesture. Hi. You. Luo Feng took a deep breath and couldn't even speak. In the end, 1,000 words could only be combined into 2 words. Abnormal. Ha ha ha, don't be surprised, I'm just a bit harder than others. You old coin. Mutual each other, madman, your kid is tolerable enough, good fellow, if it weren't for this incident, you are a spiritual teacher, can't you keep it from me forever? When you come out, you have to have some whole cards. You have done a lot more than me. I have 50 moves at most, and you have reached 1,000 moves. After the two confessed their strengths to each other, their relationship increased a bit again. This kind of person who can confide secrets to each other is generally called a girlfriend, while a man is a buddy. Wang Dong finally cornered and overtaken and became Luo Feng's close friend. In this way, even if the system is no longer playing one day, Wang Dong can still enjoy the treatment of Wei Wen in the original book Immortal God, Long-Term Vision. After saying a few jokes, Wang Dong found that Luo Feng's expression was a little tired, so he actively suggested that Luo Feng find a place to rest and show him the wind by himself. Luo Feng is also not welcome. He has said all the secrets concerning his own life. Does it need to be hypocritical? Chapter 22, Ares Reserve Camp. After a brief discussion between Wang Dong and Luo Feng, they immediately got off the expressway, found a residential building on the edge of City 023, and began to rest. It didn't take long for them to be talked about by a stellar reward sent from the communication watch. I'll go, 100 billion, such a big hand. Wang Dong smiled, I regret going to report you now, okay. Okay. Luo Feng rolled his eyes angrily, I can't beat you again, at most I curse you for a few words before I die. Wang Dongshi smiled and shook his head, it's a pity, this reward came a bit late, I have no desire for money now. Wang Dong patted the backpack beside him, after selling this pack of materials to the martial arts gym, I will be able to save enough money and contribution points for the full set of 9-fold thunder knife, and there will be basically no place to spend a lot of money in the future. What's the use? Do you know that I really want to beat you now? Luo Feng really squeezed his fist and frowned. You are not right. Although our martial artist earns a lot of money, we spend a lot of money. I just saw your sword. It has worn out very badly. It is a level 7. With your strength, the next time you replace it is at least a level 8 or even a level 9 war knife, and your combat uniform. In the future, I will fight against Lord-level monsters, don't I need to replace them with better ones? These all require huge amounts of money. This is what I want to say next. Sitting cross-legged, Wang Dong looked at Luo Feng seriously, and asked, Crazy man, let me ask you a question first. Your teammates also know that you are a spiritual teacher, so will they report and expose you? Luo Feng thought for a while, and said uncertainly, well, it won't happen in a short time. They have no evidence. Yes, there is no evidence. Wang Dong nodded, changing his tone and said, but you have to know that for a parent who suffers from the pain of losing a child, there is no need for evidence. This. Luo Feng's expression couldn't help being pale. He knew that Wang Dong wouldn't just say this to scare himself, so he simply said, Dongzi, I originally planned to sign a special training contract with Extreme Martial Arts Gym. Do you have any other way? Seeing Luo Feng's a little flustered and aggrieved expression, Wang Dong was delighted in his heart. He didn't expect Luo Feng to make such an expression. Hearing Luo Feng's question, Wang Dong replied, Crazy man, do you know the God of War Reserve Camp? The God of War Reserve Camp? I saw it on the forum. Luo Feng nodded, and there is everything on the martial artist forum. Of course, he has been to this famous God of War Reserve Camp. What? Are you saying that I joined the War God Reserve Camp? Luo Feng smiled bitterly, my current physical fitness is only at the level of an advanced fighter. Ninefold Thunder Knife has mastered the 2nd level. It's a bit worth seeing, but it is far from the threshold of the God of War training camp. If I reveal my identity as a spiritual teacher, it is indeed possible, but then I will not go to the War God Reserve Camp, but go directly to hell. On the contrary, it's you. I'm afraid you don't need to show Ninefold Thunder Knife, you can get in with your physical fitness alone, right? I don't know what you think, you should have been able to go in early. I heard that the cultivation resources there are very rich, why don't you go? Wang Dong smiled and said, I have my idea. If the level is too bad, I can only be the tail of the crane. I just accumulate a little whole card. After I go, I will soar into the sky. Isn't it wonderful? Okay, don't talk about me, talk about you first. Wang Dong's expression became serious. Indeed, if you don't reveal your spiritual training, you are not qualified to enter the Ares Reserve Camp. But let me say that you are only 2 points away from the threshold of the Ares Reserve Camp. 2 o'clock. Luo Feng rubbed his head, what word is this? Wang Dong smiled confidently, the first one is a little bit, you need to improve your physical fitness to a junior fighter, are you sure? Almost. Luo Feng nodded, I feel that I have made progress recently, and it should be almost done. Okay, the second one is a little bit, when can you master the 3rd level of Thunder Knife? This. Luo Feng hesitated, this is too hard to understand and look, I'm not sure. But I'm sure. Wang Dong said categorically, and he got up suddenly and raised his fists. Come on, let's fight with bare hands. We all suppress the strength to 4,000 kilograms, I use the triple dark power, you use your full strength, let's make a special breakthrough. Okay. Luo Feng's eyes were burning, and he was full of confidence, with Dongzi as a training partner, I will definitely be able to master the 3rd level of Thunder Sword. Ding! Congratulations to the players for triggering the challenge task, challenging the junior fighter Luo Feng. Victory reward, 1250 experience. Do you accept it? Warn. Luo Feng has not grown into the strongest state at the current stage, and the benefit of carrying out this task now is extremely low, and it is strongly not recommended to accept it. Wang Dong didn't reply immediately, and instead asked the system quietly, "System, what's the matter with this challenge task? Will it disappear after I challenged this time?" Ding! Players can carry out a challenge mission at each stage of Luo Feng's growth. It can be triggered multiple times at each major level, such as Apprentice level and Planetary Star. However, each level can only accept it once. The stronger Luo Feng is, the more the richer the rewards, including but not limited to rewards such as experience. Please choose carefully. Well, I refuse this time. In his mind, the information panel of the challenge mission quickly faded and disappeared. In reality, Luo Feng was also ready for battle. Ready, go! Following Wang Dong's order, the two punched and beat together at the same time. The secret and dangerous dark energy were transmitted to the two of them. Wang Dong's physical fitness was too strong and he did not respond at all, but Luo Feng felt the clear triple dark energy, but his eyes suddenly brightened. Boom! When the fists of the two collided again, the engine that entered Wang Dong's body had already turned into three. Damn it! Wang Dong couldn't help but explode in his heart, and there was horror and envy in his eyes looking at Luo Feng. I know you can master the three thunder knife today, but this is too fast. Is this the protagonist of the genius? Curiosity arose in Wang Dong's heart. I want to see how evil you are. Fourth level. Wang Dong growled low. Okay. Luo Feng's eyes were clear, full of fighting spirit. The fists of the two clashed together again passionately. This time, it was quadruple engine versus triple engine. Boom! Boom! The dull boxing sounded one after another until dawn. Facts have proved that the protagonist of the Tomato universe is rule-based, and it is rare to get stronger without logic. After a night of practical training, Luo Feng also failed to master the fourth secret power. Of course, this is also related to the fact that he has not studied the fourth level of the original 9-layer Thunder Knife, but he is not completely unprofitable. It is foreseeable that he will be able to master the fourth level of Thunder Knife earlier than the original. Chapter 23, New Feature, Copy. After fierce boxing, Wang Dong didn't feel much in his body, but Luo Feng was indeed a little tired, so the two planned to rest for a while before setting off. During the rest, Wang Dong suddenly remembered something. Hey, lunatic, I suddenly want to understand one thing. Luo Feng asked suspiciously, what's the matter? Wang Dong said, look, we both know that you killed someone, so when we consider things, we assume that others will hunt you down. But I thought about it carefully, as if my suspicion is bigger than you. Wang Dong looked at Luo Feng dumbfounded. When I go back, I will declare that I am a high-ranking general. After I enter the Ares reserve camp, I will definitely show the strength of the god of war. Then I will have sufficient ability to commit crimes. You said, would that vulture Li Yao suspect me first? Luo Feng thought for a while, it was really like this, and immediately said apologetically, sorry Dongzi, I really didn't expect this, Okay, it's nothing serious. You see you are scared. Wang Dong waved his hand indifferently. First of all, I didn't kill people. I have the confidence to deny this. Second, I will join God of War in a few days. Preparatory camp, forgive him for not having the guts to go there and trouble me, in the end. Wang Dong's eyes were long and he smiled meaningfully, when I finish 9 layers of Thunder Knife, it's not always the trouble who finds whom. Luo Feng was shocked by Wang Dong's arrogant words. Few people in the world had practiced 9-layered Thunder Knife. In his eyes, it turned out to be like trying to get something. After being shocked, he was deeply envious, because with Wang Dong's talent shown, it was really not difficult. If I could do the same. After Luo Feng regained his strength, the two of them stopped delaying and rushed towards Yangzhou City. After returning to the base city, the two were separated. Luo Feng wanted to go home to report safety, and hid the S-series equipment he got by the way, while Wang Dong wanted to deal with his loot and raise his level to high level by the way. Warlord. In these days, Wang Dong has sold a lot of high-level animal general materials. Supposedly he should have become a high-level fighter long ago, but he always insisted that these materials belonged to others, and he was just a runner. This year, if an intermediate general is pretending to be a senior general, someone will check it out, but if a senior general does not want to be promoted, who can manage? Therefore, Wang Dong's martial arts information has always been intermediate generals, but this time, he decided to change it. Wang Dong's journey went smoothly, and there was nothing wrong with selling materials or being promoted to a senior general. After that, Wang Dong just returned home, bought the complete set of 9-fold thunder knife, and then waited for it to be delivered. The next day. Ding! I found the follow-up cheats of the skill thunder knife, do you want to learn it? Ding! Found skill streamer. A familiar voice sounded, and Wang Dong's answer was naturally agree all. He turned his gaze to the skill bar. Sure enough, thunder knife and streamer can be upgraded again, but the level of thunder knife's level 6 to 7 upgrade experience has reached 1 billion. In comparison, streamer only needs 1 million experience to go from level 6 to level 9, which is simpler than thunder knife. Wang Dong had anticipated the massive amount of experience needed to upgrade thunder knife. Fortunately, thunder knife's practice requirements are very low. He doesn't care about the strength of punching. As long as it is punching out, Wang Dong can completely abandon his strength and pursue punching with all his strength. Speed. In that case, he can hit 500 punches per second. Well, although that kind of fist is like tickling it, it is enough to deal with the system. In this case, in almost a month, Wang Dong will be able to train into the 7th thunder knife, and then join the God of War reserve camp to obtain dragon blood. Wang Dong asked about the system. Dragon blood is a kind of experience value props. After using it, you can directly increase the level. After that, things are simple. After your physical fitness improves, you can practice the 8th and 9th thunder knife more quickly, and make a turn. Wang Dong asked the system about the first revolution, but the system was always secretive and let Wang Dong explore it on his own. Well, this is the old routine of game manufacturers, using unknown tasks and rewards to arouse the interest of players. Wang Dong also couldn't talk to the system theory, so he could only improve his own strength as much as possible, so as to cope with the unknown task of the first round. After getting the full set of 9-fold thunder knife, Wang Dong started boring practice again. Fortunately, he was at home, and he could listen to music or something while cultivating, and he could also go to Luo Feng's house for a string after taking a break. The door has a meal. And just when Wang Dong thought that this kind of life would last for more than a month, an unexpected sound interrupted his practice the next morning. Ding! Congratulations to the player for completing the first chapter of One Night Awakening. Now the only copy of One Night Awakening is open. Will the player enter? Duplicate. Wang Dong looked at the new functions of the system in surprise, and asked quickly, System, what's going on? Ding! After the player completes a chapter, the system will open a copy of that chapter, and the player will receive extremely rich rewards after clearing the level. Attention! This kind of dungeon is unique. Players can enter the dungeon at any time before the end of the next chapter, but the dungeon will disappear regardless of whether the player passes or not. At the same time, if the player has not passed the previous dungeon after the end of the next chapter, the previous copy will be automatically overwritten. System, can the copy reward be notified in advance? Ding! Players will be rewarded with a gene multiple *2 after clearing the level. Gene multiple *2. Wang Dong's eyes suddenly gleamed, and anyone who is familiar with devouring the starry sky knows that the power of this world mainly lies in the 4 major elements. The law. Secret method. Will. Gene multiples. The gene multiplier is the most important thing before becoming a true god. Nice. Wang Dong couldn't help but slammed a fist, and the devouring sky was divided into 29 chapters. In other words, Wang Dong could reach a perfect life of 10,081 times his genes after the end of chapter 14. If Wang Dong breaks through immortality before the end of chapter 15 and breaks the limits of the original universe, then as long as the end of chapter 17 is over, he can become 100,000 times the gene. Wang Dong couldn't wait to ask, the system, is the reward for each chapter copy the current gene multiple *2? Ding. Yes. But please note that every instance is extremely dangerous. Players need to face all the enemies Luo Feng has encountered in this chapter. The player will not really die in the dungeon. But whether it is Luo Feng's fight, the kill, or the formidable enemy he can barely escape, the player needs to kill it head on. Hi. Okay. Wang Dong took a breath, the flame in his eyes slowly extinguished, and laughed at himself. Sure enough, this benefit is not so easy to take. System, can you evaluate it? Can I pass the copy now? Ding. The player's current pass rate is 0%. Really? Wang Dong nodded. The system has already said that he needs to kill all the enemies Luo Feng encountered in Chapter 1. Then what was the strongest enemy Luo Feng encountered in Chapter 1? High Lord Iron Armored Dragon. Wang Dong now only has the strength of the Intermediate of War, and of course he cannot kill the High Lords head-on. It is still the Iron Armored Dragon that ranks in the forefront of the High Lords. It seems that I have one more reason for leveling. Chapter 24, Exposure Point Strength. Thinking of this, Wang Dong suddenly thought of something. System, did Luo Feng meet the enemy in the copy in reality? Or did he meet in the original? Ding. The copy is subject to the original. One more question, what counts as the end of a chapter? Did Luo Feng accomplish something? Or is it based on the end of the chapter in the original book? Ding. The end of the chapter is subject to time. Okay. Wang Dong nodded. This is what he meant. If something doesn't happen by himself, then don't you never want to enter the next chapter? For example, at the end of the first chapter, Luo Feng promised Luo Hua to help him recover from his disability. If he killed Luo Hua directly, wouldn't he never have to promise? Fortunately, the system is as powerful as ever. Practice. A bright future is waiting for me. 100,000 genes is not a dream. Coincidentally, Luo Feng at this time, after learning through Wang Dong that he might enter the War God Reserve Camp, also entered a state of extremely assiduous cultivation. Luo Feng also knew that as long as he performed well enough, Li Yao would not dare to act on him without evidence. Everything seems to be the same as the original, but in another place, a strange wave occurred. Jiangnan Base City, main urban area, in Jiangnan Shanshui District. Vulture Li Yao and the poisonous scorpion Vinina Polinas listened to the butler's report expressionlessly. The content of the butler's report was similar to the original book. The only difference was that there was an additional Wang Dong among the suspects this time. Moreover, Wang Dong's appearance is not just a bit suspicious like Luo Feng's. Wang Dong in the eyes of the housekeeper is one of the 13 most suspicious people. Master, I think this Wang Dong is very suspicious. He has suddenly been promoted from an intermediate general to a senior general, and recently there have been tens of billions of funds flowing, and one more thing, his friend Luo Feng and Panya of HUYA team there is a grudge, which is in line with your screening requirements. Trash! Li Yao scolded angrily. A high-level fighter with tens of billions of funds flowing is suspect? How strong can an 18-year-old high-level fighter be? How high can the sword, body, and force amplitude be? Can kill 2 high-level fighters instantly? Will and 2 middle-ranking generals, so they don't even have time to send out a message. What you want to find out is who among these people may be a spiritual teacher, who may be the hidden god of war. A person who has just passed the martial arts assessment is an incredible genius to become a high-ranking general. Can he still become the of war in less than half a year? Remember, this murderer is very strong. At least he is also a strong presence among high-ranking generals, and even most likely is the god of war. Anyone under the age of 25, except for Wang Dong, shouldn't waste too much energy, but they can't relax their vigilance. Those who are over 25 years old, plus that Wang Dong, whoever comes up with a strong man who might be a god of war, or who might be a spiritual teacher, give me more effort to stare at the investigation. After Li Yao, it was the same as the original. Luo Feng was still included in the low-risk investigation, while Wang Dong became the focus of attention. However, even if Wang Dong knew it, he wouldn't care. Senior god of war? What are you afraid of that kind of garbage? Give it to my brother Luo Feng. Time is like water, time is like a shuttle. In a blink of an eye, it came to January 15th. Name, Wang Dong. Race, Earthling, ordinary human. Occupation, warrior. Level, level 6, upgrade experience, 6760362/10000000. Skills, Thunder Blade LV7, Streamer LV6, 9 Chaotic Source LV1. Wang Dong focused his attention on Thunder Blade LV7, sighing in his heart. Finally reached the 7th weight of Thunder Knife. Now I have a basic punch strength of 48,000 kilograms. After 5.6 times the increase of the 7th Thunder Knife, it reached 268,800 kilograms. It has exceeded the 25,600 kilograms of the High God of War threshold. It's time to join the God of War reserve camp. After making a decision in his heart, Wang Dong took out the phone and called his dear Uncle Wu. Hello? Uncle Wu, where are you? Oh, in the martial arts gym? I'll go over now and show you a good thing. Wang Dong turned off the phone and quickly came to the guild hall in the community. He was not found in the curator's room. After inquiring about it, he was finally found in the martial arts hall on the 6th floor. Uncle Wu, what are you doing here? What am I doing? Waiting to see your good stuff. Wu Tong had a bad tone, but his face was full of expectant smiles. He, I know I can't hide it from you. Okay, don't talk nonsense, I have already taken anti-hypertensive medicine just now, you can do it. Uncle Wu, Niu. Wang Dong gave a thumbs up, and then stood in front of the boxing strength tester, blasting all his strength out. Boom! The fist target swayed, fell back, and then rebounded, and there was a pause on the screen before the numbers were displayed. 47990 kg. Seeing this number that is much stronger than himself, Wu Tong couldn't help but exclaimed, "You kid, you didn't speak big words. To be honest, I thought of this result before you came, but that's it. I'm eating. After the anti-hypertensive medicine, I still feel a little blood boiling." Uncle Wu, wise. Wang Dong slapped a little flattery, saying, "Then, do you think I am eligible to enter the War God Reserve Camp?" This. Wu Tong groaned for a while, and said uncertainly, "Almost. Since you said that you wanted to join the God of War Reserve Camp, I also learned about it through some relationships. The War God Reserve Camp is not taken by non-peerless geniuses. The annual quota is extremely rare, and only one person in the entire Huaxia nation can enter. Generally speaking, when recruiting geniuses in the Ares Reserve Camp, they pay more attention to comprehension, sword technique, body technique, and force amplitude. Among them, force amplitude is the most important, but physical fitness ranks at the bottom. But you are different. Your talent is so good. How long have you become an official warrior? Half a year. In half a year, you will have the physical fitness of a senior general. You are not a genius, who is a genius? So, now you have the qualifications to join the War God Reserve Camp, but, it's just qualifications." Wu Tong looked at Wang Dong with some regrets in his heart. He had become a senior fighter in half a year. Wang Dong was definitely the strongest genius he had ever seen, but the competition in the War God Reserve Camp was too fierce. There are 1 billion people in Huaxia, and there is only one quota per year on average. How many talents does Huaxia have in a year? Genius of body technique, genius of sword technique, genius of force and amplitude. The physical talent shown by Wang Dong is really not too prominent. Uncle Wu, do you mean that even if I become a senior general, I can't enter the God of War Reserve Camp? Oh, that's almost what I mean, Wang Dong. I know you are a genius, arrogant and unwilling to live under others, but we always have to face reality. When you have a higher vision, you will find that there are many people who are stronger than yourself. Even if they are the same genius, there are always people who have stronger backers. Chapter 25, I and number 039, am enrolled. Seeing Wu Tong started the preaching mode, Wang Dong quickly interrupted him. Uncle Wu, I know all these things, so I just want to ask, what if I am also strong in other aspects? Other aspects? Wu Tong looked at Wang Dong suspiciously. What aspects? Wang Dong wanted to show the amplitude of his power, but after thinking about it, his performance is less than genius. If he shows more, he will be directly at the God of War level. Maybe there will be branches. It is better to add a little bit to the lower level power amplitude. Other aspects. I will also be the first part of Ninefold Thunder Knife. 1 Wait. Not enough. I still have a strong body. Wang Dong said affirmatively. Oh. Wu Tong smiled in surprise. Could it be said that it is a micro-level? The pure minimalist level of physical skills is nothing compared to the genius of the War God Reserve Camp, but with your physical talent, the possibility of entering the War God Reserve Camp is much greater. Not at the micro-level, but at the perfect level. What? Wu Tong suddenly felt that his anti-hypertensive medicine had failed, and a surge of blood pressure rushed to his head, making his ears hum. I heard it right, it's the perfect level? A perfect level that many war gods don't understand. Yes. Wang Dong nodded affirmatively. Come here. Wu Tong couldn't help but said, dragging him onto the battlefield. Wang Dong, my stamina is only at the micro level, and there is no way to evaluate the perfect stamina. But on the other hand, if your body style is stronger than mine, then you should be a perfect class. Next, we will suppress the strength and speed to 10,000 kilograms and 150 m/s. You are not allowed to counterattack, and try your best to dodge my attack. Wu Tong looked at Wang Dong with scorching eyes, and provocatively said, do you dare to accept this challenge? Wang Dong took a step forward, surrounded by a confident aura. Of course. Hearing what Wang Dong said confidently, Wu Tong believed in half of his heart, but he decided to be more careful. Come on then. As soon as the voice fell, Wu Tong rushed towards Wang Dong like a hungry tiger. He attacked with both fists and turned into a shadow in the sky, igniting bursts of sonic booms, seeming to want to crush Wang Dong completely. But Wang Dong moved unhurriedly. Sometimes he moved forward, sometimes backed up, sometimes bowed his head, sometimes bent over, with a smile on his face, and Feng Qingyun flashed his attacks one by one. After a long time, Wu Tong closed his fists and stood, but his face was red under the sweat. Ha ha ha, I missed a punch, it really is perfect. He he he, Uncle Wu, do you believe it, so I can join the War God Reserve Camp, right? You kid. Wu Tong smiled and shook his head. It doesn't count as I said it. I have to ask my superiors. I can only say that I am pretty sure. Then I will continue to trouble you. Ha ha ha, this kind of trouble, I hope the more the better. After Wu Tong recovered his qi and blood, he immediately called Zhou Yongzheng, the curator of the Jiangnan Extreme General Assembly Hall. After Zhou Yongzheng roared violently on the phone, Wu Tong hurriedly took Wang Dong to the Jiangnan Extreme General Assembly Hall to accept Zhou Yongzheng's test. The test result is the same as what Wu Tong described, the advanced level of physical fitness, the first level of 9-layer thunder knife, the perfect level of physical fitness. After seeing Wang Dong's achievements, Zhou Yongzheng laughed, and immediately called his superior, Inspector Wang. It is January 15, 1.5 months earlier than March 1 when Luo Feng was recruited to enter the Ares Reserve Camp. At this point in time, the Chinese military has not yet asked for a place at the Extreme Martial Arts Gym. In other words, the number of places in China in 2057 is still 0. In this way, the Inspector Wang naturally had no worries. He immediately decided on the spot and immediately dispatched a special envoy to verify Wang Dong's information. If it is confirmed that it is correct, then let Wang Dong join the God of War Reserve Camp after passing the A-level test. After the phone call, Zhou Yongzheng arranged for Wang Dong to stay. 3 days later, the special envoy of Extreme Martial Arts Hall arrived. The visitor is also an old acquaintance Yang Hui. After Yang Hui arrived, he looked at people, materials, actual combat, and signed the contract. After going through the whole set of procedures, he asked Wang Dong to gather at the airport in 3 days. As for why you have to wait for 3 days, it is purely because Yang Hui wants to recount the past with his friends. 3 days later, Wang Dong took a flying saucer-type passenger plane and arrived at the Hongning Base City, the global headquarters of Extreme Martial Arts Center. Afterwards, Wang Dong followed Yang Hui to the elite training camp by car while listening to the explanation. Before entering the gate, Wang Dong was also taken aback by the black dragon sculpted eyes. No way, he would feel that his back was hairy if he didn't reach the planetary star. There were 180 people on the black dragon sculpture at this time, but Wang Dong didn't look at the rankings at all. One day classmates, do you need to care? Like Luo Feng, Wang Dong was also scheduled to go for an A-level test at noon the next day. Yang Hui took Wang Dong to a pavilion and let him rest before leaving. Wang Dong was too lazy to get to know other people, so he just practiced the method of getting up here. At noon the next day, Yang Hui took Wang Dong into the 9th floor of the 9th floor, let Wang Dong put on his helmet, and entered the virtual space of the trial tower. Needless to say about Yang Hui's living manual, after adapting to the virtual body, Wang Dong directly entered the 7-fold high trial tower. The content of the A-level trial was 50 elementary beasts, generals, and bulls. Needless to say, Wang Dong slaughtered the 50 bulls in less than 2 minutes. After leaving the trial tower, Wang Dong chose a number for himself 570101. The first in 57 years, Lao Tzu is set. Soon, Wang Dong's information appeared on the 181st in the Black Dragon list, number 181 Wang Dong, 570,101. This news spread to the world's top 5 powers and base cities almost instantly. Some government military special departments, as well as the 9 core families of the HR Alliance, dozens of important families quickly got the news, and on the same day, each of these institutions and organizations received a detailed information about Wang Dong. Jiangnan Shan Shui Community, Huiya FANFIC Villa. This Wang Dong must have hidden his strength. It must be him who killed Wei. Vulture Li Yao looked at the Wang Dong materials in his hand, his eyes covered with bloodshot eyes, panting like a cow. Yes. At the beginning, this Wang Dong was the most powerful person among the people closest to Wei. Different from the original book's attitude towards Luo Feng, the poisonous scorpion Vinana also held the same opinion this time. As long as we find his motivation again, we will be able to completely target the target. No need. Li Yao waved his hand. He has joined the elite training camp of the Extreme Martial Arts Gym. He must go out to hunt monsters. I will go outside the elite training camp. Grab and ask him. Yao, isn't that too much of the Extreme Martial Arts Gymnasium? Vinana said worriedly. Don't worry. Li Yao gently patted his wife on the shoulder. Extreme Martial Arts Gym is not going to sentence me, a high-ranking god of war, to death for a person who hopes to become a god of war. I can only pay a little money and go to jail for several years. In order to avenge Wei, I will not hesitate. Chapter 26, I graduated. Li Yao thought very well. If Wang Dong wanted to practice in the God of War reserve camp step by step, he might be blocked by Li Yao, but unfortunately, enrollment means graduation. Wang Dong didn't say these words casually. After completing the enrollment procedures, Yang Hui was about to take Wang Dong to the Jiangnan Pavilion, but Wang Dong refused. Senior, according to your statement, can I go to the trial tower now? Yang Hui frowned. Wang Dong, there are still 10 days left until the end of the month. If you go to breakthrough 10 days later, it will be better than now. Are you sure you want to go now? Okay. Wang Dong said categorically. Yang Hui thought for a while. This Wang Dong's main talents are body skills and physical fitness. The physical fitness in the trial tower cannot be displayed. With Wang Dong's perfect body skills and a 1.4 times increase, he can at most pass the first level. The B-level test. It's terrific to waste more than 10 minutes. It's okay to let this kid get a little blown. With this thought, Yang Hui didn't stop Wang Dong, and sneered watching Wang Dong put on the consciousness simulator. 8 minutes later, Wang Dong's trial tower level had changed to 1.6, and Yang Hui nodded. This is what Wang Dong should have in his impression. I just don't know how far he can go in the C-level test. Yang Hui looked at Wang Dong's body coldly. He was also a teacher in the God of War reserve camp, ready to beat Wang Dong well after he failed. Then, after 20 minutes, Wang Dong's score became 2.0. What? Yang Hui was shocked. It is impossible to pass the first level C test only by virtue of the perfect level body technique and 1.4 times amplitude. Did he break through? Is it amplitude? Or Shenzhen? In Yang Hui's anxious wait, 5 minutes later, Wang Dong's score became 2.3. Hi! This kid is definitely not a simple breakthrough. He must have hidden his strength. 10 minutes later, Wang Dong's score became 2.6. Hehe, this kid either has a mood-level body technique, or he has reached the second level of Thunder Knife. Unexpectedly, this kid still hides his strength. Is there anything unspeakable? After more than 20 minutes, Wang Dong's score reached 3.0. Let me go, this kid is either Yujing level physical skill and second Thunder Knife, or perfect level physical skill and triple Thunder Knife. Monster, how did I recruit such a monster? 10 minutes later, Wang Dong's score became 3.3. Hehe, I must be dazzled, I am only 3.2, and Wang Dong has only become a warrior for half a year. How can he surpass me? It's impossible. After another 20 minutes, Yang Hui's eyes were lost as he watched Wang Dong's score change to 3.6. For 50 years, I have always felt that I am a pretty good genius, but today I know that I am a trash, really. After another half an hour, watching Wang Dong's grade change to 4.0, Yang Hui was already numb. He took out his cell phone and made a call blankly. Hello? Is it the Inspector Wang? I found an evildoer here, please come and take him. Because Wang Dong hasn't performed the force amplitude test yet, his force amplitude score is still 0, so no matter how many levels he reaches in the trial tower, his external force amplitude is 0. Similarly, because Wang Dong has not hunted monsters to obtain score points, his score on the Black Dragon list is also 0, so it has not attracted the attention of the outside world. Trial Tower, 4th floor, A-level trial. In the virtual space where the setting sun is like blood, Wang Dong's firepower is fully on, and he fights with the remaining 5 high-level beasts, the Hydra. At this time, Wang Dong's body was stained with blood, and blood was gurgling from a horrible big mouth in his abdomen, and his left arm was unnaturally drooping. Since becoming a warrior, Wang Dong suffered the worst injuries. However, after more than half a year of cruel training, Wang Dong's nerves have long been tenacious, and these injuries did not hinder him at all. His aura is like a rainbow, tossing and turning, and cutting off the last hydra before his physical strength can't support it. The last head weird. Wang Dong. The electronic voice echoed throughout the virtual space. You have passed the 4th level A trial, and the next step is the B trial. Do you want to continue? No. Wang Dong refused. He knew that this was his limit, and it was enough to get what he wanted. After consciousness left the virtual space, Wang Dong's gaze was suddenly attracted by a thin man in the room. The man was sitting cross-legged, with a horoscope. At first glance, he looked nearly 40 years old. From his face, he was very handsome when he was young. At this moment, the thin man closed his eyes and fiddled with the Buddhist beads. Wang Dong, this is Inspector Wang. Seeing Wang Dongzhang looking at Inspector Wang curiously, Yang Hui hurriedly introduced. Inspector Wang. Wang Dong called with a fist. You are Wang Dong, right? Supervisor Wang opened his eyes and looked at Wang Dong. Wang Dong only felt a little spinning. After taking a look at Wang Dong, the Inspector Wang actually laughed, making Yang Hui almost shocked. Can you tell me your true strength? I don't dare to conceal it from the inspector. Wang Dong was not arrogant or impatient, and said in a calm tone, I am now a perfect level body technique, a perfect level sword technique, 5.6 times the strength. Good, good, good. The Inspector Wang laughed with his palm, and even said 3 good words. He looked at Wang Dong approvingly and sighed, this kind of achievement has been achieved in half a year. I am indeed a Chinese man. Thank you, Inspector Wang, for the compliment. Wang Dong clasped his fists again, feeling a little excited, but that was all. Well, there is no arrogance or rashness, and Qi training is also very good. Inspector Wang praised again and asked, Wang Dong, would you like to join my extreme martial arts gym? Wang Dong knew that this was really joining the extreme martial arts gym, just like Luo Feng did after revealing his talent, the kind of working with a salary. I agree. There is no need to ask what kind of treatment is offered. Hong is a smart person. Is it possible to lose himself? Good. Have fun. Inspector Wang looked at Wang Dong's eyes more friendly, and took out a contract and said, if you agree, sign this contract. Wang Dong took it with both hands, read the contract with a glance, and then signed the name without hesitation. Wang Dong is now a formal worker in Extreme Martial Arts Gym. The content written in the contract is almost the same as Luo Feng's, with an annual salary of 5 billion. The difference is that Luo Feng needs rewards that can only be obtained by fulfilling the conditions. Wang Dong is able to get it directly. Including SS-level combat uniforms, a full set of weapons, a full set of dragon blood worth 80 billion, a full set of any 3 sets of cheats, and a set of ancient civilization relics Black God. Inspector Wang smiled and said, you will tell Yang Hui about the things on the contract, and they will be delivered in an hour. You can go to the door to take them. Thank you. Wang Dong continued to thank him. Yet, Inspector Wang felt it calmly and reminded, Wang Dong, there is one thing you should pay attention to. The contract says very carefully. After yours arrives in the Black God suit, when the time is up, you must go from the ancient civilization relics. Bring out a copy and sell it to me at the Extreme Martial Arts Gym. With your talent, you will definitely reach the peak of God of War this year, so you must go this year. No problem. Wang Dong replied. He paused and said, Master Supervisor, I want to ask, since I have all the best benefits of our elite training camp, do I still need to be here? Ha ha ha! Inspector Wang smiled boldly, the power amplitude is 5.6 times, and your pure power has reached the advanced God of War. What are you still playing with these little guys here? Give them a little hope. Graduate directly. After you have obtained the title of High God of War, you will directly serve as the supervisor of a place. Where do you choose? Jiangnan. As a result, Wang Dong's name quickly disappeared a few hours after appearing on the Black Dragon list. This abnormal phenomenon immediately attracted the attention of the outside world, and countless big men immediately ordered their intelligence personnel to figure out the cause. And before their intelligence personnel could find clues, the Ares Reserve Camp had already issued an announcement. Student Wang Dong has extremely good grades. He is the first genius since the establishment of the God of War Reserve Camp. Global uproar. Chapter 27, Skyrocketing Strength. The Inspector Wang left soon, but Yang Hui wanted to get close to Wang Dong, so he had an awkward chat with Wang Dong for an hour. Wang Dong couldn't stand his enthusiasm. After getting what he needed, he immediately returned to the guest room where he first entered the War God Reserve Camp. Wang Dong's things, in addition to a set of SS-level equipment, a dragon blood, and a black suit, he also asked for a set of Destroying the World, and wanted to verify his thoughts in the future. Wang Dong first recognized the Lord with the blood of the Black God suit according to the routine, and then took out Destroying the World. Ding! Congratulations to the players for acquiring the skill Destroying the World. Do you want to learn it? Warm reminder, there is a great overlap between Shishi and Thunder Knife. After learning, you can directly reach level 5. Learn. Wang Dong looked at the skill bar, and sure enough, there appeared a World Destruction LV5, and it required 100 billion to upgrade experience. Reading hundreds of times, it's self-seeing, the system can be said to show this sentence to the fullest. Wang Dong punched randomly and felt it. It turns out that the 5th level Destroys the World is 5 times the force amplitude, isn't it only 6 times the force amplitude at the full level 6? Just this is not the strongest attack skill on the earth, and it can't be regarded as 100 billion. The level of experience. I hope that the full level destroyer can be the same as I thought. Putting aside the thoughts about destroying the world for a while, Wang Dong took out a test tube, which contained the first experience item he got, Dragon Blood. Ding! Congratulations to the player for getting the experience item Dragon Blood. After using it, you can get 1 billion experience, apprentice level can be used. Do you want to use it? Yes. With Wang Dong's order, the Dragon Blood in the test tube suddenly disappeared, replaced by the sudden surge of power in his body. System, Panel. Name, Wang Dong. Race, Earthling, Ordinary Human. Occupation, Warrior. Level, Level 8, Upgrade Experience, 89676362/1000000. Skills, Thunder Blade LV7, Streamer LV6, Destroying World LV5, 9 Chaotic Origin LV1. Intermediate God of War, it's done. Wang Dong squeezed his fist. Who would have thought that this small fist could hit 192,000 kilograms of brute force? If you add 5.6 times the force amplitude, it will be 1075200 kg. Far more than 512,000 kilograms at the peak of God of War. Of course, other peak gods of war are not vegetarians, and those who can reach the peak of God of Wars are not talented and intelligent. At least there is a threefold power amplitude, and there are not a few that have Yujing level Shenfa and Yujing level knife. But it doesn't matter, Wang Dong has another big trick that is useless. System, what is the success rate for me to pass the chapter copy now? Ding! The current success rate for players to pass the chapter copy is 95%. Very good. Wang Dong smiled. The last question, am I also conscious after entering the dungeon? Ding! Yes. Okay. System, enter the dungeon. With an order, Wang Dong's consciousness suddenly flashed blankly. When he could see things again, he found that he was already standing on an empty square. In front of him, several figures were gradually condensing. Checked the current state, the physical fitness is the same as the reality, the equipment on the body is the same as the reality, an SS-class war sword equipment, and a black god. Steady win. With absolute certainty, Wang Dong observed his goals again. When Wang Dong's strength is reached, many times the strength of many weak people can be roughly estimated by his appearance. Wang Dong looked at it, and these people in front of him were not even warriors. And there was also a semi-acquaintance Zhang Houbai, and a young man who was somewhat similar to Su Xian's. Is this going from low to high in terms of strength? Well, even Su Xian and his brother who smashed Luo Feng with a few words are considered enemies. Ding! The first level, the enemy who can't reach the warrior. 3, 2, 1, start. In the last second, the system said the start, and in the next second, the battle was over. Wang Dong stepped on Zhang Houbai's head at random, wondering what other enemies Luo Feng had. Suddenly under his feet, the bodies of Zhang Houbai and others disappeared. Ding! The second level, warrior level enemy. 3, 2, 1, start. Well, the most conspicuous thing in this level is the iron-haired wild boar evaluated by the warrior in actual combat. 1 second later. Ding! Level 3, general enemy. 3, 2, 1, start. Silver Moon Wolf King, his face is quite high, and there is a little white face, it should be Li Wei. This time, the fighting time was a bit longer, half a minute, no more. Do I count as killing Li Wei once? Haha, if you confront Li Yao, you might not be so confident. When Wang Dong was thinking about it, the last and strongest enemy appeared, the iron-armored dragon. Wang Dong took a closer look and couldn't help being overjoyed. This iron-armored dragon is still in a weak state after giving birth. After the system started, Wang Dong took the initiative and rushed toward the iron-armored dragon. With a speed increase of 5.6 times, Wang Dong's speed surpassed the peak of God of War by twice. The iron-armored dragon could not exert force and amplitude, and had no time to respond. Continue to go deep and avoid the consequences of being killed by a spike. But its eyeballs were shocked. Wow! The iron-armored dragon was in pain, shaking crazily, but its speed was not as fast as Wang Dong, and its movements were not as flexible as Wang Dong. At this time, its vision was blocked. Where can I touch the corner of Wang Dong's clothes? When the iron-armored dragon was mad, Wang Dong cut again and blinded its other eye. So far, the iron-armored dragon was the lamb to be slaughtered. Wow! In the center of the square, the huge body of the iron-armored dragon was slaughtering the air without any rules. Wang Dong stood leisurely, raising his long sword, and gestured at the iron-armored dragon's neck. Suddenly, Wang Dong's eyes flashed brightly, and his body burst out like a meteor, and it struck the iron-armored dragon's neck. Wow! The iron-armored dragon uttered a mournful cry, and blood was like a fountain, splashing from the huge gap in the neck, and as the iron-armored dragon's body boomed to the ground, the system's prompt sound also sounded in due course. Ding! Congratulations to the player for clearing the first chapter copy of the chapter and getting the reward current gene multiple *2. Ding! Players will exit the instance after 3 seconds, 3, 2, 1. After the electronic sound of the system finished speaking, Wang Dong flashed a white light before his eyes, and returned to the guest room when his vision was restored. In front of Wang Dong's eyes is the opened dragon blood safe. He still maintains a cross-legged posture, looking at the time. More than 10 minutes have passed, the same as the time he spent in the dungeon. From the outside, it seems that everything is the environment. But I can feel that my body has become stronger again, and my current strength is unfathomable. Obviously, my genetic multiple has been doubled, that is to say, my current strongest strength is 2150400 kg. The planetary star of the whiteboard is level 1, but so. In this way, even if I encounter a king-level monster of the planetary star level, I can also escape. I now have 2 choices. One is to go to the Australian mainland to get some grass and woods, and the other is to farm monsters on the mainland. In short, I must first raise the level to 9 and see what the level of the task is, and then I will choose one. Turn or practice skills. Chapter 28, Li Yao from the Heart. Wang Dong looked at his upgrade experience, and it only takes more than 100 million to reach level 9, which means that there are less than 30 senior lords, or more than 130 intermediate lords, or more than 600 junior lords. He pondered it for a while, and he reached level 9 with only this little experience left. According to the system description, it would be turned on after level 9. By the time I found Kirishima, I might have reached the level long ago, and the resource that is only useful for apprentice level like the heart of plants seems to be of little use. There are 30 high-level lords, they look like many, but they are actually okay. Just like the iron-armored dragon in City No 003, there will be more or less high-level lords in the ruins of first-class big cities. How many first-rate big cities did China have before Nirvana? Only 34 provincial capitals. Let's just say kill one in a city, that's enough. It's decided. Book your air tickets now, starting from the big cities near the northeast base city, sweeping the world from north to south. Wang Dong abruptly got up and went to the airport to buy a ticket. At this time, Li Yao had just received the news of Wang Dong's graduation. Boom! An exquisite glass was smashed to the ground by Li Yao, his face even a little distorted. It's him, it's him, it's him. It was definitely this Wang Dong who killed Wei. He was able to graduate from the God of War reserve camp, indicating that his strength must have reached the God of War. Of all the people present at the time, only he was the most capable to kill Wei. You! Li Yao stared at the housekeeper fiercely, like a wolf threatening a sheep, and the housekeeper quickly lowered his head in fright. From now on, you give me your best to inquire about Wang Dong's whereabouts, and I will use his corpse to pay homage to Wei in the shortest time. 3 days later, the northeast base city airport. It's easy to buy air tickets these days, but there are too few flights. No wonder it was delayed for a few days when Yang Hui went to pick me up the other day. Well, it seems that I blamed him. In the deep winter, the northeast was extremely cold, but Wang Dong was still wearing thin combat uniforms and walking on the wide airport. Next, first go to the HR Alliance Mall to buy a copy of local geographic information. It is best to get information about some senior lords. Wang Dong walked out of the airport, stopped a taxi, and rushed towards the HR Union Mall. What he didn't know was that Li Yao got his itinerary when he bought the ticket. He arrived in the northeast base city. Before, Li Yao and Wei Nina came here by special plane. They are like patient hunters, quietly waiting for Wang Dong to leave the base city. Under Vainana's special arrangement, Wang Dong got the information he wanted very smoothly, and then proceeded towards his goal, a high-level Lord Huang Rodir in City 012. Behind Wang Dong, Li Yao and Wei Nina also disguised themselves as a pair of ordinary warriors, hanging Wang Dong from a distance, relying on satellite signals to determine Wang Dong's location. Yao, I just got the news that Wang Dong bought the high-level lord's news in the mall. According to his current route, if no accident, he is going to find the Huang Rodir in City 012. Do you think we need to do it in advance? Or wait for him to fight? Vainana is worthy of the name of a poisonous scorpion, and she has a vicious heart. Li Yao showed a cruel smile. Of course we are going to be a siskin, that yellow Rodir monster, just as his apologize. An hour later, Li Yao and Vainana crouched on the rooftop of a residential building, watching Wang Dong approach the yellow Rodir monster. They were ready to wait for Wang Dong to kill the yellow Rodir and cut the yellow Rodir material. At that time, he violently attacked him and slashed him 1,000 times. Then, they saw that Wang Dong's body turned into an afterimage that they couldn't see clearly. Before the yellow Rodir had enough time to react, he chopped off its head. Li Yao and Vainana were silent, and the gushing blood of the yellow Rodir was like a basin of cold water, extinguishing the anger in their hearts. Yao, Vainana said dryly, I think this Wang Dong may not be the murderer we are looking for. Well, yes, I think so too. Li Yao immediately figured it out after a glance at Wang Dong, who was cutting the material carelessly. This person's strength is too terrifying. No wonder he graduated from the God of War reserve camp in less than a day. If I was not wrong, the impact he had just exploded had to be more than 2 million kilograms. As far as I know, even a strong member of the parliamentary level, when the force amplitude is not used, it is 2 million kilograms of power. With this kind of impact, even if I was wearing a black suit, I would be shattered to death by shattering my internal organs. He is only 19 years old and has the strength to be close to a member of the Diet. To me, he should be the most likely person to break through among all the gods of war. With his strength and talent, he doesn't need to be concealed at all, because he is a lonely man, and he doesn't even need to be afraid of us at all. Moreover, his resume is too simple. He has no grievances with us, Away's team, and anyone, and he has no motive at all. So, dear, you are right, this Wang Dong is definitely not a murderer. Li Yao and Vinanal looked at each other, and saw firmness in each other's eyes. Anyway, Wang Dong is definitely not their enemy, whether others believe it or not, they do it anyway. The two of them are still young and still have a lot of good times. Isn't he good to live? What? What if it is really Wang Dong? One more time, the right to delete the account and practice again. Call. The lingering cold wind blew, and the rolled-up dust covered the traces of two human figures on the rooftops of the residential buildings. Feeling the breezes on his face, Wang Dong thought in his heart, February 3rd is New Year's Eve. Before that, I will accumulate enough experience in upgrading, then become a supervisor and return home. Before Nirvana, the Northeast region has always been rich in various wild animals. According to his information, there are still at least 4 high-ranking lords waiting for his fortune in this city. The high lords will be only a lot more. After all this is cleared, his goal will be more than half done. Wang Dong picked up the package and continued to walk into the city. He would never know. Just a few minutes ago, 2 people upstairs from the residence not far from him planned to peel him off. On February 1, 2057, the 28th lunar month, Hongning Base City. Wang Dong once again came to his nominal base camp. This time, he came to go through the formalities of becoming the Jiangnan City Supervisory Envoy. Under his crazy slaughter, 2 days ago, he was full of upgrades to experience and officially won the physical fitness of the High of War. On the same day, Wang Dong sold all the 28 high-level lord materials he hunted to Extreme Martial Arts Gym, won the title of Higher God of War and successfully entered the Palace of War God. Wang Dong's Extreme Martial Arts Hall's contribution points have long been full. It is said that it is more cost-effective to sell the materials to the HR Alliance, but the trivial money and vulgar items are no longer in Wang Dong's eyes. They are sold directly to the Extreme Martial Arts Museum. Sell it to Hong. After the warrior information was updated to become a high-level war god, Wang Dong received a call from the Inspector Wang, asking him to rush to Hongning Base City as soon as possible to complete the relevant procedures for taking over as the Inspector of Jiangnan City. Chapter 29, First Meeting with Hong. Wang Dong drove to Hong's headquarters, that is, the 10,000-meter spacecraft. In the reception room, Wang Dong saw Hong for the first time. Wang Dong looked at Hong carefully. He was strong, cold, handsome, and young. Because he had been the strongest in the world for many years, a small planetary star had developed an invincible aura like a true god. I have to say that the so-called mind is really unreliable. Of course, in fact, many people from small places have this kind of arrogant mentality, but the most commendable thing about Hong is that he uses his insight to turn this mentality into a real level, that is, infinite tolerance. The soul has to be admired. However, Wang Dong felt that he was not bad, and he almost felt a bit of true meaning of seeing clearly and directly at the heart. What is Wang Dong's heart? Leveling. If you practice more, you will become stronger. This is Wang Dong's only belief now. You are Wang Dong, right? Hong said gently, "You are so young, you deserve to be the first genius since the establishment of the extreme martial arts gym." In front of the museum owner, no one dares to call themselves a genius. Wang Dong gave a small compliment. "Haha, don't be overly modest, you are different from our generation." Hong listened to Wang Dong's compliment and was very helpful, and the color of satisfaction in his eyes became stronger. Hong smiled and said, "I called you here for the purpose of monitoring the messenger. It is also a process. In fact, the real reason is that you still want to see you, the genius god of war who is closest to a member of parliament." "Host, don't tease me." Wang Dong smiled bitterly, "I don't know who is talking nonsense. There are people who are stronger than me in the god of war. How dare I call the closest member of the assembly?" "Ha ha ha," Hong laughed, "indeed, you are not the strongest at the level of god of war, but what age are those who are stronger than you? How old are you? You deserve the title of the person closest to a counselor." Hong joked, "Thor and I both believe that you will inevitably become a counselor, but we have no unity in the time of your breakthrough. I said you can break through in 3 years, Thor said you can break through in 5 years, and the two of us also made a bet. You have to help me win Thor. Wang Dong will definitely work hard." Wang Dong clasped his fists and said powerfully. Wang Dong paused, and asked carefully, "The owner, I take the liberty to ask, I don't know who is the strongest god of war now? How powerful is he?" "The strongest of war." Hong Shen glanced at Wang Dong and smiled, "You are not going to challenge him, are you?" "Indeed, young people are very high-spirited, but I can tell you very clearly, now you are not his opponent yet." Hong paused, and saw that Wang Dong's expression remained unchanged after listening to his words. He nodded silently in his heart. He felt that Wang Dong's heart was good and it was achievable, so he continued, "Now the world's most recognized god of war is Thor. His disciple, named Kakarot, is Eurasian, and he has done almost everything that god of war can do. Physical fitness is the pinnacle of the god of war, and all 9 thunder blades are mastered, at the level of Shenfa mood and stick art mood. Let's put it this way, even the MP who just broke through may not be his opponent." Hong said meaningfully, "Are you going to challenge him?" He. Wang Dong smiled embarrassedly, "I didn't want to challenge him, I just want to know what kind of strong people there are on Earth, so that I can continue to spur my progress." "Not bad." Hong is more satisfied with Wang Dong, knowing how to advance and retreat, and he is enterprising, so he is a good seed. So Hong Ti said, "Wang Dong, the most important thing for you now is to use the resources left by your predecessors to elevate yourself to the top, and then it's time for you to learn from others' strengths and step out of your own path. For decades, countless people have studied Ninefold Thunder Knife, but no one can show Thor's speed and physique first. What do you know?" Wang Dong thought for a while, "Is it because Ninefold Thunder Knife was created by Thor for himself, so there will always be some disharmony after others learn it?" "That's right. The best for you is the best. But you don't need to consider these for the time being, your potential is still very high now, and the experience of us people is enough for you to learn for a while." Seeing that Hong's conversational nature was about to disappear, Wang Dong hurriedly asked the last question he wanted to ask. "Master, I have one more question, please feel free to advise." "Say it." "I want to know that in the description of Ninefold Thunder Knife, Thor is said to be the world's fastest and first physique by virtue of Ninefold Thunder Knife. It's the strongest, so why does your destroy the world write that it is the world's strongest attacking secret?" Wang Dong looked at Hong expectantly, hoping to hear the answer he wanted. "Because of the domain," Hong said lightly. "Domain?" Wang Dong was puzzled on the surface, but his heart was indeed turbulent. "This is it, this is what I want." "Yes." Hong nodded, but didn't want to say too much. He just said briefly, "This domain is the level above the artistic conception. Only I understand the domain on the entire earth. Therefore, my physical fitness is not as good as Thor, but still it's the number one in the world. For the same reason, because I integrated the domain into the 6th level of destroying the world, it is the world's number one attack secret. Hong looked at Wang Dong seriously, and his tone gradually became severe. You have to be clear that this kind of thing is too far away from you. What you need to do now is to understand the mood first. Don't be too far-sighted, do you understand? Yes. Wang Dong immediately made a guarantee. Seeing that Hong Ten's was exhausted, Wang Dong promptly asked to leave, and Hong agreed. After Wang Dong left the reception room, under the leadership of the staff, the formalities for taking over as Jiangnan City Supervisory Envoy were completed. Subsequently, Wang Dong spent another 100 billion to buy a small flying saucer-type exclusive fighter plane, and flew directly to Jiangnan Airport in his special plane. The empty airport had been cleared long ago. Under the leadership of Zhou Yongzheng, the director of Jiangnan Extreme General Assembly Hall, Zhuge Tao, and other 4 supervisors, as well as the chief instructors of extreme martial arts gyms in various regions, waited quietly. Every time a supervisor arrives, they have to come to the stage. The only difference is that Wu Tong did not stand in the ranks of the chief instructor this time, but tied with Zhuge Tao. Old Wu, you are going to be developed. After the meeting King Inspector comes, you can say something for me. Zhuge Tao and Yan Yu talked with Wu Tong, feeling full of emotions in their hearts. Who would have thought that in just over half a year, a little guy would have become a of war from a senior student? He also became their immediate boss. The 19-year-old inspector is simply appalling. Zhuge Tao looked at Wu Tong, who was smiling like a flower, and couldn't help but feel a little envious. Wang Dong was cultivated by Wu Tong. Wang Dong is an orphan and has no relatives, and Wu Tong is the closest to Wang Dong. People, not to mention the future, at least in this Jiangnan city, Wu Tong does not need to fear anyone. Fortunately, his relationship between Zhuge Tao and Wang Dong is not bad. Although he is not as dedicated as Wu Tong, it is conceivable that he also made an investment back then. Sure enough, to invest in this kind of thing, you have to be willing to pay for the capital. It seems that we will have to win over those little geniuses in the future, if he can also cultivate a person like Wang Dong. Just as Zhuge Tao was thinking about it, Wu Tong, who was next to him, suddenly said, "Coming." Chapter 30, Homecoming. Standing at the door of the cabin, Wang Dong looked down at the people in the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in the distance, with pride and excitement in his chest. Wealth does not return to the hometown, like a night walk in Jinyi. The ancients do not deceive me. Wang Dong took a deep breath, stood upright, and walked down the stairs. Zhou Yongzheng and his party hurried up to meet him. "I have seen Supervisor Wang," Zhou Yongzheng said with a fist. After Zhou Yongzheng, the group of people held their fists together and drank in unison. "I have seen Supervisor Wang. Cool. Is this the feeling of being a master? Loved love." At this time, Wang Dong wanted to go around comfortably, but he still rationally stopped this shameful behavior. I saw him like a spring breeze, holding a fist in return and saying, "Thank you, seniors, please wait here." "No trouble, no trouble." Zhou Yongzheng replied respectfully, "It is also our honor to be here to meet the Supervisor Wang." It is said that Zhou Yongzheng is also a of war, and the position of the director of the Extreme General Hall is not much lower than that of the supervisory officer. Why do you want to lower your posture? But Zhou Yongzheng knew about his family affairs from his family. He is a god of war, but he is a middle-class god of war with exhausted potential. What about Wang Dong? God of war peak, only 19 years old. It can be said that in the eyes of almost all people in the know, Wang Dong's becoming a member of parliament is a certainty. How could this make him look up? How can you harden up? Curator Zhou is polite, "The wind here is very cold, why don't we talk in another place?" "Good, good," Zhou Yongzheng promised quickly, I wonder if you want to take a break now? Or go through the handover procedures first? Go through the formalities first, business first. Under the guidance of Zhou Yongzheng, Wang Dong got into a luxury car and hurried towards the Extreme Club. This luxury car can hold a total of 3 passengers. It was originally prepared for Wang Dong alone, but before getting into the car, Wang Dong called Wu Tong over. As a result of the envy and hatred of his colleagues, Wu Tong got into the car with Wang Dong with a red face. Wang Dong, I'm so happy today, you don't know, those supervisors and even Curator Zhou are kind to me, this is something I have never encountered before. Good, good. I really didn't read the wrong person at the beginning. They all said that you were promoted by me, but I want to say that you are my noble person. Ha ha ha, Uncle Wu, don't say that. Wang Dong looked at Wu Tong, whose face was almost stiff with a smile, and said with a smile, you are my investor. I can rise so quickly, thanks to the original 300 million. I'm Director Zhou and their boss, and you are my creditor, the superior of their superior. They look good to you, isn't that supposed to be? Ha ha ha, as long as 300 million can be exchanged for a high-level god of war, this kind of business, the whole world is afraid that it will not be the first to rush to do it, it's worth it. But Uncle Wu, I want to make it clear. I don't have the habit of paying back the money. I'm going to fall back on your 300 million yuan. If you don't want to give it to me, just let you owe me forever. The two looked at each other and laughed. A series of convoys soon arrived at the Extreme General Assembly Hall. After completing the handover procedure with Supervisor Liu, on Zhou Yongzhen's proposal, everyone gave Wang Dong a lively reception banquet. Under the title of closest to a member of parliament Wang Dong, almost all the gods of war who stayed in Jiangnan city came, including Li Yao and Vainana who were busy making children. The principals of the local HR Alliance family also rushed in after being notified, and some well-informed businessmen also sought relationships to join in. It can be said that almost all the people in Jiangnan city have arrived at this reception. In the largest banquet hall in Jiangnan city, there was a surging crowd, with clamors and congratulations one after another. After talking with Lu's supervisor, Zhou Yongzheng, Zhuzh Tao, and other interested people for a while, Wang Dong felt a little bored. After randomly checking the guests, his eyes lit up and he walked towards a young woman. In front of the bar counter, Su Xin turned the goblet in her hand boredly. According to the schedule, she plans to return to the family today. But after hearing the news of Wang Dong, as the eldest lady of the Su family and a classmate of Wang Dong, she was dragged over by his brother Su Gang. Su Xin didn't have much impression of Wang Dong, and he knew the most news from Luo Feng. Of course, Su Xin didn't want to come here, and it wasn't the reason that she was not familiar with Wang Dong. The reason why she hated this kind of gathering was due to the group of people who are now surrounding her like a fly, her suitors. These people seem to be talking with her brother Su Gang, but their eyes will fall on Su Xin, making people feel uncomfortable. Just when Su Xin was lamenting that she didn't know how long to endure, a loud voice disrupted her thoughts. Su Xin. This sound was not too loud, but when this sound was made, the entire banquet hall seemed to be quiet for a few seconds by pressing the pause button. Su Xin turned her head and looked. Wang Dong. Then, in the meaningful eyes of the guests, the expressions of Su Xin's suitors eating shit, and Su Gang's excited eyes, the clamor continued, and the guests next to Su Xin also consciously gave up the place. Wang Dong walked up to Su Xin, sat down on a stool in front of the bar, and said to the bartender, "Give all the wine from high to low." Puff. Su Xin couldn't help covering her mouth and smiled. Wang Dong, how can you drink so much, are you afraid of being laughed at? I don't drink, I just taste it to see if these high-priced wines are really so good. Su Xin shook her head and smiled, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Wine like this must be savored carefully. It's weird that you can taste good so full of jujubes. Wang Dong drank the bottle of tens of millions of wine in the wine glass in one sip, smacked his lips and said, "It really doesn't feel much, it doesn't matter, it's time to drink medicine." Su Xin continued to chuckle. Wang Dong drank the wine one by one, and put it aside when he encountered something that tasted good. At the same time, he smiled and asked Su Xin, "Su Xin, how are you and the lunatic? Have you confessed it?" Su Xin's face flushed with a sigh. Su Gang looked over there and almost jumped up with excitement. Su Xin faltered and said, "WH, what kind of confession? We are just chatting between friends." "Really?" Wang Dong said with a look, "I understand, then since you are friends with him, then you will send me a letter later, it means that I will invite you to and Wei Wen to dinner." "Me?" Su Xin asked suspiciously, "Aren't you and Luo Feng neighbors?" Wang Dong laughed and said, "I'm afraid you two will have nothing to talk tonight. I'll leave it to you." Su Xin's face that had just dropped in temperature burned again, making a sound like a mosquito. "Yet, Luo Feng, I was so upset about your marriage, but your brother is determined." After getting a reply, Wang Dong left. He and Su Xin had nothing to say, especially on this occasion, which could easily cause misunderstandings. Seeing Wang Dong leaving, Su Gang rushed forward. "What did Inspector Wang tell you just now?" "Hey? It's nothing. He just said that he wanted to invite me." Su Xin just wanted to invite her to dinner with Luo Feng, but when he thought of his brother's attitude towards Luo Feng, he immediately changed his words, "Dine with his friend." Su Gang asked hurriedly, "Did you agree?" "Well, I agreed." "Marvelous." Su Gang slammed his fist and said excitedly, "For a young and promising warrior like Wang Dong, there will definitely be countless women around him in the future. It doesn't matter, you are classmates, and you have a relationship foundation. He can specially invite you to dinner, which shows that you have a special position in his heart. You must perform well and try to establish a relationship with him as quickly as possible. If it succeeds, our Su family will have a son-in-law of God of War, or even a counselor-level son-in-law. At that time, our Su family can become the first family of the HR Alliance." Hearing Su Gang daydreaming over there, Su Xin felt bored and meditated, "Luo Feng, if you can also be like Wang Dong." Chapter 31, Dinner. After eating this dinner until midnight, Wang Dong drove a Bugatti Veyron presented by Su's family and took Wutong back to Minjiao community. On the second day, the 29th lunar month, 8 o'clock in the morning, Wang Dong knocked on the door of Luo Feng's house, and he found Luo Feng, who was cultivating well, and went up with a punch. "Crazy man, are you silly doing your exercises? Do you understand dating? Hurry up and take a shower and change your clothes." "Dating?" Luo Feng looked at Wang Dong suspiciously, "Didn't you say that you have a dinner party?" Luo Feng learned from Su Xin last night that Wang Dong had returned to become a supervisory envoy, and he also knew that he was going to have a treat today, so he asked. "You stupid you!" Wang Dong banged Luo Feng's head with a violent thud, and said with a hatred of iron and steel, "If you want to eat, you can eat. You can't go shopping with her first? You have to leave after eating. Can't you go to see another movie? Anyway, I took her out of the house, can you be willing to let her go back casually?" "Dongzi, you!" Luo Feng looked at Wang Dong in shock, as if he no longer knew him. "What are you doing? Take a shower and change clothes." Oh! Luo Feng walked out of the practice room with a dazed expression. Just as Wang Dongshu sighed, Luo Feng suddenly poked his head out of the door. He bared his teeth and said with a smile, "You almost forgot about it, Dongzi. Congratulations on becoming a High of War and promotion to the supervisory envoy." Wang Dong was taken aback, a warm current entered his heart, and he smiled and cursed, "I see, go now, if you can confess to Su Xin today, it will be the greatest gift to me." "Haha, no hurry, no hurry. Luo Feng's speed was very fast, and after a few minutes he stood neatly in front of Wang Dong. Wang Dong glanced at Luo Feng, very energetic. Well, yes, let's go. Wang Dong took Luo Feng out and got on the Bugatti Veyron. Luo Feng didn't even ask where the car was. With their financial resources, it was too easy to buy such a car. As the New Year's Eve was approaching, there were a lot fewer vehicles on the road. After a while, the two came to Su Xin's apartment downstairs. Luo Feng called Su Xin, and after a while, a beautiful woman sat in the back seat, sitting side by side with Luo Feng. Wang Dong personally acted as drivers for them, stepped on the gas pedal, and sent them to the largest shopping mall in a short while. You go shopping first, I will pick up Wei Wen and his girlfriend. After putting down such a sentence, the Bugatti Veyron left. Looking at the smoke and dust at the rear of the car, Luo Feng glanced at Su Xin, who was so beautiful, and secretly praised, "Good brother. Terrific." About half an hour later, Wang Dong came to Wei Wen's community, and a phone called him out. "Good fellow, Dongzi, you have made a fortune. This Bugatti Veyron is worth 1 billion. As soon as they met, Wei Wen didn't even look at Wang Dong, and lay directly on top of the Bugatti Veyron, wishing to melt in. Wang Dong smiled and slipped Wei Wen up, half pushing and half stuffing it into the car. "Okay, don't look at it. This is a gift from someone else. Hurry up and I'll get you one later." "Really?" Wei Wen's eyes beamed. "Fake." Wang Dong scolded with a smile, "You kid has lost your heart. You really want to give you such a car, would you dare to drive out? I'll give you a cheaper one later, won't the 1.8 million yuan work? I'll go." "All right. Dongko, interesting. Wait, I can't afford it. I can't keep it up." He, that's all right. Dongzi, you will be my brother from now on, even better than A Feng." 10 minutes later, Wang Dong took Wei Wen to the gathering area of 4 shops. Wang Dong found a coffee shop and drank coffee leisurely, while Wei Wen himself shuttled in various luxury cars. For Wang Dong, the closest people in this world are Luo Feng's family, followed by Wei Wen, and again Wu Tong. Even though Wang Dong is closer to Wu Tong now, the friendship with Wei Wen's classmates in my memory for 3 years is not fake. Wei Wen is Luo Feng's best friend. Wang Dong and Luo Feng are now iron buddies. Iwu and Wuxia are also very close to Wei Wen. It's a mere millions, and even a fraction of his account balance can't be erased. It's a trivial matter. Wang Dong said, "Let him wander around until 11 o'clock, and choose which one to pay directly." At 11 o'clock, Wei Wen called on time. After Wang Dong asked which 4's shop it was, he rushed over. Wei Wen chose a car with a total price of 1.1 million, and Wang Dong directly gave it 2 million to cover the car's future maintenance, taxes, insurance, and fuel, so that Wei Wen no longer has any worries. Then, 2 of them, one by one, drove to find Luo Feng, and the other 2, directly found a row of hotels nearby, and started the party. "Come on, we congratulate Dongzi on becoming the god of war and promotion to the supervisory envoy." Luo Feng toasted and blessed, and the other 3 toasted together. "Wang Dong, congratulations. Fujiko, Cao, I will rely on you to cover from now on." "Ha ha ha, thank you." The 4 of them drank all the drinks in their cups and talked while eating. "Fenzi, people say that college is the best time to fall in love. You haven't had a goal in the past 6 months. Hey, let's not hide a few people, I really have it, but I haven't fully settled it yet." Wei Wen said embarrassedly. Oh, Wang Dong dragged his voice, deliberately teasing Wei Wen, "Then you have to hurry up, look at Luo Feng, the progress is too much." Luo Feng and Su Xin looked at each other subconsciously, and their skin turned red. "Fujiko, don't talk nonsense, we are not yet." Wang Dong interrupted Luo Feng's words all at once, "It's nothing wrong, you can eat." "You." Luo Feng was about to go back. He suddenly rolled his eyes and said with a smirk, I just remembered suddenly, Dongzi, why don't you find one? Me? Wang Dong was stunned. He clapped the palm of his hand suddenly, and suddenly realized, yes, I am still a bachelor myself, what are you doing for your leisure time? You kid. Everyone was amused by Wang Dong. Wang Dong also smiled and said, I really haven't considered this. I practice it every day. It's really stupid to practice. Wei Wen said with a look of envy, I am not a senior student now. If I practice stupid and become a of war, I want to be a stupid by reporting to the coach. After a meal, the host enjoyed themselves. After 2 o'clock, Wang Dong and Wei Wen looked at each other and left together. Luo Feng also got the hang of it and went to the movie with Su Xin. Wei Wen was full of wine and food, drove his $1 million luxury car, and returned home in high spirits. As soon as I stopped the car, I received 2 text messages. One is his bank balance notice, your 0306 card will end at 1523 on the 2nd. Bank of Communications has an income of 6 million yuan and a balance of 6,002,100 yuan. Bank of Communications. One was Luo Feng's text message, An, you take the money first. I only remembered this when I saw the car Dongzi bought for you. Don't worry about the money, and concentrate on becoming a warrior. Also, if Dongzi gave you 2 million things, I will give you 6 million, just to crush him and him off. These 2 guys. Wei Wen held the phone tightly, the touch in his heart was beyond words. Chapter 32, Field and a Turn. After returning home early, Wang Dong took a shower and went to the exercise room again. He said at the dinner table that he completely forgot to find someone, but it was not a joke, he was really not in the mood to engage in it. It's because I haven't met the right one before, and it's also because there is no leveling fun to fall in love. It is foreseeable that as you become stronger and stronger, it may become harder and harder to meet true love in the future. However, Wang Dong didn't feel sad. I'll talk about it later if I love it or not, and I'll talk about it after finishing the first round of tasks. Name, Wang Dong. Race, human. Occupation, warrior. Level, level 9, upgrade experience, / Skills, Thunder Blade LV7, Streamer LV6, Destroying World LV5, 9 Chaotic Origin LV1. This is Wang Dong's current character panel. His level has reached the full level of 0 to 9 level, and when he is at full level, the task of first level has also jumped out. Ding! Congratulations to the player who turned 0 to full level, became the pinnacle of the same level, and started a new journey. Ding! The player has opened a 1-turn dungeon and can enter countless times. After success, you can complete 1 turn and get rich rewards. Why did Wang Dong ask Hong about the strongest of war, Kakarot? Because in this 1-turn dungeon, there is one and only one enemy, that is, Kakarot, who is known as the strongest god of war. Wang Dong entered a dungeon once, and after playing with this Kakarot for a few minutes, his head was smashed by a stick. And after getting the specific news of Kakarot from Hong, Wang Dong also knew roughly how he passed the first round. There are 2 ways, one is to train all body skills, sword skills and force amplitude to the full level, and finally defeat Kakarot with twice the gene. However, this plan was too slow, so Wang Dong chose the second one, to train the world to the full level and master the first light field contained in it. Just as the amplitude of Wang Dong's power will increase with each level of Thunder Sword level, as long as it is the ability contained in the current level of the skill, Wang Dong can get it. 100 billion experience. That is to fight 100 billion punches to destroy the world. If I use 16 hours a day to practice, it will take almost 7 months. Wang Dong's eyes are long. It seems to be a long period of retreat. It is best to do it before Luo Feng goes to the Australian mainland. After making the decision, Wang Dong entered a state of almost retreat, even the Spring Festival has not been celebrated for a lonely person. The Spring Festival does not seem to be a bad thing. Except for Wang Dong, who came out for a while when Luo Feng joined the War God Reserve Camp, no one else could see him at all during the rest of the time. Time flies and it comes to July 28th. Today, Wang Dong, who has been madly punching for 17 to 8 hours a day, is uncharacteristically sitting cross-legged in the center of the exercise room, conditioning his breath. Suddenly, Wang Dong opened his eyes, and a sharp gaze shot from his eyes, like a sharp blade breaking through the dust, shining brightly. As he opened his eyes, the light around him seemed to be distorted, and his side became extremely bright, as if the heavens descended from the earth. Is this Hong's field of light? Wang Dong felt that this was enough to crush his own domain before, and said with emotion. Sure enough, everything in this world is imaginary, and only the law is supreme. Now I am 100% sure to pass a turn. Moreover, there seems to be an unexpected gain. System, panel. Name, Wang Dong. Race, human. Occupation, warrior. Level, level 9, upgrade experience, / Skills, Thunderblade LV7, Miserable World Max, 9-layer Chaotic Origin LV1. In the skill column, the streamer disappeared directly. Wang Dong experimented a bit and found that his body and sword skills had made extremely terrifying progress. To be precise, the streamer did not disappear, but was merged by the destruction of the world, because the domain was originally in existence that surpassed the artistic conception level Shen Fa Da Fa. System, enter the one-turn copy. White light flashed. Wang Dong was already standing on the empty square, and the opposite of him was the cockroach. Wang Dong raised his sword, pointed directly at cockroach, and said frantically, "Within 3 moves, you will be in seconds." Cockroach was unconscious and naturally did not respond. Following the system's order, cockroach took off and smashed towards Wang Dong with a long stick. Wang Dong didn't panic, raised his empty left hand, pushed towards cockroach, and at the same time read, daily. A viscous and twisted force appeared from Wang Dong in an instant, enveloping cockroach, who broke in, making him unable to move forward. Cockroach's forehead violently, with all his strength, he was barely able to move. Good restraint power. Wang Dong smiled slightly, then try the lethality again. The outstretched left hand slammed a fist, and in an instant, endless light broke out in Wang Dong's domain, as if to melt everything. Purification. Wang Dong's misty voice came, as if a fairy came to the world. Endless rays of light burned away cockroach's flesh and blood. Seeing the speed, he could only hold on for a few minutes. Laugh. The light of the knife flashed, and a big head shot up into the sky. Chong. Wang Dong stood with the knife, his back turned to cockroach's headless corpse, and said something in his mouth. Last time you smashed my head, this time I chopped off your head, we are even. At this time, the prompt sound of the system also appeared in response to the situation. Ding! Congratulations to the players for passing a turn. Get rewards of level 1 experience pill 1, skill advancement card 1. Ding! The player's level has been upgraded to 1-to-1 level, and the talent skill, Immortal Human Body, is activated. Ding! It has been detected that the player has completed a turn, and the new function Second Account is now open. Before Wang Dong had time to check the new news, a white light flashed again, and Wang Dong's consciousness returned to reality. Surging, endless power surged in Wang Dong's body. Wang Dong knew his danshan as if he had no teacher. He could see that an asteroid was slowly spinning in his danshan. In an instant, Wang Dongfu reached his mind. He slowly stood up, and then floated directly. First order star rating, success. System, panel. Name, Wang Dong. Race, human. Occupation, warrior. Level, 1-to-1 level, 0/100, note, no experience is provided for killing the planet below the star level. Skills: Thunder Blade LV7, Destroyer Max, Immortal Human Body Max. Fairy Human Body. Wang Dong's consciousness was focused on this skill. Fairy Human Body, Planetary Star Talent Skills, Passive Skills, Effect, Stamina Recovery Speed doubled. Taken from a well-known physique of a migrant worker, Wood attributes, non-upgradable, very practical skills. Nice physical talent. The corners of Wang Dong's mouth raised slightly, so that he could save a lot of effort when practicing skills in the future. Then there are two things that are rewarded with one turn. Level 1 Experience Pill, it can be used at first turn, and it can be directly upgraded to one level after use. Skill Upgrade Card, you can use skills to directly advance them to advanced skills. Chapter 33, Jingxi and the Second Account. These two things. Wang Dong frowned, thinking carefully. Upgrading Dan is indeed a good thing, but when will it be divided? There are not many planetary monsters on Earth. Moreover, the Beast Emperor and Hong will not let me kill wantonly. It is very useful to directly upgrade to one level. But if it's out of the universe, I will directly borrow a few small sums of money from Luo Feng to buy a few Planet Star Peak slaves. How easy it is to kill and gain experience. Leave a pill of experience first. According to experience, I only need to kill the 2 lowest level king level monsters to get to level 2. I'll talk about the rest. Then there is this skill upgrade card. System, how do you use this skill upgrade card? Ding! Players can silently recite the advancement on the skills they want to advance, and then a prompt will appear, explaining whether the skills can be advanced, and what effect will be after the advancement. According to the system instructions, Wang Dong experimented with several of his skills. Immortal Human Body cannot be advanced, Thunder Knife and Destroying World can. 9-fold Thunder Knife Advancement, there are 10 levels in total. Level 1 has 10 times the force amplitude, each level increases 10 times the force amplitude, and the full level 100 times the force amplitude. World Destruction Advanced, there are 10 levels in total, the effect of level 1 is 9 times the force amplitude plus 1 field, each level increases 9 times the force amplitude plus 1 field, and the full level is 90 times the power amplitude plus 9 fields. What else is there to say? System, advance and destroy the world. Ding! Mishi has advanced. Now this skill is the upper level skill of Thunder Knife, and the level of Thunder Knife is covered. Take a look at the skill bar again, and sure enough, there are only the Lonely Extinction LV1, 0/100 million, and the Immortal Human Body Max. Well, is the level 1 to level 2 experience 100 million? Not bad. After entering the planetarium, my physical fitness has increased by 4 times, the amplitude of force exerted has also increased by 9 times, and the speed of practicing skills has increased by more than 6 times. But there is a problem. Although there is now an immortal human body, the battery life has been greatly improved, but there are few treasures on the planet that can help planetary stars quickly restore their physical strength. If only the fairy human body is used, the recovery speed is still slightly slower. After all, the current practice speed is 5 times faster than before, but this is enough. Wang Dong looked at the experience of world destruction and sneered, a mere 100 million experience can be done in less than a day. Right, system. Ding! What is the problem with the player? Can I change the name of the skill? Ding! Yes. Okay, then change the eradication of the world to the purification of the world. I want to clean up all the monsters in the world. Ding! It has been modified successfully. Well, now, it's time to study the function of that second account. Wang Dong sighed. He had a hunch that this second account was his biggest gain this time. System, explain the second account. Ding! The second account, as the name implies, is that the player can create a second personal account. This feature is the game feature. When the player reaches the first, second, and third turns, they can add a new account, and the higher the level high, the more races you can choose when creating a character. Several account characters can appear at the same time, sharing the same set of levels, skills, and other bonuses, leveling up, downloading dungeons, and fighting bosses. Mom no longer has to worry about finding teammates. At this moment, Wang Dong's mood only has one word. Damn it! What a second account, this is a clone. Sure enough, it is a mobile game that eats up the sky, and it has the characteristics of eating up the sky. Wang Dong suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked in a deep voice. System, do you think I can choose another race when creating a new character? What races are there now? Ding! The 4 races of human race, monster race, machine race, and Zerg race are now open. System, I want to create a second account. Ding! Please create a new character's name. Katrina. Ding! Please choose a race. Obviously, this time the opening is the 4th of the 6 pinnacle races in the universe. Among them, the human number is already there. It is Wang Dong, that is, one of the 3 monsters, Zergs, and mechanical races. Regardless of the overall strength of these 3 races, in terms of individual combat power, the strongest is of course the Zerg. Although the machine race is also very good, but think about the fighting methods of the machine race powerhouses in the original book, they all have one characteristic: burn money. As for the Yaezu, relying on a large number of peak races, 2 of the strongest in the universe can only rank as the 6 peak races with the other 5 races. The water content can be imagined. Therefore, Wang Dong's choice is Zerg. What? Are the Zergs all female? Hey, which man hasn't played a female role yet? Ding! The gender has been bound to female, and the profession is bound to illusionist. The new character is created successfully. The electronic alert tone was over, and suddenly, an inexplicable feeling appeared in Wang Dong's danshan. Following that feeling, Wang Dong's heart moved. Suddenly, a glamorous beauty with an extremely enchanting figure and stunning appearance appeared in front of Wang Dong wearing a sports short. For details, please refer to Katarina from Super Seminary. Suddenly, Wang Dong's eyes suddenly split, and 2 different pictures appeared, one with Katarina and the other with Wang Dong. This is my clone. Wang Dong stretched out his hand, trying to touch the face of the avatar, but the 2 of them reached out and touched each other's face at the same time. It doesn't feel at all. Inexplicable smiles appeared on the faces of both people at the same time. It's over, I guess I won't look for women again in the future. After thinking about it for a while, Wang Dong began to try to operate the 2 bodies separately. Wang Dong first tried to focus all his attention on Catalina, and Wang Dong hung up. Catalina moved her body casually, opened her lips lightly, and muttered to herself. Sure enough, as long as you focus your consciousness on one person, whether it is Wang Dong or Catalina, it is the same feeling. System, Character Panel. Name, Catalina, Wang Dong. Race, Zerg, Human. Occupation, Illusionist, Warrior. Level, 1-to-1 level, 0/100. Skill, Basic Magic Skill Max. The skill has only one basic illusion. Catalina carefully realized a new skill: Basic Illusion, thoughtfully. This should be the illusion ability of the Zerg Queen. It's basically the same as the ordinary sword technique of the previous ordinary body technique, which belongs to instinct. In addition to the basic illusions written on the panel, the Zerg Queen has the ability to build nests and hatch, but it is more of an instinct like eating and drinking, and it is not reflected on the panel. Correct. Catalina suddenly thought of something, and immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, with 5 hearts facing the sky, absorbing the energy of the universe. As soon as she took the action, she immediately felt that the cosmic energy poured into her body like a faucet opened the gate, infiltrating the cells of her whole body. Ah! Catalina made a sound of ecstasy. Is this the feeling of cultivation that Luo Feng and the others feel? Loved love. Chapter 34, The Future of the Zerg Queen. Catalina's practice was so comfortable this time, she was addicted to it, and she woke up an hour later. Catalina shook her fist. Her illusionist strength, that is, the spiritual master's strength, is the first-order planetary level that comes with the system, but the physique of the Zerg Queen is different from that of a human, and her physical fitness is only the most ordinary junior warrior. But in the short time she practiced, her power reached 3,000 kilograms, which was equivalent to an intermediate fighter. Well, although the Zerg Queen's aptitude is far superior to the human body, it seems that this traditional method of cultivation is still useless. The Zerg Queen is best at being a spiritual teacher, and there is no future for the profession of warrior. Catalina twisted and paced, and Wang Dong disappeared into the room with her thoughts. At the same time, an inexplicable feeling appeared in Catalina's sea of consciousness. Catalina looked inside and found that a luminous asteroid was spinning in the sea of consciousness, and that inexplicable feeling came from here. This body's profession is an illusionist, which belongs to a branch of the spiritual teacher, so it is reasonable to know that there are asteroids in the sea. Catalina's jade fingers lit her lips while thinking, the Zerg Queen's profession is an illusionist, but she's actually also good at controlling the person, but the illusionist can cooperate with the worm sea tactics, which is much better than the controller, so they all choose to take the path of an illusionist. I don't have any illusionist secrets right now, so I can temporarily act as a master. The Zerg Queen can be said to be a natural spiritual teacher. How strong is her best mental power? Catalina immediately pulled out a lot of throwing knives of ordinary materials from the weapon rack. When she presented the villa with a lot of weapons of ordinary materials, Wang Dong always regarded them as decorations. According to her instinct, Catalina covered her mental power on a flying knife, and easily lifted the flying knife with her mind. When she moved her mind, the flying knife flew in the air with a shoo. With a thought, she turned the direction of the flying knife, pointed the handle of the knife against the fist strength tester, and slammed it up. Boom! Boom! The boxing target was hit and flew directly, hitting the wall behind, knocking out a big hole in the alloy wall. Catalina looked at the display stubbornly showing 3 million kg, and pulled the corner of her mouth. It seems that I can't use the boxing tester to test it in the future. By the way, if 3 million kg is the same as Wang Dong's body, then try how many can be manipulated at the same time. Catalina added the flying knives one by one. 2, 3, 4. At the end there are 10 in total. No need to practice, born with 10 times the amplitude of thought power. Katerina seemed to have thought of something, and asked in her mind, System, what is the gene multiple of the Zerg Queen? Bing! The Zerg Queen's gene multiplier is 10 times. After receiving the first chapter copy bonus gene multiplier *2, the current gene multiplier is 20. Sure enough. Catalina nodded. She was a Zerg Queen who was a monk halfway through her life, and she had no inherited knowledge in her mind. But according to the original description, the Zerg Queen is a world leader in adulthood, which is the same level as the star behemoth, so it is not surprising that it is also 10 times the gene. The 10 times the amplitude of natural thought power should be related to the genetic multiple of 10 times. Katerina guessed in her heart, but immediately, she felt a fire in her heart. Why, I was not interested in the Australian mainland before. Because Wang Dong's talent is really bad, his physical talent is poor, and his soul talent is even less talented. When I went to the Australian mainland, I couldn't find the meteorite star, but this Zerg Queen's qualification is definitely enough. Catalina was so excited that she almost set off on a special plane to fly to the Australian mainland, but suddenly, she remembered another thing. In the system, as long as the skills obtained match the occupation of a certain body of mine, then that body of mine can directly learn. For example, if I got a martial arts secret, then Wang Dong can learn, master, and level up directly through the system. Catalina can also learn it, but it needs to rely on her own talents. If she learns the system, she won't admit it. Rely on the system to force an upgrade. Just like Wang Dong's skill panel has Purification World, Catalina's panel does not have this skill, but she still has 10 times the power amplitude in a heavy light field, because this is the perception of the system imprinted on my soul. Of course all clones can be used. As for the physical talents of immortal human bodies, building nests, and incubating, it is even more unusable. In the original book, after Luo Feng received the meteorite inheritance, Babata once gave Luo Feng an inheritance crystal pillar to transform Luo Feng's soul so that he could learn the secrets of Hu Yanbo. With the blessing of the system, Catalina can instantly learn the secrets of Hu Yanbo that belong to the illusionist. There is no need to transform the soul, but if you learn the secrets without transforming the soul, it will definitely expose a lot of things. If you accept the transformation, can Hu Yanbo's inheritance crystal pillars transform the soul of the Zerg Queen? I'm afraid it's difficult. Hu Yanbo's inheritance crystal pillar is left to humans. I, the Zerg Mother Emperor, can only if it succeeds. If the transformation fails, I don't know what trouble it will cause. So, the best thing for me is not to directly get the inheritance of the meteorite star, but to wait for Luo Feng to get the inheritance, and then ask him to come to those secret methods. Based on my relationship with Luo Feng, this is a piece of cake. In Babata's eyes, without soul transformation, naturally he can't practice those secret methods, and he won't hinder it. At that time, I was the clone of the Zerg female emperor. Time to rise. Now there are 2 things I have to do. One is to try to do dual purposes, so that the 2 bodies can act at the same time. With the mental power of the Zerg Mother Emperor, this should not be difficult. The second thing is to fake an identity for Katarina, otherwise it will show up together later. It's really hard to explain. After making the decision, Katarina released Wang Dong and transferred all her consciousness to Wang Dong. Afterwards, Wang Dong called Zhejadao and asked him to send Katrina a set of identity information, and even the martial artist's information was registered as a junior fighter. Wang Dong casually explained that she was a female genius she had rescued from a human trafficker, and she was still a spiritual teacher. Her previous identity was not important anymore, and now she wanted to start a new life. Zhejadao didn't dare to ask more, let alone whether Katarina had the strength of a junior fighter. After asking for Katarina's name, age, and photo, he patted his chest to ensure that it would be done in 3 days. After making the phone call, I started to practice dual purposes, converging my consciousness on Catalina, and then shifting my consciousness little by little, from controlling Wang Dong's movements to normal walking, sitting, lying and standing, and then to the 2 of them. Normal conversation. 3 days later, Wang Dong was finally able to initially control the 2 of them to make different actions at the same time, but there was no guarantee that they would fight at the same time. When Zhejadao sent Katarina's identity information, the 2 showed up together without revealing any faults, but Katarina's beautiful appearance made Zhejadao a good meal and praised Wang Dong's good eyesight. Chapter 35, Show Your Strength. After obtaining Katarina's identity information, Wang Dong put Katarina into his body, and it is not yet the moment for this second clone to perform. Tomorrow is August 1st, which is the famous Kirishima trip. The heart of grass and trees is of little use to Wang Dong, but it has a great effect on Catalina. It can directly improve her physical fitness to the peak of God of War. Moreover, Hong has a lot of good things. I can redeem some star points there, buy a black suit for Katarina, and buy some other good things. After making a decision, Wang Dong called Luo Feng and said that he was in touch with him, and then accidentally learned from Luo Feng that they were going to Australia, and immediately said that he was going to play too. Afterwards, Wang Dong made a phone call to the Inspector Wang. "Hey, Senior, this is Wang Dong." "What about that? I just called my brother Luo Feng." "Yes. It's Luo Feng, the genius of the God of War Reserve Camp. I heard that they are going to Australia tomorrow for a life and death adventure. As you know, I graduated too quickly in the training camp, and I haven't tried many interesting things. These days, I've been practicing in retreat at home. These 2 days I'm really thinking about moving, I just want to go out for a while. Such a lively thing, how can I say I want to go again? What? The owner of the museum is going too? Then I have to go together. Okay, then I will trouble you, I will invite you to drink if I have a chance. Papa, Wang Dong closed the call and stretched. Finish. Inspector Wang requested to gather at the training camp before 6 o'clock in the morning tomorrow morning. It's only 10 o'clock in the morning, and it's too early to start. Why don't you practice the clean world? At my current limit speed, it's enough to rise to level 2. That's it. 20 times the power amplitude and the second light field. With 2 times the gene, I can be compared to the third-order planetary star with my physical body alone, and with the second-level domain, it is supposed to be stronger than Thor, but I don't know if I can break the wrist with Hong. It's useless to think more, let's start training. August 1, 2057, Hongning Base City, Elite Training Camp, on the grass in front of the Juzhong building. 193 students gathered here, chatting in groups. All the students were fully armed, carrying backpacks and their own weapons, etc., because today is the day of departure for the adventure of life and death. But before we set off, everyone was waiting for someone. The strongest man in the world, Hong. Luo Feng sat on the grass, chatting casually with his 2 friends Zhao Ruo and Shizhong, who had met in the God of War Reserve Camp. Suddenly, there was a sonic boom, interrupting everyone's conversation. The students looked up. They thought it was Hong's blood-red triangle fighter plane, but they didn't expect it to be an ordinary small flying saucer plane. Hey, Bai was excited. I thought it was Hong. Zhao Ruo said with a look of ill-fated expression. Suddenly, her expression was shocked and she unbelievably pulled Shijiang's sleeve and shouted in shock, "Brother, look, did someone jump off the plane? Junior sister, did you sleep in confusion last night? How can you?" Shijiang originally lowered his head and looked over with a smile. The joke was only half-talked, as if his throat was pinched, let's say speechless. That's jumping off a high-speed plane. If it hits the ground directly, even the peak of God of War can't stand it. Boom! Among the people present, the strongest were the God of War level teachers, but they did not dare to touch the figure that was about to turn into a meteor. They could only watch the person who rubbed against the air and made an ear-piercing sonic boom and crashed down. On the wasteland 1 kilometer outside the training camp. Hey, Luo Feng, you say, who is that? I can't figure it out. I chose such a suicide method. Fortunately, did you fall to us without death? Zhao Ruo ridiculed casually, but found that Luo Feng was looking at him with a weird expression. Zhao Ruo whispered suspiciously, Luo Feng. I seem to see who it is. Luo Feng said hesitantly. Zhao Ruo's eyes lit up, and he asked with interest, who? That's the person you admire most, my good brother, Wang Dong. As soon as Luo Feng's voice fell, he heard a loud shout coming from a distance. Who is calling me? The sound was unfamiliar, and it immediately attracted everyone's attention. What? Several silhouettes flickered, surrounding the visitor. Don't get me wrong. The visitor yelled with a grin, and took out a certificate. I am Wang Dong, the inspector of Jiangnan City, and I have agreed with Inspector Wang, this time I will follow you to the Australian mainland. Although Wang Dong is known as a graduate of the elite training camp, he graduated on the day of enrollment. Apart from Yang Hui and Luo Feng, he doesn't know anyone here. Just when several teachers wanted to continue to question and Luo Feng was about to come out to testify to Wang Dong, another sonic boom came from the air. Everyone looked up. Hey, blood-red triangle fighter plane, this is Hong's landline plane. No one paid attention to Wang Dong immediately, and they lined up to greet him. In the eyes of people in the elite training camp, as long as Hong Yi came, he would not be afraid of anything. In Luo Feng's eyes, Hong is here, do you still need him to prove Wang Dong's identity? The red fighter landed slowly, and the teachers and students were quiet, no one dared to say anything. Wang Dong's attention was completely focused on the fighter plane. Look, this is called a fighter plane, which can move vertically and come and go freely. If you have such a plane, would you still need such a big ostentation? In this trip to Australia, we must engage in an intelligent fighter plane. Just when Wang Dong stared at the fighter with enthusiasm, the fighter landed and the hatch opened. 2 inspectors appeared first, and then Hong. Just like the original book, when Hong came up, Luo Feng's spiritual teacher status was exposed, making Luo Feng bewildered. After Hong walked through the scene and admonished the students for a few words, he was about to turn around and leave. At this moment, a slightly frivolous voice suddenly appeared. The owner of the museum, even if I am someone outside the plan, it's not good for you to ignore me so much. Hey! Hong's turning movement stopped abruptly. He suddenly turned around and looked at the place where the sound was coming from in horror. There, someone was standing there carelessly, but he didn't even notice it. Hong's figure left the place swiftly and appeared in front of Wang Dong like a ghost. He said with a shocked look, "Wang Dong." Immediately afterwards, his expression turned into ecstasy. "Wang Dong, don't you?" "Hush!" Wang Dong put his index finger in front of his mouth, made a silent gesture, and said with a smile, "Master, let's talk about it from another place." In the secluded tea room, Hong and Wang Dong sat opposite each other, tasting the mellow tea. Unexpectedly, Hong looked at Wang Dong, who was still a little immature, and said with some sorrow, "I bet Thor with one that you will break through in 3 years, and the other that you will break through in 5 years. In fact, we were talking about it at the time because we thought these 2 numbers were too exaggerated. In our real thinking, you can make a breakthrough in 10 years, you are considered to be an extraordinary genius." Unexpectedly, Hong shook his head, but he immediately put on a relieved expression. "Wang Dong, your breakthrough is really beyond our imagination, but the more you do this, the happier we will be. Not only because you are a member of my extreme martial arts gym, but also because your appearance has made our human strength a big step forward. Come." Hong raised the teacup in his hand and said boldly, "I am here to replace wine with tea. Congratulations on your successful breakthrough. Congratulations to my being stronger and stronger." Wang Dong also raised his teacups and collided together. "Congratulations on the rise of mankind." Chapter 36, Mainland Australia. The 2 drank the tea. Hong gave Wang Dong Shen tea while asking, "You just stood there, and I didn't notice it. Could it be that you have awakened any hidden talents after breaking through?" "No," Wang Dong said with a smile, "that is the realm, the second light realm." "Wow," Hong shook his hand and spilled the tea outside. "Second field." Hong's expression was a little weird. Wang Dong smiled confidently, the original energy surging out from his body, and the whole body exuded endless light, covering the whole tea room. After a few seconds, the light dissipated, leaving only the 2 sitting opposite each other. Wang Dong still maintained a confident smile, but Hong's expression was a little weird. He closed his eyes, his face was trembling, somewhat satisfied, somewhat comfortable, somewhat shocked, and somewhat distressed. After a long time, Hong opened his eyes, looked at Wang Dong with complicated eyes, and said in general, "Sure enough, it is a stronger light field, Wang Dong, you are really incredible." Wang Dong just smiled and said, "The master, I can have the same achievements today thanks to the shelter and experience of your predecessors." Wang Dong had a firm gaze and said sincerely, "After Wang Dong, I will fight for the rise of mankind without complaint." Well, becoming stronger is the rise of mankind, and the 2 complement each other, and there is nothing wrong with it. Good. Hong clapped happily, and said to Wang Dong satisfied, Wang Dong, since you have broken through, then you should also become a member of the Palace of Wars. I will order to go down and let the Palace of Wars give you an elevated authority. Hey, the curator, wait. What is the owner of the museum? Hong Haomei waved his big hand. You understand the second domain, and your future achievements will never be under mine. From now on, if we are equal, you just call me the eldest brother. Wang Dong hesitated. Although Hong is over 50 years old, he is also very young, so there is no psychological pressure. He immediately agreed, okay, brother, I want to trouble you first. Don't tell me about becoming a member of parliament. Hong asked suspiciously, oh? Why? It's not my brother Luo Feng. Wang Dong pretended to be helpless and said the grievances between Luo Feng and Li Yao again. At the end, brother, you just said that casually, but you exposed Luo Feng's details, then Li Yao will definitely take advantage of the opportunity of the second life and death adventure to find Luo Feng's trouble. Luo Feng's current strength should be about the same as Li Yao, and I don't plan to intervene too much, but I can't watch my brother die in front of me, right? It is good if Luo Feng wins. If Luo Feng loses but can still run, then I won't intervene, but if his life is in danger, I have to intervene. If you spread the news that I became a member of the council, Li Yao would definitely not dare to do it this time. Brother should also know that the enemy who is dormant in the dark is the most terrifying, so I hope I can get the problem done all at once. That's it. Hong nodded, and after thinking about it for a while, he smiled, this is a trivial matter, so let me call him here and give him a promise to protect his family and give him a little confidence. Wang Dong smiled and said, this is the best, eldest brother, Luo Feng is also a genius who is not weaker than me. It would be a good thing to let him sharpen him a little bit. Oh? Really? Hong's eyes lit up, then I want to see him even more. A few minutes later, Luo Feng, led by the Inspector Wang, came to this tea room. Seeing Wang Dong and Hong Na seem to be sitting on the same level, Luo Feng muttered in his heart. Sit. After Hong gave an order, Luo Feng sat down properly. Hong looked at Luo Feng with interest, and said indifferently, Wang Dong has already told me about your situation just now. I said that if this matter was broken, it caused you a certain amount of trouble. In that case, I will give you a guarantee. There will be nothing wrong with your family. Hong's words are domineering and revealing, on the earth, no one dares to disobey him. The premise is that Wang Dong has not completely surpassed him. Thank you, the owner. Hearing Hong's assurance, Luo Feng felt relieved. His current strength is not afraid of Li Yao. His only concern is his family. Now with Hong's endorsement, he dared to break the wrist with Li Yao. Hong went on to say, I know that Li Yao, he should already know what I said. According to his temperament, if you go to the Australian mainland this time to take a life and death adventure, he will definitely take the opportunity to attack you. None of you has become a transcendence. The strong of God of War, it is not convenient for me to intervene. The vulture Li Yao came to the Australian mainland. It's hard to say who died. Luo Feng's eyes were firm. Don't worry, lunatic, I'll go with you this time. Wang Dong interrupted, of course, one needs to be tempered to grow up. You are about the same strength as that of Li Yao now. The spiritual teacher is better at speed and group attack. I will not stay by your side like a nanny. Let's leave a locator for each other at that time. If you really can't hold it anymore, just call me and I will rush away as fast as possible, provided that you are going to hold it through to me. If you don't even support me, then I have no choice but to help you get revenge. Crazy man, can you understand? Luo Feng nodded firmly, don't worry, Dongzi, what you mean by my province, I'm not a child, I won't call you if I have to be a last resort. Afterwards, Hong introduced Li Yao's strength to Luo Feng, including the black god suit and so on. At 9 o'clock, everyone in the Ares Reserve camp boarded the plane and set off. Wang Dong also followed his special plane behind him, flying while practicing boxing. At the same time, Li Yao also confirmed that Luo Feng was his enemy and prepared to use various means to avenge him. Unlike the time when Li Yao doubted Wang Dong, this time, Li Yao was extremely sure. First of all, Luo Feng has a motive for committing crimes. Secondly, Wang Dong took the initiative to expose his strength that time, and he graduated frankly from the God of War Reserve camp, while Luo Feng hit his head and showed his tail. Talent, what is this? Not a ghost in my heart. Finally, Li Yao didn't know how strong Luo Feng was. At 3:15 in the afternoon, the plane from the elite training camp arrived in Australia. After getting off the plane, Wang Dong and Luo Feng looked at each other and left in different directions. Vainana's nephew saw this scene, noted Luo Feng's direction, and sent it to Li Yao. 4 days later, August 5. Boom! 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 The earth-shaking sound came from a valley, and it lasted for an hour before it stopped. Soon after, a tiny figure walked out of the huge valley. He was tall and straight, walking in a tiger's footsteps. He was obviously only less than 1.8 meters tall, but he walked out of 180 meters. This person is naturally Wang Dong, who came to hunt. I saw him holding a pair of normal human arm-sized animal front paws in one hand while muttering. The king-level monster is really hard to kill. I have only found and killed 2 of them in the past few days. One is a sloth, which prevents high blood thickness and recovers quickly. It took me a day to wear it to death. Fortunately, this king-level sloth inherited the laziness of the prototype, or I can't stop it if it wants to run. The sloth's vitality is too strong. I used the domain to almost purify and decompose its fur before killing him. It's a pity that the most valuable material in the body. Just now, I managed to kill the second king-level monster. This is a kangaroo monster. It has evolved and grown to be different from other monsters. This king-level kangaroo monster is only the same size as before, but it is fast and flexible. Sex, especially boxing power, is simply appalling. Its combat ability is equivalent to the second-order planetary star. Fortunately, I have a second domain, which is most suitable for dealing with this small creature, so I didn't let it run away. Although I have been busy for 4 days and only have 2 records, and the trophy is only a pair of kangaroo fists, 2 ends are enough. Just like my 0 to 1 level, you can upgrade as long as you kill 2 monsters of the same level, and it's the same this time. Chapter 37, The Possibility of Breaking Away from the System. Name, Wang Dong, Katarina. Race, Human, Zerg. Occupation, Warrior, Illusionist. Level, 1 to Level 2, 0/1000. Skills, Jingxi LV2, 854790/10 billion, Xian Human Body Max. The second order planetary star, 18 times the amplitude of the second level net world, the second level field, 2 times the gene. At this moment, Wang Dong can proudly say, within the earth, who can kill me? Wang Dong threw the fist harder than crow alloy into his backpack and checked his watch. It was almost noon. Luo Feng and Li Yao are getting on right now, should I rush over? Forget it, I will follow from a distance, and when I find Luo Feng's coordinates are moving fast, I will follow and harvest a wave of grass and trees. As Wang Dong thought, he rushed towards Luo Feng. As for Luo Feng's side, just like the original book, it exposed all of his strength and took the initiative to kill Li Yao's side by surprise. However, Li Yao had a black suit and was not afraid of Luo Feng. After he smashed Luo Feng's arm with a single blow, Luo Feng was forced to retreat. After that, Luo Feng wisely guessed that Li Yao had brought a laser cannon, so he immediately fled. Hey! Luo Feng is moving fast. Wang Dong's eyes lit up. This is the time when Luo Feng found Kirishima, follow him. Wang Dong's horsepower was fully on, and he ran toward Luo Feng's direction in a rampage. What? You asked Wang Dong to find out where Luo Feng was. Wouldn't it be that Luo Feng could also find that Wang Dong was moving towards him? Sorry, Wang Dong has done tricks on the locator. Luo Feng can only see which direction Wang Dong is in, and there is no specific location distance. In Wang Dong's eyes, Luo Feng is the same as the mission location in GDA. There are positions and distances. After nightfall, Luo Feng's position stopped motionless somewhere, and soon after, Wang Dong also came to the edge of the lake outside the foggy island. I remember that there are a lot of water monsters at the bottom of the water. Forget it, wait until dawn to act. Wang Dong put his horse back in his stride, punched his fist quickly without getting tired, and waited for the dawn. The next day, after full dawn, Wang Dong stepped on the surface of the water, slightly splashing waves. His entire domain opened up, and all the monsters near him, beast generals, lord-level beasts, all purified and melted, and he came to the fog in the middle of the lake with ease. On the island. In the original work, the various forces obtained a total of about 100 spirits of plants and trees, which angered Mo Yun Teng. The 11 spirits of grass and trees assigned by Luo Feng are worth 36.5 stars, which is an average of 3.5 stars. I need a set of black god suit worth 5 stars, a spiritual master's foundation 3 stars, and a universe class fighter worth 15 stars. Well, let's leave it to Hong. It doesn't seem to be kind to take the car away. Luo Feng's Dun Tianchuo won't take any more, there are better ones on meteorite, and I'm not in a hurry to improve my combat effectiveness. In this case, I need 23 stars, worth 6.5 plant spirits, and I also need a few plant spirits to improve Katarina's physical fitness, then take 10, and the rest will be given to Wutong and Guo first. Kun, it's kind of repaying their referrals first, and when they get them Weijing in the future, let them break through the planet stars in one fell swoop. While thinking about it, Wang Dong had already penetrated 1 kilometer deep into the island. After walking for 3 kilometers, he encountered 2 weed-type vegetation spirits. The long leaves are flexible and contain toxins. Then he dug out the spirit of vegetation with 2 knives, leaving only dozens of blue-bottomed silver-patterned leaves. Well, if Babata chooses to generate these 2 weeds into the Beast King, will the world call them the Blue-Silver King? After another kilometer, Wang Dong encountered 5 pine trees, with all the needles coming out, enough to shoot a large mountain into a sieve. Then Wang Dong used the field to melt away, leaving only 5 hearts of plants and trees. After another 2 kilometers, I found 2 super large nests with closed eyes and meditation. After Wang Dong approached, they suddenly jumped into the air and smashed into the position before Wang Dong left. In an instant, the ground shook and the mountains shook, and the enemy cracked, revealing cracks tens of meters deep, which shocked Wang Dong. Fortunately, after the shocking blow, the 2 big squashes burst directly, and the juice splashed all over. Wang Dong slammed away and took the heart of the 2 trees into his arms. The final goal was a single large locust tree, exuding a really quiet and psychedelic mist, and at first glance it was a 1,000-year-old demon. Being restrained by Wang Dong's field of light, it burned to the limit, leaving behind a basin-sized spirit of vegetation or the heart of a 1,000-year-old locust tree. At this point, the goal of the 10 spirits of trees and trees was achieved, and Wang Dong was not greedy, and went straight back the same way. He didn't want to take the spirit of the grass and trees anymore, but he didn't want to encounter 2 cordyceps scurrying on the ground on the way back. They still attacked Wang Dong recklessly, and Wang Dong could only accept the thousands of miles away in tears. The friendly behavior of the head. Afterwards, Wang Dong left Kirishima, crossed the lake, and returned to his special plane at the meeting point. Luo Feng didn't die at the most dangerous time before, and now it's no problem to enter Kirishima. Don't worry about him, let's improve Katarina's physical fitness. When Wang Dong thought, Catalina appeared beside her. Before coming to the Australian mainland, Wang Dong deliberately bought a copy of Dragon Blood for 36 billion yuan, the internal price of the Palace of War, to improve Katarina's physical fitness. She is already a junior fighter. Focusing on Katarina, use the mind force to take out the smallest blue silver grass and wood spirit from the backpack, and the mind force raises the blood shadow war knife, gently pierces the shell of the grass and wood spirit, and sends the liquid inside into the mouth. Well, the entrance is cold, and the heart is flying. A few minutes later, Katarina's physical fitness reached the threshold of the primary god of war. After that, Katarina picked up the largest 1,000-year-old locust tree heart, pierced the skin according to law, and drank the essence. After another 10 minutes, Katarina's physical fitness reached the pinnacle of apprenticeship. Catalina hit a punch casually. Pure brute force is 512,000 kilograms, stronger than Wang Dong when he was at level 9. Wang Dong's physical fitness is the middle value of each level. For example, the range of junior fighters is 8000 kg 16000 kg, so when Wang Dong is at level 4, the middle number is 12,000 kilograms. This is not only an advantage, so that Wang Dong does not have the weak period of each level, but also a constraint, which prevents Wang Dong from reaching the peak of each level. But now, Katarina's physical fitness has really come to the peak of God of War, no longer controlled by the system. Very good. Wang Dong and Katarina looked at each other and smiled. They were really like two different people under deliberate arrangement. It wasn't that Wang Dong wanted to separate the two specifically, but he was seizing the opportunity to exercise one mind and two purposes at any time so that the two could fight side by side in the future. This is not difficult, practice makes perfect. It is a good way to have two people talk together like this. Wang Dong was the first to speak. Before immortality, the body and the spirit were separated, and we still have the opportunity of two clones, which can create two top martial artists and spiritual masters. Catalina continued, yes, if you want to practice martial arts, let the martial artist choose the spiritual teacher profession with outstanding talents. If you want to practice the spiritual teacher, let the spiritual teacher genius choose the martial arts profession. Wang Dong, the two of us are the cornerstones of the other two, constantly honing various skills, so that they have a stronger perception and a stronger secret. Chapter 38, Got a Job. I was unemployed at home a few days ago. I finally found a job today. It's basically impossible to update during the day. Try to write more at night. Chapter 39, The Thrill of Looking Down. P.S. A book friend pointed out that the physical quality of the star-level spiritual teacher is at least the peak of the apprenticeship. Thanks for pointing out the mistakes and has corrected them. Modified 2, the Zerzu Queen has a special physique, with a very powerful soul and a very weak body. The soul of the planetary star is stored in the body of the junior warrior. It can be regarded as a bit of interpretation of the Zerzu Queen not good at close combat in the original book, Manual Doghead Saves Life. The following text slightly imagined the route before immortality. Katarina continued, as for the immortality, the divine power should only be related to the genetic level and the body. We have the super gene multiplier blessed by the system, and then we will not be afraid that the divine power is not as good as others. Up. Wang Dong nodded, indeed, if you think about it in the long run, it is not necessarily the best choice to waste two avatars to create two combat geniuses. We asked the system before that every account, that is, a avatar, is irreplaceable. To die is to die. The matter of the two clones needs to be considered again. As far as possible, my human body should not be converted to logistics. It is better to keep it. Just as Wang Dong and Katarina practiced one mind and two use, Wang Dong's communication watch rang. It was from Hong. Hey, brother, what's the matter? Wang Dong, Luo Feng found a large number of spirits of plants and trees somewhere in the Australian mainland. Li Yao notified the Bolinas family. The Bolinas family has sent a strong man to the past. Go and see it now. This is already beyond. Luo Feng can handle the limit now. By the way, Wang Dong, do you know what the spirit of vegetation is? I know. By the way, big brother, can I also collect some grass and tree spirits? Wang Dong asked deliberately. If you want to collect, just collect it. I have already lined up 2 people in the past. One of them is my guard Bing Berg. He has special abilities and can sense powerful plants. You just need to converge and let them drink some soup. Up. Brother, don't worry, I'll get 10 or 8, and then you will exchange some baby with big brother. Haha, then I have to prepare for heavy bleeding. Patter. Both parties hung up the phone, and Katerina and Wang Dong continued to practice the dialogue. Catalina chuckled, Hong is very smart, and doesn't mention anything that is still a bonus. Wang Dong also smiled and said, this is normal. Before, my strength was weaker than Thor, and I was called the 3rd strongest in the world, and my potential was endless. Catalina nodded, Hong has his own domain, so he knows more about the power of the 2nd domain. There are only a few spirits of plants and trees. He will certainly not offend you for this. Wang Dong, okay, let's go, Li Yao's helper should also be here, I have to help Luo Feng help out. When Wang Dong arrived, those ordinary willow trees had been dug out, and Li Yao and his team were frantically attacking the strongest golden willow tree. Wang Dong's eyesight was much better than Li Yao and the others, so he found them, but they didn't find him. Wang Dong looked at Luo Feng's location, he was nearby, motionless, thinking that he was taking the 1000-year willow heart. Seeing the development of things basically the same as the original work, Wang Dong let go and quietly lurked in the distance. Li Yao and the others killed the golden willow tree and watched Luo Feng get out of the soil to the 10,000 years willow heart until he saw it. Wang Dong decided to dispatch the fiery red meteor. Senator Fall threatened Luo Feng to hand over 10,000 years Lu Muxin. Luo Feng ran away. Senator Fall could not catch up with Luo Feng at all, and could only return to Li Yao and the others in a very embarrassing manner. Senator Fall didn't mention Luo Feng at all, but shouted, quickly, we split up and picked the spirits of plants and trees quickly. If you can't deal with it, let me know immediately. Yes. After Li Yao and others took their orders, they were about to rush into the depths of Kirishima. Suddenly, Li Yao's eyes lit up and saw Wang Dong who was rushing towards them. Li Yao's thoughts turned and he immediately shouted in English, Congressman Far, someone is coming. It is Luo Feng's good brother Wang Dong. He is a warrior on the top of the god of war. As long as he is caught, he will definitely be able to force Luo Feng. Hand over 10,000 years willow heart. Hey! Senator Far turned his head and banged, like a rocket, flying towards Wang Dong. Li Yao quickly agitated the original energy and shouted in the direction of Luo Feng's escape, Luo Feng, your good brother Wang Dong is here, come back and hand over 10,000 years Lu Muxin. Li Yao's words formed a rolling sound wave, covering most of the islands. Luo Feng's flying movements shook suddenly, and he quickly looked at his locator. Sure enough, Wang Dong's direction was the same as Li Yao and the others. Asshole! Luo Feng clenched his teeth without any hesitation, and immediately turned around and hurried towards Wang Dong's position. Luo Feng flew high and looked far away, and saw Senator Fall's fiery red meteor leaping to a small black spot. Luo Feng couldn't see who that person was, but there was a feeling in the dark that was Wang Dong. Luo Feng was extremely anxious, and desperately urged the shield under his feet to rush over there. Wang Dong's eyes were much better than those in the audience. When he saw everyone rushing towards him that day, he stopped running and waited in place. Call out! The first to rush was Senator Far, who was like a meteor. He was floating in the air with a trace of flame wrapped around him. He looked down on Wang Dong arrogantly, and said coldly, You are Wang Dong, cooperate with me, let Luo Feng hand over Wanyan Liamu's heart, and I will keep you safe. Wang Dong raised his head and looked up at Far, with a faint smile on his face. Instead of responding to Far, he asked inexplicably, is it great to stand in the sky and look down on others? Hey! Far frowned, tilted his head, glanced at Luo Feng who was about to rush, and said sharply, Wang Dong, don't play tricks. You are just an ordinary god of war pinnacle warrior. Even if you have the boring title of the one closest to a member, don't think that you have anything great. I tell you, even the strongest god of war, when you meet a member, you are also an ant. The difference with the elephant. Yes. The smile on Wang Dong's face was even brighter. For some reason, Far saw the smile on Wang Dong's face, and his heart suddenly grew furry. Far stared down at Wang Dong, but heard him say, do you know that this kind of talking to others with your head up is really uncomfortable? As Wang Dong's words entered Far's ears word by word, Farna's lowered head was also raised bit by bit, until it became looking up. Because, when Wang Dong was talking, his body was slowly floating until it was higher than Far. You surpassed the god of war. Far was frightened and yelled in surprise. Hey! Wang Dong didn't answer. He scratched his head and said in confusion, although I am looking down on you now, why does it always feel a little different? Oops! Suddenly, there was a warning bell in Far's mind without warning. Far did not hesitate, instinctively believed in his sixth sense. And instantly urged the original energy with all his strength to leave this place. It is a pity that after he made a huge vortex condensed by light and surrounded him, Far felt that he was like a mortal who had strayed into the vortex, unable to control his movements at all. Boom! When Wang Dong thought about it, Far, trapped in the field, was like a meteor falling, and was tragically pressed against the ground in a big shape by an unstoppable force. Wang Dong looked down at Far and smiled satisfied, one is in the sky and the other is on the ground. This kind of looking down is right. Chapter 40, Babata, Missed Opportunity. P.S. Modify the previous article. Wang Dong only encountered 2 king-level monsters and killed them in Australia. Originally, he found 7 monsters and killed 2. Later, after thinking about it, Wang Dong's combat power is comparable to Thor, and then he will be released. Level monsters were too unreasonable, so I changed them. The following text. What? The sudden change directly scared everyone present. Isn't Wang Dong the pinnacle of god of war? Has he become an existence beyond the of war? And what did he do? Without moving anything, he smashed Senator Far, who was also an existence beyond the of war, to the ground? Am I dazzled? Or is reality too terrible? Li Yao and his party stopped by coincidence and began to doubt their lives. This is, what kind of power? Fall tried his best to move his body, but found it was only in vain. His face flushed, and he finally squeezed out such a sentence of Chinese English from between his teeth. Shut up! Talking nonsense will kill you. With Wang Dong's murderous words, the light in the domain also emits a sharp light. When Fulton was trapped in it, he felt a burning sensation all over his body, and he was so frightened that he didn't dare to make any more movements. Fujiko. Luo Feng's voice came from far and near, accompanied by bursts of air breaking, a dark shadow cut across the sky, and a sudden break stopped right in front of Wang Dong. Luo Feng looked at Wang Dong who was standing in the sky with shining eyes, and asked in surprise, Dongzi, have you become an existence beyond the god of war? Yet. Wang Dong nodded, looking at Luo Feng who was excited to say something. Wang Dong interrupted, if you have anything to say, go back, someone is coming. Boom! Before Luo Feng could react, the air suddenly vibrated. A fuchsia streamer almost blinked and stopped beside Wang Dong. It was a fuchsia triangle fighter plane. In terms of appearance, this streamlined triangular fighter was almost exactly the same as the fighter Hong took the last time, except for the color difference. Wow! The hatch opened automatically. 2 human figures flew out of it, and the fighter automatically closed the hatch and hovered in mid-air. Grown-ups! Unexpectedly, the first thing the two people did after they were suspended in the air was to bow their heads and salute like Wang Dong. Ignoring Luo Feng, who was stunned next to him, Wang Dong looked like he had expected it, and said with a faint smile, "Oh? It seems that Brother Hong told you about me." "Brother Hong? Brother? Wang Dong and Hong Ping are equal brothers?" "Wang Dong and Hong are brothers. Wang Dong and I are brothers, so what should I call Hong?" Luo Feng felt that his three views were a bit broken, and his mind was not so good. Unlike Luo Feng, who was dumbfounded over there, the two people who came to the Extreme Martial Arts Museum, the Inspector Lu with flowing hair and the guard Bing Shan with golden masks, naturally replied, "Yes, before we come, the museum owner confessed to us specifically, saying that you are the third strongest in the world, so let us not neglect you." Yet, Wang Dong nodded very generously, and said with a smile, "Brother Hong is interested. You are here to gather the spirits of plants and trees, go, no one will disturb you." The two Bing Shan glanced at Far, who was firmly pressed on the ground, their hearts were shaken, and they looked at each other, and they both saw the horror in the eyes of Counter. "Yes." The two hurriedly lowered their heads to cover up their violent mood swings. After that, the iceberg quickly flew to the distance, closed his eyes to detect the location of the spirit of grass and trees, and flew into the interior of Kirishima. Inspector Lu was originally here to contain others and create opportunities for Bingberg, but with Wang Dong suppressing Far here, Inspector Lu had no use for him, so he had to float on the side to speak with Wang Dong and Luo Feng. "What? Li Yao and the others? No one cares about them, thank goodness. What's the matter with them?" Inspection Envoy Lu is very good at being a human being, and he feels like a spring breeze between conversations, especially when facing Wang Dong and Luo Feng. One is the strongest spiritual teacher genius, the other is the strongest genius in Hengshui. With his deliberate friendship, the three people talked happily. Then, it was the event that the iceberg in the original book found Mo Yunteng and was hunted down. The only difference is that although Bingberg was chased and killed very embarrassed, he was not forced to use his life-saving trick, because Wang Dong took the shot and trapped the 6 long vines by using the domain. "Thank you, sir." Bing Shan looked at the crazily twisted Longteng in the field, and was afraid for a while, and quickly thanked him. Wang Dong calmly dealt with it and said, "Leave quickly. After I fight with it, I may not be able to take care of you." "Yes." The iceberg turned into a streamer and got into the smart fighter plane. Wang Dong mobilized the domain, besieging the 6 vines of Mo Yunteng, feeling the power in it, silently thinking. This Moyanteng is a 5th-tier travel star. With my current strength, killing this Moyanteng does not seem to be a problem. Now what I need to choose is, should I kill it? Or conquer it like Hong Wat? Or leave it to Hong? First of all, get rid of the thought of leaving it to Hong. After Hong gets this Moyun vine, the only effect is to kill the Kirishima Beast King afterwards. I couldn't let the Beast King be killed by others, pass. If you accept it, it doesn't seem to be a shit. According to Babata's words, this Moyun vine is free-range and has no future. It has long been abandoned, pass. Then there is only one choice left. Looking at the remaining 10 vines from a distance, Wang Dong burst into killing intent. Killing a Tier 5 monster is 31,250 points of experience, which is enough to raise my level to Tier 4. Hong is just Tier 6 planetary star. At Tier 4, I, with dual domains, are enough to suppress Hong. The title of the strongest on Earth is right in front of you, let's do it. The decision was certain, and Wang Dong immediately took action. I saw that his whole body suddenly burst into light, and in this light that was dazzling than the sun, the tops of the 6 trapped vines melted like ice and snow. Wang Dong could have rioted in an instant, pushing him straight towards the roots of Mo Yunteng. Mo Yunteng angrily waved 16 vines, and frantically pulled it towards Wang Dong's body. But Wang Dong didn't care at all, and he opened the domain to purify and melt the vines that entered the domain. Just as Wang Dong flew towards the roots of Mo Yun vine, a secret wave swept over his body, and he didn't even know anything. Underground, inside the meteorite star, Babita looked at the results of the scan and yelled. "Oh my god! What did I see?" A warrior with a second-order planetary star comprehended the second light field. "Genius, this is definitely a genius." Babita snarled frantically, but suddenly, it held its head in pain and snarled toward the screen. Why? Why? Why is the brain width of this genius only 5? This shows that he is destined to be a spiritual teacher in this life. Oh my god! Why should I discover such a genius, but can't inherit the inheritance of the boss at all? Babita is going crazy. The second-tier planetary star comprehends the genius of the second-level domain, and even Hu Yanbo, the master of meteor star, has never heard of it, which shows how enchanting it is. Ran an egg. Hu Yanbo is a spiritual teacher, and his inheritance has nothing to do with Wang Dong, a spiritual teacher insulator. It is impossible to make Wang Dong a direct disciple of Hu Yanbo, but let him learn from those immortal servants. The secret? Joke. If you accept Wang Dong as a named disciple, you can learn other secrets, but Babita keeps in mind the will of the master of meteorite. Until a suitable personal disciple is found, meteorite will not be born. Otherwise, why didn't Babita in the original work attract Hong as a named disciple of meteor star when Hong conquered Mo Yun Teng? Babita also said that Hong is also a super genius in the realm of star comprehension. Chapter 41, The Strongest Name on Earth. Ding! The player kills the 5th order Moyanteng of the travel star and gains 31,250 experience. Ding! Congratulations to players for upgrading. Ding! Congratulations to players for upgrading. On the ground at the roots of Mo Yun vine, 3 consecutive beeping sounds sounded in Wang Dong's mind. He was sitting on a vine and grasped the soaring energy in his body in the blink of an eye. System, you know. Name, Wang Dong, Katarina. Race, human, Zerg. Occupation, warrior, illusionist. Level, 1 to 4 levels, 20250/100000. Skills, Jingxi LV2, 0/100 million. Immortal Human Body Max. The planetary star ranks 4th. Wang Dong sighed. In the planetary stars, each level is 4 times the power gap. Hong is the 6th order planetary star and the 1st domain and unknown power amplitude. It can beat the thunder with the 7th order power amplitude of the planetary star and the 7-fold power amplitude. Then the 4th level of our travel star plus 18 times the force, and the 2nd level, the amplitude of the light 18 times force, has exceeded the 6th level of the planet star, and it can basically be confirmed that we can win over Hong. Ding! Congratulations to the players for triggering a random challenge mission and defeating the star-rated boss Hong. Victory reward, title The Strongest on Earth. Wang Dong's body slowly straightened and floated. He looked at a small blood-red spot in the distant sky, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The strongest on Earth. Call out. Accompanied by a sharp sound of breaking through the air, Hong's blood-red exclusive plane stopped in front of Wang Dong. Hong Fei got out of the cabin door and frowned slightly when he looked at the remains of Mo Yun vine on the ground. Wang Dong, was this Mo Yun Teng killed by you? Wang Dong nodded and said, yes. Oh. Hong sighed, it's a pity. Then, Hong explained to Wang Dong, according to the information I got from ancient civilization sites, this is a cosmic creature called Moyanteng, which can actually be subdued and has many magical uses. I wanted to see if I could subdue it, but I didn't expect. Hong shook his head, looking quite a pity. Actually, there is nothing to be a pity. Wang Dong said. Hey! Hong looked at Wang Dong suspiciously. Wang Dong smiled confidently and said truthfully and falsely, I have a special ability to obtain energy from the plant life that was killed. After I killed the mowing vine just now, I drew massive amounts of energy from its body. Let myself break through several times. Hey! Hong looked at Wang Dong with a shocked look, and asked in surprise, can you absorb plant energy? Is it a talent for you to wake up after breaking through the planet? Travel star. Wang Dong pretended to be puzzled. Hong went on to give Wang Dong a piece of knowledge about the star level, and then said meaningfully, you said you have broken through several times. I don't know which star level you are now. Wang Dong tilted his head, pretended to think, smiled, and said, according to you, I should be tier 4 now. Hiss. Hong took a breath, making the air here a little bit cooler. Hong looked at Wang Dong with complicated eyes, and sighed, the 4th order planetary star, plus the 2nd level domain, maybe you are better than me. Really? Wang Dong was non-committal, looking at Xiang Hong's eyes, full of eagerness to try. If you don't try, who knows? Feeling the fighting spirit from Wang Dong's body, Hong Hu felt passionate, and said boldly, ha ha ha, I have been invincible on the earth for too long, let's have a try. Wang Dong is not surprised by Hong's challenge. If Hong avoids and does not fight, then he is underestimating his invincible state of mind, but... Wang Dong glanced at Far and the other 3 counselors in the distance. The 3 counselors had come before, but after hearing about Wang Dong from Far, he didn't dare to lean forward at all, just staying far away. Wait and see here. Wang Dong's meaning is very simple. There are still people watching over there. Wouldn't it be bad if you were seen by Hong Zanfei? But what kind of belly Hong is, doesn't care about such trivial matters, smiles indifferently, and said, what if others see it? My generation of warriors is vigorous with victory or defeat, and magnanimous with defeat. Hong flipped his hand, and a spear flew from the fighter plane into his hand. He exclaimed with high spirits, today, let them testify whether Hong is still invincible in the world, or the strongest name has shifted. Come on, fight! Good! Wang Dong, no longer hypocritical, drew his shadow saber, and shouted violently, be careful! Laugh! In an instant, the two activated the domain almost at the same time, and Hong's whole body instantly emitted a dazzling light, even the light was distorted. But Wang Dong is even more exaggerated. If Hong's light is dazzling, then Wang Dong's side is a great light. The light that was purer than everything eroded and swallowed Hong's light. Hong tried to block it, but it was in vain. In the end, this person was surrounded by Wang Dong's domain. For the first time in his life, Hong Ping felt the feeling of being surrounded by someone else's domain. In an instant, he seemed to have a feeling of sympathy with Thor, who had been bloodied by his domain. This distorted, muddy feeling of powerlessness, is this how Thor feels in the realm? There was only a moment of distracting thoughts. Hong Lima put aside these useless thoughts and stirred up the original energy of his whole body, hoping to defeat Wang Dong with his 6th order body and original energy. As long as Wang Dong is defeated, the domain will not be attacked by itself. Unfortunately. What is the field? Normally, it is something that an ordinary domain master can comprehend. The gap in each domain can even affect or even change the balance of the two domain masters. Where can the mere gap between the two planetary stars resist? Every time Hong took a strenuous step forward, Wang Dong took a step back easily, and at the same time the manipulation of the domain crazily eroded the original energy that Hong used to protect his body. When Hong found out that his original energy had consumed more than half and Wang Dong was still out of reach, he gave up. Hong took the gun and stood, looking at Wang Dong with a complex expression, shock, vicissitudes, and a kind of heartfelt relief. You won. Hong said frankly. Wang Dong closes the sword and clasps his fists. Come on. Ding. Congratulations to the player for defeating Hong Kong, the 6th order warrior of the Travel Star, and gaining 156,250 experience points. Ding. Congratulations to players for upgrading. Ding. Congratulations to the players for defeating Hong, completing random challenge tasks, and winning the title The Strongest on Earth. The Strongest on Earth. Category, Title. Effect, won the glory of the strongest on the earth. As the strongest on the earth, how can you die in namelessness? After being attacked by an instant death attack, it is mandatory to retain a little life, and 100-fold attack can be exploded. 2. The reputation of the strongest. As the strongest on earth, he naturally has a breathtaking vibe. People whose willpower is lower than the player's current level cannot be disrespectful when facing the player. 3. The power of the strongest. As the strongest on earth, naturally there is unmatched power. Physical fitness and mental power doubled after wearing. 4. The talent of the strongest. To be the strongest on earth, one must have the strongest talent. Speed of acquiring various experiences *2. 5. The arrogance of the strongest. In the face of powerful challengers on the earth, the strongest on the earth disdains the help of external forces. When fighting a terrestrial person who is not lower than the player's level 3, Effect 1, Effect 2, and Effect 3 are invalid. Description: the title of the strongest in the endless dimension. Whether you are the strongest in the universe or invincible in ancient and modern times, the strongest on earth will always be the strongest. Note: this title only belongs to the strongest earthlings, and disappears after being defeated by other earthlings. Rejecting qualified earth challengers without a valid reason is regarded as surrendering, and this title disappears. Not repeatable. P.S. Today is this chapter. Chapter 42, I and number 039, am invincible. I'm invincible. This is Wang Dong's only feeling after seeing the title of Earth Strongest. The first effect can ensure that Wang Dong will not be afraid of being attacked by foreign races in the future, greatly improving his survivability. The second effect can be like the Overlord color in One Piece to clean up the minions, and it is very convenient to spawn and level up. The third effect can perfectly solve the disadvantages of the average level of the current level, and even win. Effect 4 can speed up your growth rate. The only debuff effect is 5, and the solution is also very simple as long as one's hard power is always stronger than Luo Feng. I have surpassed Luo Feng for a long time, and I will continue to maintain it in the future. Wang Dong? Wang Dong! Wang Dong recovered his mind, looked at Hong who softly called himself, smiled and said, "Brother Hong, I'm sorry, I just thought about something. What are you talking about?" Hong gave Wang Dong a weird look and repeated his own words, I intend to announce to the whole world that you will become the first speaker. What do you think? Wang Dong pretended to be thinking, but actually asked in his mind, System, do I have any tasks, benefits, etc. after I become the first speaker? Ding! No. In reality, Wang Dong smiled and said, Big brother, no need. I don't have that Xiangxin. I still have a long way to go. I feel that there is not enough time to practice every day. How can Xiangxin manage the affairs of the world? The important tasks of the first speaker and the second speaker should be borne by you and Thor. Hong nodded, not surprising to Wang Dong's answer. He had investigated Wang Dong's resume a long time ago, and can only use one word to describe it, Wu Qi. Since becoming a warrior, in addition to killing monsters, cats practice various secret arts at home, and he can be called the ultimate otaku in the world of warriors. This is a pure martial idiot. Hong stopped reluctantly, and instead said, Then become the third speaker? Enjoy the same treatment as me and Thor. Yes. Dong nodded, and then smiled, but in this way, my Jiangnan City supervisory envoy can no longer be a job. Hong laughed and teased, You have become the strongest on earth, do you still care about that position? It just so happens that your brother Luo Feng has also become the spiritual teacher of the of War Peak, can be called the of War Invincible, and he should also graduate from the elite training camp. Up. I estimate that 80% of him will go out to be a supervisory officer, just in time you step down and let him take over. If you really want to be an official, how about condescending to be my deputy director? Wang Dong smiled, You can be, but if I, the third speaker, be your deputy director, the salary can be higher. Brother, you have a lot of babies. You kid. Hong couldn't help but punch Wang Dong. Waiting will let you pick whatever you want. Then I will thank you in advance. Wang Dong and Hong's words were not small, but they didn't use the original energy, and they didn't spread too far, making the four afar in the distance look bewildered. With the strength of their planetary crane tail, naturally the results of the competition between Wang Dong and Hong cannot be seen. In their eyes, Hong and Wang Dong suddenly lit up, each took out their weapons and compared them. After Hong flew a few meters forward and Wang Dong flew a few meters back, the two suddenly put away their weapons and talked about the sky. Up. Falji is a monk Zhang Er, confused, neither dared to join in the fun, nor reconciled to leave like this. Their waiting was not in vain. After Hong and Wang Dong talked for a while, Hong invited Wang Dong to return to Hongning City in the blood-red fighter plane. The four afar watched the blood-red fighters leave, glanced at each other, and were about to enter Kirishima excitedly to continue collecting the spirits of plants and trees. But just when they wanted to set off, the iceberg didn't know where to fly back from. A few. Bingberg flew to the four afar, passing Hong's order indifferently. The museum owner has an order, and the vines are the spoils of Wang Dong, the deputy master of my extreme martial arts gym, and the vegetation on the entire Kirishima island. The spirits also belong to Wang Dong's deputy director, so no one else is allowed to move. After finishing speaking, Bing Shan didn't even bother with the four counselors, and flew to the depths of Kirishima on his own, intending to continue collecting the spirits of plants and trees. The four afar glanced at each other again, and they all saw the resentment and unwillingness in the eyes of others, but after cursing a few words one after another, they could only leave dingy. Hong's words, on the entire earth, except Wang Dong, no one dared to disobey. Hongning Base City, Hong's giant spaceship base camp, reception room. Wang Dong Hong sat cross-legged. Hong laughed and said, Wang Dong, this time your spoils totaled 148 spirits of plants and trees and wreck of Moyun vine. Do you want to keep them for yourself or exchange other things with me? So many. Wang Dong was a little surprised. Yet, Hong explained, after we left, I asked Bingberg to search the entire Kirishima. These 148 plant spirits were collected inside Kirishima, together with the Moyun vine you killed. Counted as your trophy. Wang Dong said happily and politely, Brother Hong, you are too generous, it's useless for me to ask for so much. Except for keeping a few as collectibles, let me donate the rest to the martial arts hall. It doesn't have to be this way. Hong smiled gently, unruly, there is no radius. Our extreme martial arts gym has its own reward and punishment system. Even if you contribute to the martial arts gym, it will be converted into the corresponding star value. Star value. Wang Dong pretended not to know. Hong explained the star value, and then with a big wave of his hand, a huge three-dimensional virtual projection appeared in mid-air. You trophies can be converted into a total of 500 star points. You can see what is needed in these items. Wang Dong took a look. All the items were divided into categories such as cheats, fighters, battle clothes, weapons, and elixir. He didn't need to look carefully, and said directly, why is this difficult? The Black God suit comes first, and then you give me all these cheats. By the way, none of your cheats are the only ones, right? You. Hong was taken aback, shook his head with a smile, okay, all cheats have a backup, no problem, a total of 130 stars. Then, Hong asked curiously, but don't you have a black suit? Who else do you want to give to? Wang Dong smiled and said, I found a genius a few days ago, this is for her. She. Hong said with a teasing smile, it's Catalina, right? Is she really such a genius? Is it worth your investment? Wang Dong was not surprised that Hong knew about Katarina's news. It was about Wang Dong. Zhejadao couldn't fail to report to the upper side before handling the identity information for Katerina. Wang Dong smiled mysteriously. Brother Hong, Carter is a rare illusionist type of spiritual teacher genius. Believe me, she will surprise you in the future. From the remains of ancient civilization, Hong also knows that spiritual teachers are divided into illusionists and masters, so there is no doubt as to what illusionist spiritual teachers are. Really? Hong's eyes lit up. How about then Luo Feng? Wang Dong thought for a while, and implicitly said, I don't know if I compare with Luo Feng, but her talent is by no means weaker than mine. The interest in Hong's eyes is even stronger. I have a chance to bring me Kong Kong. Okay. Chapter 43, Catalina and number 039, S configuration. After putting Katerina's affairs down temporarily, Hong continued to discuss with Wang Dong the exchange of goods. Wang Dong, since you said that Katerina is a psychic genius, then you must be very interested in these things. Hong waved his hand again, and the dense list of items on the virtual screen disappeared, leaving only 3 items floating in the air: Cheats Basics of the Spiritual Teacher, Cheats Soul Silence, Weapon Mirage. You have the cheats. Mirage is worth 35 stars. Hong explained, the foundation of spiritual teacher training, as the name suggests, can lay a solid foundation for spiritual teacher training, which is extremely important for future development. Soul Silence is an exclusive magician's secret method I obtained from the ancient civilization relics, which can unknowingly cause the target's soul to enter a passive state until it dies. Consciousness is above the body. It is said that mourning is greater than death. When a person's consciousness thinks that he is dead, then no matter whether his body is healthy or not, he will truly die. As for the mirage, Hong pointed to the small golden shell that was slowly rotating, and said, after stimulating the mirage, it can make people fall into an illusion unconsciously. This spiritual teacher weapon was discovered in the same ancient civilization relics as the soul fan, and it belongs to the matching illusionist configuration. On the mirage alone, it is almost the strongest rank among the weapons of the spiritual teacher that I have found. Coupled with the soul fans dedicated to the soul attack, it can be called a soul killer. Hong sighed. If there is an illusionist-type spiritual teacher who steps into the star and officially becomes an illusionist, then he can even influence the Beast Kings with these things. I originally wanted to cultivate an illusion-type spiritual teacher, and then give him this set. But the illusion-type spiritual teacher is too rare. My human civilization has been too short. I have never discovered such a genius. I didn't expect one to appear, but it happened to be discovered by you. Hong looked at Wang Dong weirdly, and said with a smile, in fact, it's okay. In this way, you will be responsible for all the costs of cultivating that illusionist, which saves me a lot of trouble. It's okay. I train only me, I have money now. Wang Dong waved his hand, Big Brother Hong, I have the secrets, and I will ask for the mirage again. By the way, I want a fighter plane and a handy weapon, give me an opinion. Hong waved his hand again, and a fighter plane appeared on the screen first. It was Hong's blood-red fighter plane. This is a prehistoric class smart fighter plane, worth 60 stars. I use this one. Would you like one? Hey! Wang Dong asked curiously, do you have several prehistoric class smart fighters? I'm still planning to come to a Kyunkan class. Hong laughed, ha ha ha, in fact, this prehistoric class smart fighter is worth 50 stars, but I have some feelings with it, so I marked it at a premium. I would rather use my prehistoric class smart fighter in exchange for your 60-star value. You? Wang Dong said with a smile, no, I'd better come with a universe-class ship, otherwise others would think I'm planning a job. All right. Hong nodded and waved his hand. The fighter page disappeared, and a blood shadow war knife appeared instead. This is the first knife weapon I have obtained from the remains of ancient civilization, and it is also the strongest one so far. It is called the Blood Shadow War Knife and is worth 30 stars. I know that you use a knife, and you use the first series of the Blood Shadow War Knife series. It's a coincidence that the Blood Shadow War Knife series is modeled after this knife, and the one series Blood Shadow War Knife is completely modeled after this. It was made in the form of a planetary Blood Shadow War Knife, so this one should suit you best. Wang Dong saw this Blood Shadow War Knife at a glance, and nodded immediately. Okay, not much to say, Brother Hong, I take your love. That's right. Wang Dong suddenly thought of something and asked, Thunder God also uses knives, why is he useless? Hong explained, Thunder God's handle is weaker, but it's not bad, besides, he is used to it, so he didn't want to change it. So that's the case. Wang Dong nodded. He just asked curiously. Thor really wanted it. Since he saw it, this knife has been missed by Thor. Wang Dong thought for a while, and he didn't need anything else for the time being, so he said to Hong, Brother Hong, I don't need anything else, so let's save the remaining 290 stars. I'll talk about it when I need it. Okay. Hong said with a smile, I really suffered a lot of bleeding this time. The top weapon was missing 2 pieces at once. I only have a few pieces in total. By the way, Wang Dong, do you know the restrictions on using the Black God suit? Since you are going to give Katarina a Black God suit, she will also enter the Ruins number 9 in the future and sell the Black God suit. Our martial arts gym. No problem, but I hope I can let her in as late as possible. She still needs some time to grow. Wang Dong opened his eyes and said nonsense. He didn't dare to let Catalina go to Ruins number 9, if he entered the ruins, he was discovered the identity of the Zerg Queen Mother, and was bombarded with scum? Don't even mention the 9th ruins, Wang Dong didn't want to let Babata and Katarina meet. Wang Dong asked the system, can anyone tell that he and Katarina are the same life? The system said that it is powerful enough and knowing the existence of the soul breath of 2 people at the same time can be found. Wang Dong asked again, if Wang Dong's body appears outside and Catalina hides in the miniature planet in the Danshan, can someone who is too much stronger than himself find Catalina directly? This time the system is very positive, absolutely no existence can be found. Because when it is hidden in the body, it is essentially stored in the system. Only the player can find a little abnormality in the energy pool. Other existences will feel the abnormality and will not contact Katarina. But Wang Dong looked at it and asked again, is it Katarina's Zerg Queen race that is more likely to be spotted? Or is the connection between the two easier to discover? Guess what the system says? Players are invited to explore on their own. I explore you ghost. Needless to say, the instruments on the meteorite can at most detect that the race except Katarina is the Zerg Queen. It is basically impossible to find the relationship between Katarina and Wang Dong. How can Wang Dong dare to take risks? Let's delay it for another 2 years. When the meteorite star is born and the Golden Horn Behemoth arrives, who cares about the Black God suit? In fact, even Wang Dong didn't plan to go to the 9th ruins. Don't look at Luo Feng making a lot of money after entering, but Wang Dong is a warrior. As a martial artist, it is destined to be impossible to get the attention of Meteor Star, so why waste that time? When you have time, practice your skills. Are you going to brush a few to blame him for not being good? P.S. Sorry, I originally planned to publish this chapter last night. I won't say anything else. Today I'm more apologetic. Chapter 44, The Third Speaker? Shock the world. After talking to Hong for a while, Luo Feng and others came to redeem the rewards. Wang Dong watched Luo Feng exchange for Tizot and other items all the way, but he was thinking. Luo Feng has also gotten Dun Tizot. When he comes out of the 9th ruins and masters the first level of Dun Tizot, he will reach the pinnacle of the apprentice level. Then he can challenge him. The system has also said that if the challenge task this time is successful, the reward will be more than experience. I don't know what I can give you. It's better to give some stronger skills or better equipment. If you can't, you can give some money. It's about to enter the universe, and I don't have any money. I really feel a little guilty. Just when Wang Dong wanted to get into trouble, Hong Yet and Luo Feng were talking about graduating from the elite training camp. So, Luo Feng, do you choose to stay at the headquarters? Or choose to send out to serve as a supervisor? Hong said gently, by the way, Wang Dong is now the deputy director of our extreme martial arts gym, and he is no longer serving as the supervisory envoy of Jiangnan City. Luo Feng's eyes lit up. He knew that Wang Dong had become an existence beyond the god of war. He was not surprised that he had stepped down as a supervisor, but the deputy director of the museum. Luo Feng was a little surprised. Hong had 8 star powers under his team. How could Wang Dong be the deputy director of the museum? No matter how you look at it, the strength of the deputy director is much higher than that of any inspector or personal guard. Yes. Hong laughed, Wang Dong is the first genius of my human beings since Nirvana. Just after breaking through, I have already shown unparalleled strength. Even I am willing to bow down to the wind. But he doesn't like vulgar things, so that's why. Condescend to be my deputy director. What? Luo Feng was completely shocked. The curator, you mean Dongzi? No, Wang Dong is better than you. Seeing Luo Feng's appearance of seeing a ghost, Wang Dong smiled triumphantly, crazy man, calm down, don't be six. What this said was that Hong Du couldn't help but roll his eyes. Well, Luo Feng, don't worry about Wang Dong's affairs anymore. You will talk in private later. Tell me now, what is your decision? Luo Feng still chose the Jiangnan City supervisor. After that, Luo Feng and Wang Dong took their new cars and flew all the way back to Minjiao community. On that Kunkan class smart fighter, Wang Dong got the Black God suit, Miracle, and Blood Shadow war knife he had exchanged. As for the secrets, Hong had sent them to Wang Dong's account through the Palace of the Gods of War. Wang Dong knew that Hong had left behind on these smart fighters and could monitor every move inside. So Wang Dong didn't call Catalina out, but was playing with the Blood Shadow war knife over and over. The Blood Shadow war knife has 6 forms. The first is available with 5 times the amplitude, the second with 10 times the amplitude, and the third with 15 times the amplitude. However, when it comes to the 4th stage, not only requires 20 times the amplitude, but also requires stars. Class of original energy. I can use the first 3 layers now. This Blood Shadow war knife is also a constant star primitive weapon. It is too low. When I reach the constant star, I can enter the universe to change weapons long ago. Chant. In fact, this is the icing on the cake. My strongest right now is the existence of domains that shouldn't appear in planetary stars. By the way, those cheats. Wang Dong directly realized that he had entered the Palace of the Gods of War to learn those secrets. As for the safety issue, he didn't worry much. Now his one-hearted dual purpose has made small achievements. After his consciousness enters the Palace of War God, he can still retain a part of his consciousness to observe the outside world. After entering the room of the God of War, he found a lot of cheats of various thicknesses. Wang Dong walked over, put his hand on the secret book, and muttered to the system silently, "System, can you learn it all at once?" Ding! It has been detected that the player has obtained a large number of cheats, all have been learned. Wang Dong opened his skill bar, good guy, it was almost full. Skills, Martial Artist, Pure World, Immortal Human Body, Phoenix Flying Attack, Electric Light Flint. Illusion, Soul Silence, Dream, Magic Eye. Wang Dong has too many skills now, so the system directly divides him into 2 occupations. In the illusion system, except for the soul, other skills are built in the basics of mental teachers and belong to the first start. Small skills at the full level. As for the original basic illusion, I don't know which small skill to advance into for a long time. At this point, Catalina has enough skills to avoid the embarrassment of an illusionist who has to appear as the master. Wang Dong's focus is of course the Soul Ji recommended by Hong Dali. Soul Silence, a total of 3 levels, the current level is 1/100 million, which can force the target soul into a downturn, or even die directly in severe cases. The damage suffered by the target depends on the difference between the player's consciousness and the target's will. Looking at this experience value, at a lower level, it is actually not weaker than Jingxi, but the upper limit of the level is slightly lower. According to the original manual of Soul Ji by Hong Ji, the first level of the soul needs to be 10 times, the second level is 20 times, and the third level is 30 times. In other words, Catalina can increase the amplitude of her mind power to 30 times by virtue of this trick. In fact, what Wang Dong wants most is to increase the number of flying knives in the basics of the spiritual teacher, that is, the method to increase the amplitude of mind power. Unfortunately, in the eyes of the system, this does not seem to be a skill. Fortunately, there is still Soul Silence, which can increase the amplitude of thought power, and Soul Silence is enough for Katarina to practice for a while. After Luofeng gets the inheritance of the meteorite star, can he come again? No loss. Generally speaking, the illusion system skills are quite satisfactory, but the martial arts system is here. It's a loss. It's a loss. There isn't even a single useful thing. Looking at those skills, Wang Dong couldn't help but feel disappointed. Among those new skills, the strongest is the Phoenix Flying Strike. Its level is not low, with an initial experience of 100 million and a full level of 5, but his final effect is also poor. According to the explanation, its strongest effect is just the flame power that condenses the whole body, emitting 39 times the power. Not only the amplitude of the force is far lower than the level 5 of the pure world, but it does not even mention the domain. The only effect is to add a fire attribute to Wang Dong's original energy, which is better than nothing. This strongest skill has already stretched the hips in this way, do you expect anything else? In fact, this is the normal state in the universe. These cheats are all planetary stars, constant stars, and amazingly cosmic level secrets. How many planetary stars, constant stars, and universe-level comprehension fields are there in the universe? At least none of these forces fell on the Earth. However, there is a saying that through these various skills, Wang Dong's original ability can gather together the 8 attributes of golden wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and light. It has no effect, it's just fun. And while Wang Dong was studying these secrets, a news from Hong shocked the world. Wang Dong, the deputy director of the existing Extreme Martial Arts Hall and the strongest man on the earth, serves as the 3rd chairperson of the God of War, with the same authority as the 1st and 2nd chairpersons. The original 3rd chairperson and below will automatically step back 1. Hereby inform. As soon as this news came out, there was an uproar in the world. Chapter 45, Finish. What? The former 3rd speaker, Bingxiu the Great, was drinking precious champagne. Seeing this news, he spouted all the champagne and floated into the sky with ice mist. The great ice and snow immediately logged into the palace of the gods of war, and sure enough, his 3rd speaker had been demoted to the 4th speaker. The great ice and snow exited the palace of the gods of war with a gloomy expression. That Wang Dong? The genius who claims to be the closest to a member of parliament? He broke through? But the 3rd speaker? The deputy director? Or the strongest man on earth? Hong is crazy. The great Bingxiu stood up suddenly, he knew Wang Dong's information, and immediately wanted to fly over to test Wang Dong's fineness, but before leaving the house, his cold instinct cooled his head. Even an arrogant person like Hong has personally admitted that Wang Dong is the strongest man on earth. What if I go to him to challenge and be beaten to death? When I face Hong, I don't even have room to resist. If this Wang Dong is really stronger than Hong, am I going to die? Let other fools go. Bingxiu the Great returned to the sofa and immediately called the President of the United States. Hey, I want all the information about China Wang Dong, the more the better. Coincidentally, there are no longer a few who choose to wait and see like the Binxue Great, and it can even be said that all the councillors have made such a choice. Especially on the EU side, with Far's propaganda, all the high-level officials have a general understanding of Wang Dong's strength, whether he is stronger than Hongqiang or not, at least 10,000 times stronger than ordinary lawmakers like them. As for parliamentarians from other regions, the reason why they did not act is also very simple. This is the news released by Hong. If you think you are better than Hong, then try it. However, if you die, you are really dead in vain. No one dared to touch Hong's mold before, so no one now dared to disobey Wang Dong, who is the strongest man on earth. It was Raytheon. After receiving the news, he immediately called Hong Lai to seek truth. After hearing Hong's introduction to Wang Dong and knowing that Wang Dong had a second domain, he immediately wilted. Ha ha ha, I can't even handle Hong brother your first domain, let alone your second domain. He is the strongest man on earth, I admit it. In this way, in a strange silence, Wang Dong returned home steadily. Back home, it is truly safe. Wang Dong summoned Catalina, first asked her to recognize the black suit, and then asked her to study the palm-sized golden shell mirage. Mirage needs a spiritual teacher to use, so Wang Dong didn't study it on the plane to understand it, but Catalina figured it out as soon as he got it. The mirage is similar to Luo Feng's Dun Tianzhuo. They are divided into 3 layers. Each layer is divided into 3 layers. The first layer and the first layer are the mind power amplitude of 12, which can be practiced. After that, the mind power amplitude required for each layer increases by 6. I am now Dunian force amplitude is 20, you can use the first 2. There are 2 functions of mirage. The most important one is to create illusions. The higher the number of layers it stimulates, the more realistic the illusion created. Attention, what mirage creates is a mirage-like illusion, which is reflected in reality. Even Hong's infinite mind may be misled. After all, Hong's mind is strong, and it only guarantees that the illusion that invades his mind is invalid. Like this kind of distorted reality, his mind does not have that much effect. At best, it makes it easier for him to find flaws. As for the second function, it has 12 sharp blades hidden inside. They can be used to kill the enemy. They can be unified or scattered. There is no matching secret method, which saves the trouble of finding offensive weapons. Well, not bad. Wang Dong nodded and said calmly, after all, the weapon secrets are just trails. Once we understand them, we can use them. Our main task now is to practice those skills that can bring improvement. Amplitude of force. Field. Even law. This is what we need to do now. Catalina went on to say. Speaking of skills, this Zerg Queen is different from humans, and the planet stars don't have a talented skill or something, but I don't know if there is no other talent because of the heaven-defying skill of hatching the Zerg, or the system is blocking it. Up. Wang Dong curled his lips and said, ask the system is concealed, it is probably blocked by the system, and it will only be revealed when changing jobs in the future. In order to add gameplay, the old game makers are now. Okay, let's not talk nonsense, it's time to practice skills. After August 16th, we will proceed to the next step. August 16th, an ordinary day, but for Luo Hua, this is his new life. Standing on the balcony, Wang Dong watched Luo Fengdi slip a small box and came to Luo Hua, and at the same time a prompt sound that made him eager to see also sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the players for completing the second chapter of The God of War Luo Feng. Now the only copy of The God of War Luo Feng is open. Will the player enter? System, what is my success rate? Ding! 99%. Very good, enter. A white light flashed in front of him, and it was Wang Dong and Katarina who appeared in the copy space. The two looked at each other. Oh? This is the team copy? Interesting. But Wang Dong embraced his arms and took a step back. Today, it is Katarina's home court. One by one, the enemies that Luo Feng had encountered in Chapter 2 appeared in front of him. In the second chapter, Luo Feng encountered very few enemies, except for those opponents in the elite training camp, Li Yao and his party, and finally, the big boss Mo Yunteng. In addition to Mo Yunteng, when dealing with Li Yao's group of people, Catalina glared at her, and the target immediately collapsed until she met Mo Yunteng. Catalina looked at the 16 vines that were about to pierce the sky, and lightly patted the golden shell mirage hanging around her waist. The mirage opened a gap, and in a while, a large swath of mist was spit out. Catalina, Wang Dong, and most of the Moyun vine were all wrapped up. Following Catalina's thoughts, this mist quickly changed into a scene exactly like the copy space before, with only one difference: Wang Dong and Catalina had completely disappeared. Mo Yunteng lost its target, waving the 16 vines frantically, whipping at any place it thought might hide the space between the two. Laugh! Suddenly, a large opening was cracked at the top of a vine without warning, and Mo Yun vine was in pain, and immediately mobilized the vine whip to seal off the area, but it was in vain. In Catalina's perspective, she recklessly controlled the 12 blades cutting the vines of the Moyun vine, but because of the low attack power, it could only cause trouble to the Mo Yun vine and could not cause real damage. However, Mo Yunteng's movements became slower and slower and slower, because Catalina used soul silence on Mo Yunteng, and Mo Yunteng's soul fluctuated unconsciously and gradually declined. Following this trend, Mo Yunteng's soul would be completely stagnated after about 10 minutes. But this was too slow. Wang Dong killed Mo Yunteng at the time, but it only took less than 5 minutes. Chapter 46, The Zerg Queen was first developed. Catalina pouted her lips, and sure enough, the illusionist was the most difficult to mix up early. It's not that it's not strong. In fact, if you let Wang Dong and Katarina play against each other, there can only be one final result: Wang Dong is played to death by Katarina, but the illusionist is strong and can control the senses of the target. But it can't stand the low attack power. Because the illusionist is a long-range attack, so he can't enjoy the benefits of the domain. Except facing the weak who are too weaker than his own soul, it is difficult to directly kill the opponent with his spirit. The physical attack methods are severely inadequate. It is fine to attack humans with a crispy skin. Once faced with the rapid recovery of blood thickness of plant life or monsters that prevent high blood thickness, they can only use a knife to sharpen it. Just look at the fighting method of the Zerg Mother Emperor. First use illusions to disturb the enemy, and then gather the power of the Zerg army to kill the opponent in one fell swoop. It seems that it's time to form my own Zerg army. Catalina thought to you, and then looked at Wang Dong and said, "The experiment is over, you can start." Wang Dong and Catalina left and right, under the cover of the illusion, came to the roots of Mo Yunteng, and then opened the second light field at the same time. The two are originally one, and the fields of the two naturally complement each other and blend with each other. Although there is no increase in power, the large range of Nanyo directly surrounds the entire roots of the Moyunteng. Laugh. Under the purification of the field of light, the roots of the Moyun vine melted visible to the naked eye, and the Moyun vine howled in pain, trying to mobilize the vine to protect the roots, but its senses at this time were completely controlled by Katarina. Up becomes down, left becomes right, far becomes near. The more Mo Yunteng wanted to take back the vines, the more those vines would stretch their teeth and claws at the farthest point. Boom! With a loud noise, Mo Yunteng's body fell to the ground for the second time. Ding! Congratulations to the player for clearing the second chapter copy and getting the reward current gene multiple *2. Ding! Players will exit the instance after 3 seconds, 3, 2, 1. When his consciousness returned to reality, Wang Dong clenched his fists habitually. Strength, double. Now, the genetic multiple of the human body is 4, and Catalina's genetic multiple is impressively 40. The soul of the Zerg Mother Emperor is already extremely powerful, so at 40 times the genetic level, there is no rival on Earth. Wang Dong and Katarina glanced at each other, their eyes full of fiery, "Now, it's time to sweep the monsters around the world." Catalina covered her mouth and chuckled, "You want their experience, and I want their corpses. The planetary Zerg army, it's also very interesting to think about." Wang Dong laughed, "Ha ha ha, the golden horn beast's egg should be coming soon too. I want to see, without the king-level monster, how can it set off a wave of beasts by then?" On September 29, 2057, Luo Feng entered the ruins of Number 9 and started his prison career when he was trapped for 1 year and 3 months. What the world does not know is that on this day, the Thunder Dragon Beast Emperor, who has been miserable for decades, gave the first to this day. The process of the battle was lackluster, and Catalina was controlled by illusion skills. After the soul of the Beast Emperor fell into a downturn, Wang Dong smashed his horse and slashed the mother. Next to the huge Thunder Dragon Beast Emperor's corpse, Wang Dong quietly floats cross-legged in the sea. He is protecting Katrina. Above the corpse of the Thunder Dragon Beast Emperor, a graceful figure half-kneeled on the hideous dinosaur's head. Catalina pressed her hand on the scales of that head, and followed her silently, saying, "Build a nest." A wave of mysterious waves enveloped the corpse of the Chinese mythological dragon that was more than 1,000 meters long, and a bright white light lit up on the corpse of the Thunder Dragon. Then, the corpse of the Thunder Dragon suddenly shattered. Become countless particles, and then, under the control of Katarina, gather around her little by little to build a complex and huge nest. 80 meters in diameter. Well, compared with the 800-meter diameter of the Master Class brood, it's a little squat. Ding! Congratulations to the players for building the Zerg brood and enabling the Zerg manufacturing function. With the sound of the system prompt, a memory appeared in Katarina's mind, which was full of explanations of the various Zergs she could choose. Catalina stayed in the brood, and while carefully choosing her 3 Zerg places, she sent a message to Wang Dong. When Wang Dong thought, Catalina in the brood and the whole brood disappeared all at once. In this deep sea. Pretty. Wang Dong clenched a fist in excitement. They were worried before that, could the brood be received in the system along with Katarina? According to previous experience, the weapons and equipment worn on the body can be brought into the system. Looking at it now, the system really regards the Zerg brood as Catalina's belongings. With a movement of her mind, Catalina reappeared in reality with her mother's nest, flashed again, and disappeared again. Wang Dong thoughtfully, after staying in the brood, Catalina can only move with the brood, just like equipment. If it is carried on the body, it will be taken into the system. Separated from the brood, Catalina can also act alone, but it's not necessary. How can the brood that I have built so hard to be thrown out? What if it is ruined by the eyeless ones? However, the current brood's ability to move is too poor. Before making enough Zergs to be bearers, I should take the brood. Wang Dong put Catalina away again, first flew straight out of the sea, and then set off to fly in the direction of the other 8-clawed Beast Emperor. The location of the 2 Beast Kings is not difficult to find. There is a record in the Palace of the Gods of War. However, the reason why Hong disclosed the positions of the 2 Beast Kings was to make the God of War and the Senator avoid these 2 positions, but he did not want Wang Dong directly to block the spring water. That night, the 8-clawed Beast King died. Wang Dong's level has reached level 7, 67201500/100 million, in 1 revolution after the huge experience value of the 2 Beast Kings, and don't forget that Wang Dong also has an experience pill that can be directly upgraded to 1 level. As long as he rises to level 8, using the experience pill, he can directly go to level 9 and turn on level 2. The good news for killing the Beast King is not limited to this one. After controlling the brood and swallowing the corpse of the Octopus Beast King, Catalina also created the first batch of Zerg. There are only 3 Zergs in this batch, all of which are the strongest level that can be produced currently, that is, the 7-level planetary star, and they are also the 3 zergs that Katarina will choose to cultivate in the future. The 3 species of zerg are scarab, a kind of beetle, all the essence is on the shell on the back. It is one of the most defensive types of zerg units. Its attack power and mobility are very weak. It will be specially used to defend the brood. Shadow Gap Zerg, a slender praying mantis-shaped insect, one of the fastest Zerg units. Its attack and defense are extremely low, but it moves extremely fast, and can cooperate with each other to quickly move the brood. It will be specially used in the future for detection and brood movement. Sting Kong Zerg, an insect that looks like a seahorse, one of the strongest long-range attack units. The glass cannon is their most vivid introduction later. It will be specially used for long-range enemy. What? No melee? Put Wang Dong. Chapter 47, Turn on the second copy. Wang Dong looked at the 3 ferocious Zerg warriors, and spoke to Catalina in the lair, test their performance. Okay. Catalina's voice spread from the lair with original energy. Test the scarab defense first. Catalina manipulated the scarab to curl up, and turned the broad carapace towards Wang Dong. Wang Dong made a fist and started testing from the pure power of the 7th level peak of ordinary planetary stars. Boom! The scarab did not move. Then gradually increase the force amplitude. Double, it wasn't until 16 times that the scarab's carapace showed a dent. Wang Dong commented with satisfaction, a 7-level travel star, plus 16 times the amplitude, is basically equivalent to the pure power of a 9-level travel star. Not bad. Next, is the attack strength of the air thorn worm. Catalina manipulated the thorny worm and the scarab respectively, so that the thorny worm started from half its attack power and gradually increased the power of the original impact to attack the scarab's carapace. As a result, the strongest power of the thorn worm is basically equivalent to the pure power of the 9th level of the planetary star. Then, let the shadow worm compete with Wang Dong for speed, and the result is naturally that the shadow worm's speed is equivalent to the 9th level of the planetary star. Very good. Wang Dong was very satisfied with these 3 zergs. After specializing in a certain one, their specialties became especially obvious. At this time, Katarina also flew out of the brood and stood opposite Wang Dong. Suddenly, the 2 punched at the same time, and they actually fought, and Catalina also manipulated 3 Zerg warriors to participate in the siege of Wang Dong. After dozens of rounds of fighting between the 2 sides, they suddenly stopped, as if the previous battle did not exist. Wang Dong said coldly, "Yes, it is already possible to control 2 bodies at the same time for basic combat." Catalina said with a cold face, "It will take a while to go all out, but there are no creatures on Earth that require our all-out efforts. Wang Dong, it will take more than 2 years for the golden horn beast to be born. Before that, we could really do 2 things with 1 heart. Not to mention, whether the golden horn behemoth at that time can pose a threat to us is not certain." Up. Yet. Katarina nodded, looked at the 3 Zergs, and said, "These 3 Zerg warriors are all comparable to the 9th level of the planetary star, that is, the Beast King. The Shadow Bug provides power to the brood, and the other 2 under my control, when combined, can be comparable to a real planetary 9th level Beast King. In the ocean, whether it is minerals or king-level monsters, they are far beyond the mainland. Next, I will take the brood and go hunting in the ocean while practicing the magician skills, and you will return to the ground and be your first 3 speakers, and practice martial arts skills." Wang Dong nodded. Each level of the planetary star rating is twice the power gap. We are now at the planetary star level 7, which is 2048 times that of the planetary star level 2 plus experience gain speed 2, pass the second chapter copy gene multiple 2. As he counted, Wang Dong's heart became more and more fiery, and his voice gradually became louder. Calculated in this way, our current skill upgrade speed is 16,384 times that of the first level of the planet. Even if it is 16,000 times better, I can practice 100 million experience a day at the first level of the planetary star, and raise the net world to level 2. Now, if I go all out, I can gain 1.6 trillion experience a day. It doesn't need to say that the soul is silent, it only needs 111 million experience at the full level of the pure world, and it takes less than 20 years to complete it. What's more, when you reach level 8 and then use experience pills to increase to level 9, our strength can be increased by 4 times. Not to mention that it is possible to pass the second turn that is extremely easy. That is 4 times the strength. So, work hard. Wang Dong and Katarina looked at each other, who? After 2 beeps, one flew straight out of the sea and flew towards home, and the other entered the Zerg brood, dragged by the shadow bug, while manipulating scarabs and thorns to patrol king-level monsters. The 2 of them can't wait to become stronger. From this day on, the good days of the sea monsters have come to an end. The nest dragged by one monster and hunted by the other 2 monsters is still synonymous with death among these wise monsters. Kill it. Swallow it. Such as locusts crossing the border, fighting to feed the war. It's a wicked person. Under Wang Dong's instruction, Hong ordered the warriors all over the world not to disturb Wang Dong by Minjiao community. Thor couldn't help but come over to ask for a fight. Wang Dong wanted to make Thor rise 2 more levels before harvesting experience, but seeing his sincere act of giving away the head, Wang Dong had no choice but to beat him up. Then Raytheon went back and let out the wind. Whoever has the same body as himself is qualified to take Wang Dong's move. The 2 strongest people on the original Earth uttered one after another, causing everyone to suppress the thoughts they shouldn't have. At the same time, people became more and more curious about Wang Dong's strength. And Wang Dong has never shown his ability in front of the public. Gradually, Wang Dong's existence gradually became like a myth, mysterious, yet unattainable. 3 months after Luo Feng fell on the 9th ruins, according to practice, Luo Feng's death should be announced directly and Hong stopped it. That is, on this day, Katarina finally filled up the remaining experience of level 7 to 8 after leveling countless king-level monsters. Then Wang Dong immediately used the first rank experience pill to get his level directly to first rank 9th, and started the second rank quest. Ding! Congratulations to the player for turning 1 to full level, becoming the pinnacle of the same level, and starting a new journey. Ding! The player has opened the second round instance and can enter countless times. After success, you can complete the first round and get rich rewards. Has the second turn. At the same time, Wang Dong and Katarina looked at the shining duplicate enter button in their minds, and smiles unconsciously on their faces. The first rank mission is the strongest apprentice level cockroach on the planet. I don't know where the second rank mission is the strongest. Earth? Or is it a country in the universe? It's unlikely that it belongs to all mankind, and that would be a heavy battle with genius. Wang Dong was not in a hurry to enter the dungeon. First let Catalina hide the brood deep in the seabed to make sure that there would be no blinding things approaching, the 2 sides said silently at the same time. System, start the transfer copy. White light flashed in front of his eyes, and Wang Dong and the huge Zerg brood appeared on an empty grassland, and they landed in the Zerg brood. Shoo, hoo. Successive figures flew out of the huge brood, and finally, a total of 50 Zerg warriors appeared in front of the brood. Among these Zerg warriors, there are 10 shadow bugs, 20 scarabs and 20 stinging worms, all of which are 7-level planets. They were created by Catalina by absorbing the essence of many king-level monsters and various precious mineral veins in the past 3 months. Warrior. The Zerg warriors were all weapons of the Zerg Mother Emperor before they gave birth to their own spiritual wisdom. They were basically like robots, so they could be brought into the system copy. With 20 stinging worms, they can explode 20 times their own power, far exceeding the normal 9th level of the planetary star. Similarly, with 20 scarabs, their defensive energies are fused into one, which can defend 20 times the attack of the planetary 7-level spinner in a wide area. That's right, in terms of low-end combat power, the Zerg is such an imba. Only when it comes to high-end combat power, with the importance of comprehension of the law, the high-end Zerg warriors that can be cultivated by the Zerg Mother Emperor are at most ordinary immortal levels. Only the Zergs strongest in the universe, the Zerg Mother Emperor, can create a limited number of honors. The Zerg warrior of the class, therefore, was evened out by the other 5 pinnacle races. Chapter 48, The Law of Light. As in the second chapter copy, Wang Dong put his hands on his chest, leaning on the Zerg brood, waiting for a good show. Catalina manipulated the shadow worm to lift the Zerg brood, ready to move at any time, and then put the thornworm and scarab into a fighting state, while controlling the mirage to release the mist. At this time, the opponents of the system have also completed the battle posture. It was a sturdy man with 2 earlobes, his hands above his knees, a face like a jujube, and a leopard head and eyes, holding a Qinglong Yunyu knife, and said, "Wow! Wang Dong is full of black lines. Is this a combination of Lu Guanzhong? It must be stronger than Lu Buletin. System, where is this fairy?" Wang Dong just asked casually, but he didn't expect the system to actually answer, "Ding. This is currently the strongest planetary star in the Qunwu universe, named Tao Sanyi." Well, at least it proves that this is the strongest star of the Qunwu universe. Then, with the moment that the system's restrictions on both parties were lifted. Boom! The Thornkong insects took the lead and jointly sent out a shock wave, hitting Tao Sanyi head-on, but before the smoke dissipated, Tao Sanyi rushed out. Around him, there is a circle of light green ripples rippling slightly. Yet, let me just say, how can the entire Qunwu universe be unable to produce a few geniuses who have comprehended the realm? Judging from the intensity, it is almost a 5-fold wood realm. The 5-fold domain is not weak, it is much stronger than Hong, Thor, and Luo Feng when they were in planetary stars. But this is also normal. The Earth is a bitter and remote country. These geniuses from the outside world have a broad vision, and most of them are guided by famous teachers. They are much better than wild roads like Hong. With so many convenient conditions, the strongest planetary genius is only in the 5-fold domain, but it seems a bit too weak. In fact, this is more normal. Look at the cosmic genius battle organized by the Giant Axe Fighting Ground and the Virtual Universe Company. Either choose the constant star genius or the cosmic genius, who wants the planet genius. Normally, before becoming immortal, the higher the level, the higher the understanding, until the master level reaches its peak. If a planetary star can comprehend the realm, breaking through to a constant star will not take much effort, so what reason does someone else stay at a planetary star? But this way, it saves Katarina. I saw Katarina manipulated the mirage to hide her traces, and then quietly used the full-level soul silence. The ordinary Zerg Mother Emperor has extremely terrifying illusion skills against ordinary humans, and Catalina's gene multiple is 4 times that of the ordinary Zerg Mother Emperor. The improvement of the genetic level is all-round, that is to say, the effect of Katarina's illusion on ordinary humans is also strengthened by 4 times. The direct manifestation is that Tao Sanyi couldn't find everyone, worms, at all, so she had to fully open the domain to passively defend against the attacks of the thorn insects, but was quietly invaded by the soul, and finally the soul collapsed. Oh! Wang Dong sighed, how lonely is invincible. Ding! Congratulations to the players for passing the second turn. Get rewards of level 2 experience pill 1, skill advancement card 1. Ding! The player's level has been upgraded to 2 to 1 level. Ding! Congratulations to the players for opening the third account. Ding! Congratulations to the players for entering the second round and opening the new map Horse Dragon Star. Players can teleport and enter the new map at any time. The white light flashed, Wang Dong's main consciousness came to reality, and then he began to check his second rank reward one by one. The first is the second level experience pill. There is nothing to say, you can upgrade to 1 level at the 2nd level, and then use it when you wait for the 8th level. However, it was the skill advancement card that made Wang Dong a hard time. Wang Dong now has 2 choices, one is to advance Soul Ji, and the other is to continue to advance and cleanse the world. Wang Dong carefully considered the pros and cons of the two. If you choose Soul Silence, according to the previous experience, the full level effect of Soul Silence after advanced is 80% of the amplitude of mind power 100 times. But what if it's a pure world? Above the force amplitude is the body amplitude, and above the domain is the law. The ability of the mind power amplitude 100 times, the meteorite star and the universe are more. In comparison, the secret method that contains the law and the body amplitude is invaluable. Even in terms of value, body amplitude is much more valuable than the lower law of light. Usually speaking, one pursues body amplitude only after becoming immortal. Immortality is a complete comprehension of the existence of a lower law. My current pure world is level 7, which is 7-fold domain plus 63 times the force amplitude, and 100 times the force amplitude equals 1 times the body amplitude. The Zerg Mother Emperor's combat power mainly relies on the Worm Sea tactics. The amplitude of the thought power and the illusion are just a supplement, and it does not need to be the absolute first. So, the human body is the most important thing. Done. System, advanced to clean world. Ding. Pure world has advanced. As the system prompt sounded, suddenly, Wang Dong's eyes lit up, that was, the color of light. At this moment, Wang Dong understood the law of light. Jingxi, LV1, 0/1 Beijing, 1 Beijing equals 1 trillion, the skill of explaining the law of light origin, and mixing some secret methods to increase the amplitude of the body. After mastering it completely, you can become an immortal by it. And master 9 times the body amplitude. Wang Dong slammed his fist, and 100 times the force amplitude, equal to 1 times the body amplitude, exploded. Wang Dong grinned and smiled silently, I am right. The first Baron in this cosmic genius battle was just a little more understanding of the laws of space. What if you don't get the skills that contain the laws of time or space in the future? As long as you train Jingxi to level 4, 5, and 6, relying on at least 44% of the law of light, you can still become the strongest genius. Wang Dong took a few deep breaths, finally calmed down, and continued to watch the rewards. The next system prompt is that the level has come to level 2 to level 1. This is nothing to say. The strength is increased by 4 times, which also means that Wang Dong's skill training speed has reached 25.6 trillion points a day, which is 25.6 Jing. Then there is the exciting third account, which is the third clone. When Wang Dong excitedly studied the third account, he found that the optional race of the third account had a new choice. In addition to the previous human race, Zerg race, machine race, and monster race, there is also a custom option. After inquiring about the system, it turns out that the meaning of this customization is similar to the clone of the Golden Horn monster. After obtaining the genetic material of the genetic level not higher than 10 times, the character of this race can be created. When Wang Dong understood this rule, the first thing to do was to ask the system, if he made a Golden Horn monster clone, can he have the Golden Horn monster's secret magic clone? The system said, you are thinking of peaches. Well, no matter which world you are in, Matryoshka will not work. Chapter 49, Send. Knowing that he couldn't take tricks, Wang Dong didn't want to create a new character for the time being, and was ready to see if he could change to a good race in the future. Finally, Wang Dong set his sights on the new map. Golden Dragon Star, Luofeng's first stop in the universe. That really belongs to a new map, but I don't know how the system's teleportation is done. Wang Dong immediately asked the system how he would teleport to the Horned Dragon Star. The system was silent, just like when Wang Dong played League of Legends in his previous life. He had never heard someone ask how the customer service game character was transferred to the spring. Finally, after a series of complicated calculations, the system replied, "Ding. Please explore by yourself." "Okay." Wang Dong curled his lips, thought for a while, and asked in a different way, "System, is there any danger in my teleportation? For example, it was discovered that it was an intruder." "Ding. Players can rest assured that there will never be a problem with teleportation." Hearing what the system said, Wang Dong also let go. In this world, he believed in the system the most. Immediately said, "Leave Katarina on the earth, and send Wang Dong to the Horned Dragon Star." After that, another white light flashed in front of Wang Dong's eyes, and when his vision returned to normal, he had already arrived at a city square of the Horned Dragon Star, that is, the city where Luo Feng landed. In Wang Dong's sight, a large group of people suddenly appeared, and he was so excited that he almost punched him. Fortunately, he stopped this kind of squatting behavior in time. Beside him, the people who came and went did not show any abnormality to Wang Dong's sudden appearance, which calmed Wang Dong's nervous heart. Wang Dong remembered his position first, and then began to wander around. In fact, it's not a shopping trip. With the help of the system, Wang Dong is proficient in the lingua franca of the universe. After turning a few laps, he also learned a little about his equipment. The Blood Shadow War Knife, the best Tier 2 force weapon, sells for 2 billion. Mirage, an ordinary Tier 3 thought power weapon, sells for 6 billion. It takes 5 billion to buy a 9-level constant star slave. Wang Dong needs to kill about 26 constant star 9-level slaves to reach the 8th constant star level, and then he can use the experience pill to reach the 9th level. After thinking about it, Wang Dong decided to go home first to get some plant spirits to sell. After depositing a large number of grass and wood spirits with Hong before, he wanted to come back some more. One is to help Wu Tong and Guo Kun to improve their physical fitness to the peak of the war, and then to leave some healing grass and wood spirits in case of unexpected events. Wang Dong has now reached the constant star, and those spirits of plants and trees have no effect on him. According to his market survey just now, the spirits of plants and trees he has on hand can sell for hundreds of thousands of black dragon coins, which is enough for basic expenses. Don't say anything else, at least register your nationality first, right? Otherwise, the 5 giants such as the Giant Axe Fighting Field and the Virtual Universe Company would not be able to register an account. After silently saying teleport back to Earth, Wang Dong disappeared on the Horned Dragon Star. A few minutes later, Wang Dong carried a box and returned to the original place, just like the online and offline of the game, still without anyone's attention. Afterwards, Wang Dong exchanged those vegetative spirits for 590,000 black dragon coins. After he had the money, Wang Dong first spent 50 black dragon coins to register the nationality of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. After becoming a person of nationality, Wang Dong's first thing is to buy an auxiliary optical brain. Ashamed, Wang Dong hasn't had a portable auxiliary optical brain, not counted as in smart fighters. In fact, the whole Earth also has the kind of portable auxiliary optical brain that Hong and Raytheon have. Wang Dong can't use auxiliary optical brain for the time being, and he is too embarrassed to ask them for it, so it has been delayed until now. After spending 100,000 black dragon coins, Wang Dong bought an auxiliary optical brain. Although it is not very smart, at least it is no problem to enter the virtual universe. Afterwards, Wang Dong wanted to register an account with Universe Galaxy Bank and Universe First Bank, but the minimum account opening requirement was 100 million black dragon coins, which was down. Then, I went to the Universe Mercenary Alliance to see the trial world registered as a trainee mercenary. After seeing that it was not the Thunder World, he turned around and left. After that, I went to the Virtual Universe Company and registered a 100-year account. After Wang Dong used the auxiliary optical brain to land for a while, he went offline. 100% simulation of reality? Just kidding, Wang Dong is now a real 100% simulation of reality. Even your virtual universe is a simulation. The plot of fanfiction is bad, pass. The killing fields? 1 million a day, no money. Finally, it's the giant axe fighting arena. You can open an ordinary member with a little registration fee, and you can watch the recording and broadcast of the giant axe's life and death battle. In fact, Wang Dong wanted to directly join the life and death battle of the giant axe, but unfortunately the lowest level of the life and death battle of the giant axe also required the universe level. Wang Dong could only stare at that side. Forget it, I'll go back to the earth for a while, wait for me to cleanse the world, no need to look at any great axe warrior, or Branbos. Katarina is already at the first level of the constant star. The resources on the earth can no longer provide for the Zerg warriors who make the constant star. Then let Katarina practice the amplitude of mind power for an unprecedented time. Katarina's talent is better than Luo Feng. Much stronger, it should be progressing very quickly. It's a pity, I don't have an intelligent life, nor a space ring. Otherwise, I won't have money if I sell the Mechanical Clan spacecraft and the X-81 Black Dragon Mountain spacecraft. Ugh! Wang Dong shook his head, left the Horned Dragon Star, and started a painful and happy boxing career again. On September 26, 2058, Luo Feng was missing for 1 year. Inside Wang Dong's practice room. The shadow of the fist in the sky is shining, but there is no power at all. On the side, a slender figure sat cross-legged on the ground, with 36 flying knives flying at high speed beside her. These two people are Wang Dong and Katarina, who are practicing. After sweeping down almost all the Ocean King level monsters, Catalina returned here alone, leaving only the dozens of Zerg warriors guarding the nest that sank on the seabed. Catalina's method of cultivating thought power amplitude is written in the basics of mental teacher training, which is basically the dumbest way to make perfect, but she has no better inheritance for the time being, so she practiced first. Anyway, Luo Feng is coming out soon, and then he will receive the inheritance of the meteorite star. Wouldn't it be easy to just pick up some wool at that time? Just as the two were practicing day after day, the phone rang and Wang Dong saw that it was Hong calling. Wang Dong, Luo Feng has been missing for a year. According to the regulations, the death message needs to be confirmed. Look. Brother Hong, I don't think it is necessary anymore. Wang Dong smiled and said firmly, Luo Feng will not die. Hong was silent for a few seconds and said, well, then I will listen to you, and will not announce Luo Feng's death for the time being. In the virtual space, in the large conference room, Hong and 5 inspectors were having the highest round-table meeting at the Extreme Martial Arts Center. At the meeting, a white man asked Hong whether he wanted to confirm Luo Feng's death. Hong shook his head and said, no need. Everyone was a little surprised, and the white man explained, the museum owner, as usual, the disappearance will be declared dead in the 9th ruins in 3 months. We have extended it for a long time. If it continues to be delayed, will it be controversial? Hong cast a glance at the white man, making him feel the sky spinning in an instant. Hong said calmly, if someone asks, it means the third speaker. The third speaker. Hong publicly acknowledged the Earth person. Thor can only take the next move. The white man wilted all of a sudden. Chapter 50, Regain the Homeland. Because of Wang Dong's statement, Li Yao naturally did not dare to send someone to insult Luo Feng to join the original book, but this did not prevent him from exhausting his efforts to add blockage to Luo Feng's family. The methods used include, but are not limited to, let the long-tongued woman spread Luo Feng's bad words behind her back, make trouble for Luo Hua's business, and so on. This kind of thing does not take a certain amount of effort. Even Wang Dong can't figure out whether it was arranged by Li Yao or a normal reality. Fortunately, it is still within the controllable range, so Wang Dong opened one eye and closed one. Only eye. The time came to December 26, 2058. On this day, Luo Feng was released from prison. Call out. The blue triangle fighter plane stopped above Luo Feng's house. Wang Dong waited here early, and when Luo Feng got out of the hatch, he gave him a bear hug. Crazy man! You can't afford it. Ha ha ha, Dongzi, I have gained a lot this time, and I will let you see what a true spiritual teacher is. Okay. I'll wait and see. Wang Dong smiled, and then said to Luo Feng apologetically, Crazy man, you should go and see your dad first. My dad? Luo Feng felt anxious. He was trapped for a year and 3 months. What he worried most was his family. He was controlling Dun Tizot and rushed into the house. Then he saw Luo Hongguo lying on the bed. Dad! What's the matter with you? Luo Feng's expression suddenly changed, and he asked anxiously. Uncle Luo quarreled with others yesterday. Suddenly his blood pressure came up, he fell to the ground and hurt his waist. Wang Dong walked up to Luo Feng helplessly, patted him on the shoulder, and said. I've checked. The person who quarreled with Uncle Luo was not assigned by others, and was just a quarrel. But what? Luo Feng raised his brows, and his heart burst into anger. However, although that person was not assigned by someone, he was also indirectly influenced by someone. Luo Hua also walked in, looked at Luo Feng excitedly, and said. It's Li Yao. Since you disappeared, Li Yao has used all kinds of insidious methods to deal with us. Fortunately, Brother Dong is next to us, and Li Yao dare not use any extreme methods. But he keeps sending people around to spread your rumors, and many of the neighbors believe it. Dad argued with people yesterday, and after you disappeared, Dad has been in a bad mood, so he has high blood pressure and fell. I was injured. That neighbor is also good. After discovering that my father fell, he called the hospital as soon as he was treated. Because the treatment was timely, my father was fine. Just a few days of recuperation would be fine. Hearing that Luo Hongguo was okay, Luo Feng's heart was relieved, but his new and old hatred for Li Yao made it hard for him to kill. Li Yao. Luo Feng squeezed out Li Yao's name from between his teeth. Sorry, lunatic. Wang Dongqian said, I have discovered Li Yao's small actions before, but I didn't take it to heart, which indirectly caused my uncle's injury. I'm really sorry. No. Luo Feng shook his head and said, Dongzi, you have done a good job. You can't manage this kind of thing too carefully. Moreover, the grievances suffered by the parents must of course be avenged by the son. You help me take revenge. What happened? Yes. Dare to love and hate, this is the Luo Feng I know. Wang Dong patted Luo Feng on the shoulder again, and said with a smile, Crazy man, I just found out that Li Yao is now in the HR Union Mall in Jiangnan City. Go, I'm in charge of everything. Thank you. Luo Feng glanced at Wang Dong, then opened the window with his thoughts, drove the Dun Tizot, and left the villa. Wang Dong smiled and flew out with Luo Feng. Outside the HR Union Mall, Luo Feng easily captured Li Yao, and Wei Nina, like the original book, used the lives of tens of thousands of people as a threat. As long as I press this button, with the sound, all tens of thousands of people in that community will be killed. Wei Nina looked at Luo Feng indifferently but nervously. She was betting that Luo Feng was a person of general knowledge. However, a voice floated like the wind, depriving her of her last struggle. The lives of tens of thousands of people, in this case, I can't assume that I haven't seen it. Vainina felt bad, and suddenly, her hand was empty, and the bomb button was no longer in her hand. Vainina looked around in a panic, but watched as a handsome black-haired young man was floating in the air, crushing the bomb button. Wang Dong. Vainina yelled at the name of the person who called it out, and sternly shouted, as the speaker, do you want to take the lead in breaking the rules of the God of War? At this moment, the street air suddenly dropped a few degrees, and a man with faint green hair flew over. Representative Lan. Vainina wailed as if she saw a life-saving straw. The Palace of War has a rule that it is never allowed to kill martial artists in the base city. You must be fair for us. Sir. Member Lan saluted Wang Dong respectfully, turning a deaf ear to Vainana's words. Just kidding, he just glanced at Wang Dong, and he felt shocked. It was like an ordinary person standing in front of a king-level monster, and a sneeze could kill him. Then, Representative Lan showed a gesture of neither humble nor overbearing as much as possible, and really respectfully asked, "What Vainana said is indeed the rules of my palace of war, which were set by the original 5 speakers. Look." Oh. Wang Dong nodded, ignoring others, and said directly to Luo Feng, "Just treat it as I killed it. Let's do it." Wang Dong glanced at Representative Lan again. "If you say I violate the rules, let them judge me." "Don't dare! Don't dare!" Representative Lan quickly lowered his head, cold sweat instantly covering his back. Even the former second strongest Thor can only take Wang Dong's move. Who dares to find Wang Dong unhappy? The dead Daoist is not dead, and no one will give Li Yao a head. It's over. Li Yao and Wei Nina's eyes were filled with despair. And Luo Feng, after receiving Wang Dong's endorsement, was excited to lift Li Yao into the air, using the Dun Tizot to shake Li Yao alive. Seeing Li Yao's death, Wang Dongshun exploded Vainana's head, which was regarded as clearing up a trouble for Luo Feng. After that, Wang Dong was about to leave with Luo Feng. Suddenly, thinking of something, he turned his head and said to Member Lan, "By the way, you can help inform me if there is something. I said that the 2 beast kings have been killed by me. I have also wiped out most of the king-level monsters in the ocean. Let all the congressmen work hard to clean up the mainland." Hey! Representative Lan was taken aback, but before he could react, he found that Wang Dong had left. At this time, he later realized that what Wang Dong said just now meant human beings have returned to the top of the Earth's food chain. Representative Lan did not dare to delay and immediately reported the news to the speakers of the God of War. After Hong learned about it, he went to the 2-headed Beast King's lair as soon as possible to check. After half a day, Hong officially announced to the world. The 3rd speaker, Wang Dong, has killed 2 Beast Kings and eliminated the king-level monsters looking at the ocean. From now on, all the people of the God of War Palace will mobilize to launch a full counterattack against the monsters on the mainland. Regain the homeland. For a time, Wang Dong's name resounded across the earth again, and was called the savior by the good people. In contrast, no one cares about the death of a little Li Yao. Chapter 51, Make a Fortune. On the way home, Wang Dong and Luo Feng chatted. After the revenge was taken, Luo Feng became extremely happy, and smiled with Wang Dong. "Dongzi, why did you kill Na Vainana? She is a woman, and I want to let her go." Wang Dong shook his head and said in lessons, "Vainana is not a good bird either. You know that she can security bombs in the community ahead of time. She is thoughtful and cruel. You have forgotten the lesson that you have been missing for more than a year this time. If you disappear again, what should she do against your family again?" Luo Feng suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and then said in fear, "Dongzi, you are right, it's my wife's benevolence. Well, it's still a good boy to correct it if you know it is wrong." Wang Dong laughed. "Fuck you." Luo Feng gave Wang Dong a punch, but he still felt strange. Why did the member Lan be so scared when he saw Wang Dong, but he didn't feel any pressure from Wang Dong? Wang Dong understood the domain early and raised the domain to a very high level. The intelligence system of the 9th ruins could not accurately detect Wang Dong's accurate strength, not to mention that Wang Dong later mastered the law of light. So Luo Feng didn't know that Wang Dong was already a permanent star. When Luo Feng asked this question, Wang Dong couldn't help but roll his eyes. "You are stupid, can I pretend to be forceful in front of you? Of course, it is to suppress my breath. You will show you in front of your family is the spirit of God of War." "Hee, that's right." Luo Feng scratched his head embarrassedly. "By the way, lunatic, you have made a lot of progress in Ruins 9 this time. I think you must have the first order planetary level combat power. Yes. Speaking of this, Luo Feng was excited, and complained endlessly to Wang Dong. After listening, Wang Dong showed an expression of interest, but that was all. What Luo Feng got was the secret basic 312 style of the master genre, not the basic 186 style of the illusionist genre. It is of little use to Catalina. He still has to wait a few days for the legacy of the meteorite star. However, after Luo Feng's complaint, Wang Dong issued a battle invitation to Luo Feng. Madman, you may have heard of it. I found a illusionist genius. It happened that she also had a chance to compete with the planet star. War, why don't you go to the God of War Palace to compete tomorrow? Wang Dong's move is also to let Catalina and Luo Feng meet, and then there will be an excuse to ask Luo Feng for the illusionist secret method. Okay. Unsurprisingly, Luo Feng agreed. He looked at Wang Dong teasingly, and teased him, I have long heard that Dongzi, Yujin Yukang Jiao, I have to take a good look tomorrow, what kind of peerless you are. Beauty, can capture the heart of the strongest man on earth. He, don't let my younger brother and sister Su Xin know about it. If she is jealous, it will be in trouble. Go. Why are you younger brothers and sisters? Crazy man, Su Xin has recognized it, so you can become a brother. While talking and laughing, the two returned to Minjiao community, and then they parted. Luo Feng was busy reuniting with his family, while Wang Dong continued to go home to practice his skills. That night, Luo Feng mastered the first layer of the first form of Dun Tianzhuo, and his combat power reached the pinnacle of the apprentice level. The next afternoon, in the virtual space of the God of War, Catalina and Luo Feng stood opposite each other, and Wang Dong stood aside as the referee. Ding! Congratulations to the players for triggering the challenge task, challenging the apprentice-level pinnacle boss Luo Feng. This quest is unique when Luo Feng is an apprentice. After completing it, he will get a lot of rewards. Do you want to receive it? Receive. Ready, go. Following Wang Dong's order, Katarina and Luo Feng moved together. Luo Feng manipulated Dun Tianzhuo and drilled towards Katarina's head. At the same time, Katarina was also doing dual purposes. While urging the mirage to create an illusion, he also launched an illusion on Luo Feng, which was temporarily delayed. His consciousness. However, Luo Feng recovered immediately. When his consciousness became clear, he found that there was a faint mist around him, and Catalina's figure was slowly blending into the mist. Open! Luo Feng's consciousness condensed, and with a shout, Katarina's body suddenly became clear. Luo Feng quickly urged Dun Tizot and shattered Catalina's head. After that, Wang Dong and Luo Feng said a few words, then exhorted Catalina a few more words, and several people went offline. After going offline, Luo Feng wanted to wash his face, when he suddenly heard the pattering sound of water in his separate bathroom, as well as two rustling sounds. Luo Feng went in curiously and found that it was a beautiful woman who was taking a bath, and this person was Su Xin. Looking at the graceful body in the hazy mist, Luo Feng suddenly felt the blood surge in his heart. Laugh! A nosebleed spouted from Luo Feng's nostrils like a fountain. But at this moment, Luo Feng realized that something was wrong. He bit the tip of his tongue violently, and the scenery in front of him instantly shattered in the intense pain. Wow! With a sound like glass shattering, Luo Feng's consciousness returned to reality. He was shocked to find that he was still in the virtual space of the God of War Palace. Dun Tianzhuo had fallen to the ground long ago, and his head was on the ground. There was a circle of sharp blades floating around, and only waiting for the master's order, he could shatter his head. Luo Feng looked at the glamorous Katarina on the opposite side, and a scene of ecstasy in the illusion suddenly appeared in his mind. Luo Feng felt that the charming scene was thrown away, looking at Katarina with a weird expression, and said, I have surrendered. Ding! Congratulations to the player for completing the challenge task and getting a 5-star account with Galaxy Bank of the Universe. Get a backpack with 100 grids. I go. Finally there is a backpack. Wang Dong was excited in his heart, but on the surface he pretended to be extremely calm and said to Luo Feng, "Madman, victory or defeat is commonplace for soldiers. Carter's soul is much stronger than normal people. You have neither the secret method to defend the soul nor use it. The Black God suit caused very low defense. If you are careless, you will lose all the games. This is the truth, you have to remember more in the future, no matter what enemy you face, first arm yourself to the teeth." Yet, Luo Feng nodded seriously, he really has a long memory. Of course, he didn't know that Catalina was not the peak of God of War as Wang Dong said, but a constant star. If Luo Feng really uses the Black God suit, then Catalina will directly use soul silence to defeat Luo Feng's virtual consciousness. After some flicker, everyone went offline. In reality, Katarina and Wang Dong looked at each other, and were delighted. And the reason comes from that backpack. The backpack of the system is very rude and mindless. As long as it is something of no owner or Wang Dong, it can be put into the backpack. There is no limit to the number of items of the same kind, and they can be stacked in the same grid indefinitely. Moreover, the backpack between each account is universal. Wang Dong puts a stone in the backpack on the earth, and Catalina can take it out in other places. As soon as he figured out the function of the backpack, Wang Dong thought of one thing: the immortal mechanical clan spaceship. Get rich. Chapter 52, Man appears to be a saint. On the evening of September 27, 2058, the number 1 ancient civilization relic in the North Atlantic Ocean, Bermuda. Looking at the 1,200-meter-high silver-white pyramid in front of him, Wang Dong was in a fiery mood. There is no danger on the outside of this mechanical clan spacecraft, and only the laser in the entrance channel will pose a threat to the universe below the cosmic level. Wang Dong put his hand on the surface of the pyramid, and said silently, "Pick up items." Boom! There was no sound when the mechanical clan spacecraft was put into the backpack, but such a large object suddenly disappeared, causing the surrounding sea to suddenly invert and make a huge noise. But Wang Dong's figure had already disappeared in place and came to the Horned Dragon Star. After getting the 5-star account of the Universe Galaxy Bank, Wang Dong also automatically became the Super VIP of the Dry Witch Auction and also received the invitation letter for the Dry Witch Auction on December 16, 2059. Wang Dong first ran to the Universe Galaxy Bank and asked about the price of the mechanical clan spacecraft. The purchase price of Universe Galaxy Bank was 1,000 mixed yuan, which was the lowest price. Of course, Wang Dong used the consignment auction method to consign the mechanical clan spacecraft. After that, he returned to Earth, waiting for the Dry Witch Auction next year. He wants to buy weapons. Buy a spaceship. Buy secrets. More importantly, buy the right clone. On December 30, Kirishima changed. On the same day, the Golden Horn was born, and Luo Feng was also appointed as a counselor on this day. On January 1, 2059, Luo Feng officially became a star. On January 5, Hong and Lei Shen explored Kirishima and found the third, and to be precise, the only Beast King. On the same day, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the ceremony for the succession of inspectors in the large conference hall of the Global Extreme Martial Arts Hall headquarters officially began. Gentlemen and ladies, welcome to the Global Extreme Martial Arts Museum Inspectors Succession Ceremony. Today, the host of the Global Extreme Martial Arts Center Hong will participate in this ceremony. The host on the stage introduced loudly. Suddenly the photography is aimed at Hong, who sits in the middle of the front row below. The master of the Global Raiden Martial Arts Center, Thunder God. The fourth speaker of the Palace of Wars, Mayor Han Sun. The fifth speaker of the Palace of War, Esther. A very important figure sits in a calm position, but the three-dimensional virtual projection on the stage reveals the figure of every guest being introduced one by one. After introducing the veteran speakers, the host paused, and then, in a more exalted tone, said passionately, "Everyone, please allow me to use the most solemn tone to introduce the next one. He is the strongest man on earth, the third chairperson of the God of War, the deputy curator of the ultimate martial arts hall, and the strongest beast king who killed the leader. My mankind is heading towards revival, Wang Dong." Flap! 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 Countless flashes were cast on Wang Dong's body at the same time, and at the same time, Wang Dong's majestic and sacred figure was also projected above the entire venue through virtual images. "Oh my god! That is Wang Dong! Too young! I heard that speaker Wang Dong is only 21 years old. Wang Dong! Wang Dong!" There were whispers at the ceremony. It was the first time that many congressmen saw Wang Dong's true face. At this time, they were looking at Wang Dong curiously. When Wang Dong himself became the deputy head of the Extreme Martial Arts Museum and the third chairperson, he directly refused to take over as the ceremony. The main reason was that Wang Dong didn't like this kind of annoying ceremony. He spent most of the rest of his time practicing, and seldom landed in the God of War. But this time, he actually participated in Luo Feng's succession ceremony personally. This was the first time that Wang Dong appeared in such a public occasion, which showed that he did not take Luo Feng seriously. After giving everyone a little time to cheer for Wang Dong, the host continued to use an excited tone. "The last thing I want to introduce is also Congressman Luo Feng, who will take over the post of inspector of the Global Extreme Martial Arts Gym this time." Suddenly, Luo Feng's figure appeared on the stage in a three-dimensional virtual projection. People whispered again. "Ah! Lord Luo Feng is so young too. I heard that Luo Feng and Wang Dong are classmates in high school. It's really amazing to have two geniuses at the same time from the same class. Really? I also want my son to sign up for that school." In the autumn of that year, the third high school in Yian district became the school with the lowest enrollment rate in Jiangnan City, China, and even the world. Because there are countless senior officials and children of warriors who want to enter this school, just to brag about it in the future. Wang Dong Glaveng and I are alumni. After Luo Feng's succession ceremony lasted for more than 2 hours, almost all the congressmen left and came to the original Kirishima area. Wang Dong and Luo Feng also followed Hong and Lei Shen to Yuanwu Island and Xianwu Lake. "This is Kirishima." Luo Feng was a little surprised when he looked at the lake. The bald Thor pointed to the three-dimensional image and said, "We found a beast king on this island before, and a battle with it destroyed the entire surface of the island." Beast king? Luo Feng couldn't believe it, and at the same time looked at Wang Dong. Hong and Lei Shen looked at Wang Dong together. "Why, what are you doing? Lei Ji, your bald head flashes my eyes." Wang Dong said relaxedly. "Come on. Your field of light is more dazzling than the sun, what did I say?" Lei Shen said happily, "Isn't our meaning obvious yet? Go." Hong also smiled and nodded, "You do it, we are digging for treasure, isn't it the best of both worlds?" Wang Dong thought for a while. Hong's Mo Yuntang was cut with leeks. Now he really can't beat this beast king. It seems that he can only do it for himself. I was born to be a twaller. Wang Dong rolled his eyes weirdly, and flew out from the hatch that had been opened a long time ago. At the same time, he glanced at his skill list. Pure World, LV5. Witnessed by most of the world's congressmen, Wang Dong flew to the center of the Wuhu Lake, slowly drew the blood shadow war knife, and slashed it towards the lake with a single knife. "Well, let's do my best for a long time." The first order constant star can burst out. 5 times the body amplitude burst. The 5/9 rule of light broke out. Watching Wang Dong gently swinging his knife, before everyone was confused, a sword light that could almost cut off the world instantly penetrated the lake, skipped the body of the Beast King, and plunged into the ground for 10,000 meters. Hiss! 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 A continual coolness sounded from the mouths of the audience around the lake. Looking at the dark and invisible abyss, everyone's heart was chilling. And in the meteorite star below the ground, Babata is going crazy. I don't care. Even if he is not a spiritual teacher, I will make him a disciple of the boss. If it is a big deal, learn the secrets of those servants. If it doesn't work, just buy someone else's. It's ashamed. I'm going to die. After slashing out this stunning knife, Wang Dong's voice was accurately transmitted into the ears of every planetary star. The sound was not loud, but it was irreversible. I want 30% of all the income this time. Go ahead, and have their own skills. Except for Hong, Lei Shen, and Luo Feng, everyone else lowered their noble heads and said respectfully, yes. After Wang Dong flew out of the original Kirishima area, the planetary stars left one after another. Chapter 53, A Constant Star Rating Beyond the Age. After the planetary stars of the Five Powers and HR Alliance left, the planetary stars of Extreme Martial Arts Hall and Raiden Martial Art Hall also set off. Unlike the original work, because Wang Dong directly cut out a 10,000 meter abyss this time, the entire lake has basically dried up, so most people choose to go into the ground to find treasures. In the underground river 2 to 3 kilometers underground, Luo Feng revisited the old place, and also discovered the fragrance of Mu Yujing. After fighting with the Ice and Snow Great Emperor, he witnessed the magic of Mu Yujing. When Wang Dong received the news, he also rushed to the side of the Earth Dragon King, who was lucky enough to absorb the energy of the Mu Yujing and transformed into a king-level monster. Being watched by more than 80% of the planetary powerhouses on the planet, this Earth Dragon has really fallen for 8 lifetimes. Wang Dong flew over slowly, and when he flew there, everyone finally figured out that the treasure was a wooden yoke. Wooden crystal, after being completely absorbed, can make a junior god of war 100% become a planetary star. Before Wang Dong arrived, the sound came first, and everyone followed the sound. In the eyes of everyone, Wang Dong came to Luo Feng calmly and smiled. If there is no accident, the Beast King has absorbed a few wooden crystals to transform. We humans are lucky enough to encounter these wooden crystals. It seems that there will be many more among us in the near future. New faces. There was a commotion in the crowd, and finally someone couldn't help but ask, the third speaker, I don't know how you want to distribute this wooden girl. Wang Dong smiled and shook his head, get what you get. Then, he stood with his hand in hand, and said lightly, the mere first-level star is not of much use to me. I only need 3 or 2 to pay back the favor. After speaking, Wang Dong turned around and sank toward the ground. Under his feet, the soil split automatically to allow him to accommodate, and then closed again. Hurry up, go! Hurry up! Various accent languages sounded, and all planet stars, either in groups or singles, acted one after another. At 10:56 late that night, the first wooden crystal was found and was swallowed by the Earth Dragon. After the transformation, the Earth Dragon King was killed by the flood. At 11:31 in the evening, the second wooden crystal was found, which was obtained by Hong. At 11:47 in the evening, a third wooden crystal was found, which was obtained by the EU. This time, the death occurred for the first time. Since then, the parties who were still somewhat restrained suddenly stopped closing their hands, and each one became even more bloody. At 0:12 in the evening, the fourth wooden crystal was found, which was acquired by the American side. This time, the American side and the Soviet-Russian side were in a battle, resulting in serious injuries to a total of 3 congressmen on both sides. One of the 3 congressmen who were seriously injured was even more serious. The internal organs are shattered. Fortunately, I take the water of life in time, otherwise I am afraid that a member of the council will fall. Since then, the parties have become more crazy. At 1:56 late at night, nearly 2 hours later, the 5th and 6th wooden crystals were found at the same time. This time, they were obtained by Thor. Although other star powers are very greedy, they dare not compete with them. At this point, a total of 6 wooden crystals appeared. Except for the first one that was swallowed by the earth dragon, the other 5 were all taken by humans. The only thing that made people a little puzzled, where did Wang Dong go? With Wang Dong's strength, it was supposed to be enough to reach any robbed location, once or twice, and he didn't show up several times in a row, which made people have to wonder. Perhaps, he really doesn't care about Mu Yujing, and just left after getting 3. Before they knew it, most people had this idea. For a while, Wang Dong's figure became extremely tall in everyone's eyes. Saint. So where is Wang Dong now? I believe many of my friends have guessed it. That's right, Wang Dong is following Luo Feng at this time, in front of an idiot. Relying on the profound laws of light, Wang Dong easily distorted people's perceptions. Following Luo Feng all the way, watching him fight against others in the wooden crystal, he had the mentality that my child had grown into at the beginning. Luo Feng has grown up. Wang Dong followed Luo Feng all the way, watching him show off with Su Xin, watching him pick up the fragments of the red mixed copper mother, until 15,000 meters underground, Wang Dong followed Luo Feng into the meteorite star. When Luo Feng picked up the last wooden crystal at the hatch, Wang Dong's voice suddenly came from behind him. Crazy man, good luck. Luo Feng was taken aback, and suddenly turned around. After seeing that only Wang Dong was looking at the spaceship, Luo Feng's heart also let go. Luo Feng smiled and said, Dongzi, I'm rich. There are a total of 289 wooden crystals here. If you call me brother, I can divide you half. Walking with the mud. Wang Dong glanced at Luo Feng contemptuously. What do I want these jelly beans for? I don't even think about it when I eat sugar. Really? Luo Feng said in surprise, I thought you said before that you don't need to pretend to be forceful. You said at the beginning that you have to take 30% of all income. Of course, it can mean that you are not rare. So you are serious? This is enough to make you the pinnacle of planetary stars. Luo Feng suddenly thought of something, looked at Wang Dong weirdly, and asked, could it be that you have become the pinnacle of planetary stars? Wang Dong smiled and shook his head. Luo Feng was even more puzzled. Dongzi, what level are you on now? As Wang Dong walked inside the meteorite star, he smiled and said, you'll know right away. The two walked along the passage, past the corpses, to the hall, and then Babata appeared. Luo Feng, Wang Dong, you are finally here. This was Babata's first sentence. After that, he described the vastness of the universe and shocked Luo Feng's mind, and then described the greatness of Hu Yanbo, which made Luo Feng awed. Then let Luo Feng and Wang Dong kneel down. Me? Wang Dong pointed to himself, I don't seem to be a member of Meteor Star, am I going to kneel? Although you didn't accept the Master's great inheritance, if you bow down to the Master, I can be the Master. If you want, you can worship my Master as your teacher and become the future Master of Meteor Star. Next, it's Babata's popular science time again. How big is the universe? How strong is immortality? When talking about Luo Feng needing 50 years to reach the constant star and 500 years to the universe level, Luo Feng inserted, Babata, when will Wang Dong reach the constant star? Babata gave Luo Feng a weird look, and said suspiciously, he is already a constant star. Don't you know? What? Luo Feng opened his eyes to the limit, and his eyes were about to protrude. Luo Feng looked at Wang Dong with a devilish expression. Wang Dong faintly pretended to be and said, don't be 6. Babata continued to beat Luo Feng next to him, I have followed my master in the universe for more than 60 million years and have seen countless geniuses, but Wang Dong's talent is definitely the strongest one I have ever seen. Do you know the domain? It's the one of Hong comprehension. Hong Neng is already a super rare genius in the planetary comprehension domain. Compared with Wang Dong, that is the difference between Yinghuo and Haoyu. Do you know that Wang Dong understood the law of light when he was in the first rank of the constant star? The law. That is something that the realm master can comprehend. After fully comprehending a certain law, you can become an immortal god. Our meteorite line is a spiritual teacher. We originally didn't intend to accept martial artists to become the master's personal disciple. Even if I discovered Hong before, I didn't plan to let him join meteorite. It can be seen that after Wang Dong, I changed my mind. As long as Wang Dong agrees, I will violate the master's order and let Wang Dong become a personal disciple. Because I believe that even if the owner reborn, he will definitely not let Wang Dong, a peerless genius, be spared. Chapter 54, Getting Started with the 9 Rules. Listening to Babata's endless praise of Wang Dong, Luo Feng's thinking has already stagnated. But Wang Dong felt something wrong, and interjected, "Babata, can you disobey the master's order?" "Of course not." Babata categorically denied. The master has set the rules of accepting only the spiritual practitioner genius as a direct disciple, but he also has a higher authority order that is to let me be the line of meteor star. Carry forward. Wang Dong, although you are a martial artist, you can definitely do this. So letting you become a core personal disciple is not against the master's order. After Babata finished explaining, she looked at Wang Dong eagerly, and asked hopefully, "Wang Dong, would you like to join the line of meteorite?" As for Luo Feng, Babata did not ask, because Luo Feng is still struggling with logic over there. Wang Dong thought for a while, and then asked, "Babata, you said that Meteor Star's line is a spiritual teacher. I am a warrior. What is the use of joining? I thought about this a long time ago." Babata concealed his guilty conscience with excitement, and said, "The master has 9 immortal servants under the command of the master, all of them are martial artists, and their secrets of inheritance can be learned by you. Of the many secrets left by the master, there are also many common to warriors and spiritual masters, and you can get a part of the true story. Also, the master keeps a cosmic galaxy bank account for each disciple, which contains a lot of wealth, enough for you to use the world master level." Baba's tongue is like a spring, and the benefits of joining Meteor Star are utterly overwhelming, but it is the drawback of Wang Dong after joining the lack of the most core secret method, and it has been taught by it. That's it. After getting the information he wanted, Wang Dong glanced at Luo Feng, whose expression was gradually returning to normal, rushed in front of him, and said, "Well, Babata, I would like to apprentice." After hearing Wang Dong's words, Luo Feng also came back to his senses and asked, "Babata, it will take me 50 years to reach the constant star? So far from Dongzi." Following Luo Feng's words, Babata's plot returned to normal, and Babata once again opened the preaching mode, telling them some basic information about the universe. In the eyes of Babata, even though Wang Dong's talent has left Luo Feng more than 800 streets away, Luo Feng is a spiritual teacher. It is the most gifted spiritual teacher who has been waiting for 50,000 years. Only a spiritual teacher can truly let Meteor Star's line carry forward. As for Wang Dong, it's just borrowing a name. Therefore, in the eyes of Babata, Luo Feng is still very important. Luo Feng naturally went to apprentice as the original, but this time, it was Wang Dong and him apprentice. From today on, you are the 5th and 6th direct disciples of the master, and the last 2 direct disciples, the only living disciples. Babata looked at Luo Feng and Wang Dong. After kowtow, Wang Dong patted Luo Feng on the shoulder, and said, "Old-fashioned, junior brother, you have to work hard to cultivate. If there is only a planetary star, it would be a bit embarrassing for us. Even though the elder brother only has a constant star, he can still hold the place on the ground of the earth. If you are bullied by someone, please report my name. Come on." Luo Feng slapped Wang Dong's palm away, pretending to be angrily, "Why are you a senior when everyone enters the door together?" "Because I promised to apprentice earlier than you." Wang Dong smiled. "You? All right, all right." Babata stopped the two and said helplessly to Luo Feng, "Luo Feng, Wang Dong did agree to apprenticeship earlier than you, so according to the rules, he is the 5th personal pass, and you are the 6th personal pass. Listening to Babata's words, Wang Dong made a scissor hand gesture, making Luo Feng annoyed. Afterwards, Babata took out the things Huyanbo left for his disciples, which are the same as the original book, the space ring, the wooden yaking crystal, the moyun vine, and the arc knife plate. But what is very embarrassing is that besides the space ring there is a second one, and there is only one copy of these things. Obviously, Huyanbo died too suddenly, leaving no second legacy. How should I divide it? These things are for cultivating a spiritual teacher, and Luo Feng can be used to its maximum effect. But if you don't give anything to Wang Dong, it won't work. Babata made a difficult situation here, and Wang Dong was very kind to help Babata get out of the siege. Babata, I'm not interested in these things, don't you have a lot of secrets? Well, you give Luo Feng all these things. I only need all kinds of secrets, whether it's a warrior, a master, an illusionist, or a general. Yes, I want a copy. To be honest, Wang Dong really looks down on these babies. What kind of is the wooden crystal and the arc cutter? As for Mo Yun Teng, the tallness that has been described in the original work is actually the same, and it's okay to use it during transition, and it's useless when the king is immortal, and it can only be reduced to guarding the home for the earth. Why? Babata asked. Wang Dong lied casually, I want to broaden my horizons, can I? Babata thought for a while, and he doesn't know how to train martial artists. It's better to let Wang Dong toss himself, so he agreed, yes, but you can only look at it first, and you can't practice without authorization. No problem. Well, do I pass it to you on the auxiliary optical brain? Or let me follow you temporarily? Of course, Wang Dong didn't want Babata to follow him. He had too many secrets and it was not suitable for people to follow him. Put the auxiliary optical brain on a signal receiving port of the meteorite, and soon, a large amount of information is transmitted to the auxiliary optical brain. Don't think this is just the most common auxiliary optical brain, but it can also be connected to the virtual universe. So it's okay to receive some immortal secrets. When these secrets were passed to the auxiliary optical brain one after another, in Wang Dong's mind, the electronic notification sound of the system had never been heard. Ding! Congratulations to the player for acquiring the skill Soul Seal, do you want to learn? Ding! The Tower of Void. Ding! Seize the house. Ding! 6 ons. Ding! 10,000 threads flow. The first thing that sounded was a miscellaneous article about the inheritance of Meteor Moxing, which belonged to a spiritual teacher. Among them, the Tower of the Void is a general skill for warriors and spiritual teachers. Then came the illusion flow secret method created by Huyanbo. In the continuous skill learning and skill coverage, Catalina learned Huyanbo's strongest illusion Huan Hai. Whether it's Soul Seal or Take the House, it can be seen that what Huyanbo is best at is the way of the soul, so his strongest genre of spiritual teachers is actually illusion. Because in a sense, controlling servants is actually a very advanced illusion. The last thing that came was 9 martial arts secrets. The 8 laws of wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder are one for each, and the 9th one is of repeated fire attributes. These 9 secrets, the secrets that contain the law of light, are lower than those in pure world, so I couldn't learn them. The 2 secrets containing the law of fire automatically learned the stronger one. The remaining 6 rules and secrets are learned directly. There is no doubt that these 9 secrets are the strongest secrets of Huyanbo's 9 immortal servants. In an instant, with the help of these newly learned skills, in addition to the law of light, there are 7 lower laws of Jinmu, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder, as well as the upper laws of space. Wang Dong has all mastered them. In addition, I have already mastered more than half of the laws of light, 8 kinds of lower laws plus 1 kind of upper laws, all of which are introductory. P.S. This is last night. Chapter 55, The Missing Catalina. After learning many skills, Wang Dong issued an instruction to the system. The system renamed all the 8 rule skills of the warrior. They are Jingshi Light, Jingshi Fire, Jingshi Gold. Ding! It has been modified successfully. Wang Dong looked at the skill bar and thought with satisfaction, very good, so it looks very simple and clear. Babata looked at the trace of loss in Wang Dong's eyes, only that Wang Dong was restrained by those powerful secret methods, and did not expect anything else. When transmitting the secret technique to Wang Dong, Babata actually kept an eye on him, so that Wang Dong could only see the various effects of the secret technique, but it concealed the specific cultivation methods. Only when Babata went out to unblock him. I want to come in Babata, so that I can avoid Wang Donghao's arrogant practice. However, he never expected that his system would not pass his seal at all, so Wang Dong would enter the door directly. Afterwards, under Wang Dong's suggestion, Babata followed Luo Feng and Wang Dong left with his own fighter plane. By the way, before he left, Wang Dong also asked for 2 wooden yaking crystals. After the separation, Wang Dong did not return to Minjiao community, and even Katarina left Minjiao community after receiving news from Wang Dong. To put it bluntly, the line of meteorite star is no longer useful to Wang Dong. On the contrary, walking too close to Babata might cause a lot of trouble. So the two left altogether. Catalina returned to the Zerg brood, and Wang Dong sent the 2 wooden yaking crystals to Wutong and Guokun in a high-profile manner. With Wang Dong's current power, it was enough for the 2 of them to safely absorb the energy of the wooden yoke and become planetary stars. At this point, Wang Dong's commitment to Guokun has been completed. In the afternoon, Luo Feng returned home and the system sent a notification to Wang Dong that the 3rd chapter 50,000 Years of Corpse was over and the chapter copy was opened. This chapter is even simpler. The strongest enemy is the Kirishima Beast Emperor. 1 minute later, Wang Dong passed the dungeon with the gene multiple *2. At this time, Wang Dong's gene multiplier is 8, and Catalina's gene multiplier is 80. When Luo Feng was reunited with his family, Wang Dong was studying the newly acquired skills. Unsurprisingly, most of the newly acquired skills are advanced skills with a starting experience of 1 Beijing and a maximum of 9 levels. Only 2 skills are special. The first is the skills in the miscellaneous articles. Except for Soul Seal and Void Tower, they are all level 1, which is the full level. These skills are just a kind of skill, just like moving bricks. The actions are the same, but the effect is completely different. There is only 1 second different skill 10,000 lines flow. 10,000 lines flow is a general skill, with 4 levels in total, and the level 1 to level 2 upgrade experience is 1 Zi, which is 100 million Jing. Moreover, the experience of level 2 to level 3 is not increased by 10 times, but directly increased by 1000 times, that is to say, level 2 to level 3, it takes 1000. After seeing the crazy series of 0s, Wang Dong's whole body was not good. Very good, it is worthy of being an immortal high-level law that is qualified to comprehend, my generation is first-order mundane, I can't live and can't live. After giving up studying the level that was not in contact with him now, Wang Dong focused on the skills that could be upgraded at present. According to the description of those skills, among all the skills that can be upgraded, the highest achievements are Soul Seal and Void Tower. The first level effect of Soul Seal is 2 times the soul amplitude and control a soul servant, and the 9th level effect is 18 times the soul amplitude plus 9 soul servants. The effect of Void Tower is very powerful, protect the soul. And its effect is even more powerful, directly increasing the strength of will. Level 1 is the strength of will of the universe, and level 9 is the strength of the will of Fenghuang Peak. Then there is Illusory C, the full level effect is 18 times the amplitude of the soul. The lowest achievement is the secret method of the 3 laws of gold, wood, and thunder. After reaching the full level, only the corresponding laws can be mastered, and there is no increase in body amplitude. As for the skill of the law of time? Sorry, we do not have that. So far, Wang Dong has generally found out some rules of skills. The effect bonuses that some skills can bring to oneself are repeated, such as Soul Seal and Illusion C. It can be seen that the effect of the full-level Soul Seal includes the effect of the full-level Illusion C. Of course, this is only the knowledge and comprehension bonus that the skill brings to Katarina, not the attack effect of the skill. For Katarina, there is no need to practice Fantasy C specially. When the Soul Seal is fully mastered and the height is reached, Catalina can learn and master the perfect Fantasy C on her own without the help of the system. This is the convenience brought by the combination of system and reality. After a while of thinking, Wang Dong set the tone for his next path. Catalina is responsible for specializing in Soul Seal and Void Tower, while Wang Dong is multifaceted, trying to improve all the 8 lower-level skills. Anyway, relying on the law of light is enough for him to win the first place in the battle of geniuses. If he masters some other laws, he will be able to show his talents and make the higher level of humanity pay more attention to himself. In addition to the two doing well in their cultivation, once they waited for the mechanical clan spacecraft to be sold, they immediately raised their martial artist level and spiritual master level to the pinnacle of constant stars. In that way, the leveling efficiency of the two can be increased by 256 times. In addition, we need to buy some good things at the Dry Witch auction at the end of 2059, especially choosing a suitable third clone. Moreover, the corresponding time and space secrets must be purchased as soon as possible. According to Wang Dong's speculation, the secret method that contains the laws of time and space, the upgrade experience must be terrifying. But he doesn't need to practice too high, as long as he can master a few rules, meaning at the first level. On January 6, at a surveillance base in China, when the staff were operating the inefficient ancient civilization monitoring instrument, they accidentally discovered that the ancient civilization site number 1 had disappeared. Soon, all forces around the world discovered this news. After Wang Dong learned the news through Hong, he suddenly became very anxious and flew to the Bermuda waters to check it in person. Soon after, Wang Dong returned to Minjiao community with a lost look and ran into Luo Feng, who was walking with his parents. "Fujiko, what's the matter? Why is this expression?" "Oh." Wang Dong sighed, "Lunatic, do you know that ruins number 1 in Bermuda is missing?" Luo Feng nodded, "I heard it, and it shocked me. Babata said that it was an immortal spaceship belonging to a mechanical clan, and was the teacher's mortal enemy. I didn't know what happened, but it started again by itself. Fortunately, it was just missing, not destroying the Earth. That's not important." Wang Dong shook his head and sighed, "Katrina is missing. Before she disappeared, she told me to go to the number 1 ruins, and the result was Katrina." Luo Feng was taken aback, thinking of the glamorous woman. No wonder she didn't find her during the trip to Kirishima. It turned out to be exploring the ruins. "Luo Feng, who is Catalina?" Barbata asked in Luo Feng's mind. "Wang Dong's, is a subordinate. He is a very powerful illusionist. Before I broke through the planetary star, I had fought with her and was completely teased by her illusion." "What?" Barbata's volume suddenly increased by an octave. "At the apprentice level, can you use illusion to play you? Her brain width must be more than 30. It may even be 40. God! Why don't I let me touch you in advance?" To her. Luo Feng was speechless. "I'm really sorry to let me, a person with a brain width of only 22, become a direct disciple." Luo Feng ignored the howling Babata in his mind, patted Wang Dong on the shoulder, did not speak. Everything was silent. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Wang Dong smiled reluctantly, and said, "I plan to continue looking for Catalina. I believe she won't leave me so easily." "Yet." Luo Feng patted Wang Dong on the shoulder heavily, and said with heartfelt blessings, "I believe you will succeed." Chapter 56, Time and Space Secrets. Earth, Mariana Trench. Catalina, who was announced to be missing, is hiding here, practicing her skills day after day. The so-called disappearance is naturally an excuse to cover up the disappearance of the mechanical clan spacecraft and to prevent Catalina from meeting Babida. Relying on the super-high law of light, Katarina perfectly concealed her traces, and after the genius battle was over and Luo Feng entered Chaos City, Katarina didn't need to be afraid of other people on Earth. On February 6, Wu Tong became a travel star. On February 13, Guo Kun became a planetarium. On the morning of February 16, Wang Dong received a message from the Universe Galaxy Bank that the mechanical clan spacecraft had been sold. After deducting the handling fee, Wang Dong received a total of about 1,800 yuan. At noon that day, Wang Dong sent Luo Feng a private message. "Madman, I found Katarina's track, so I'm going to look for her now. Now Jingping is everywhere, even if I'm not there, you can completely deal with those monsters. I might be a bit dangerous when I go, but who am I? The strongest on earth. Brother of your life. At most there will be some trouble, and there will never be any danger. Now that you have the help of Babida, your strength is improving rapidly. When you meet next time, you must catch up with me. I'm leaving, don't read it." After that, Wang Dong sent another message to Hong and Lei Shen, saying that he was looking for Katarina's trail. Then, Wang Dong used teleportation in Katarina's brood and came to the Horned Dragon Star. "Luo Feng, Wang Dong sent you a message." Luo Feng, who was struggling in the gravity room, asked casually, "What did he say?" "He said he went to Katarina, let you practice hard, don't miss him." "What?" Luo Feng left the gravity room directly, carefully reading Wang Dong's letter. This guy left without a word. Luo Feng frowned. Babida was also very angry. Wang Dong is really not as good as it is. After joining me, Meteor Star, he didn't come to ask my great Babida for a day, just looking for people everywhere. I have arranged courses for him to ensure that he can become a universe grade within 50 years. But he has never come to me, so I wasted a lot of effort, so pissed. Regardless of how Luo Feng and Babida felt after seeing the information, Wang Dong was happily improving his strength at this time. Permanent Star Peak Slave, give me 52. After gaining control of the slaves, in the horrified eyes of the slave merchant, Wang Dong lifted the knife and fell, killing the 52 slaves one by one. Wang Dong squeezed his fists and grinned. It is the peak of the constant star. At this time, the system prompt for the third revolution also sounded, but Wang Dong simply ignored it. In the perverted look in the slave merchant's eyes, Wang Dong didn't even look at the corpse there, and turned and left. Next, Wang Dong bought a fully equipped C-5 spacecraft, which was neither too ostentatious nor underestimated. In the Kaibao pavilion next to the selling spacecraft, Wang Dong bought an advanced intelligent optical brain. Then, Wang Dong went to the city hall and bought a manor as his place of residence. When visiting the house, Wang Dong landed in the virtual universe and bought a bunch of treasures that boosted his physical and mental powers. Both his physical fitness and Wang Dong's mental power are at the pinnacle of a permanent star. Finally, Wang Dong registered as the Lord of the Earth. With this expenditure, even the fraction of the 1,800 mixed yuan was not spent, and Wang Dong couldn't help but sigh, the rich feels so good. When he came to his manor, Wang Dong started the skill training mode again. His current skill experience rate is about 13,100 Jing/day. It takes about 270 days to upgrade a skill to level 6, but it takes 7 to 8 years to upgrade to level 7. Therefore, Wang Dong's choice is to upgrade all skills to level 6 before the genius battle, and the whole line will blossom. Don't let those immortals absorb all the cold air, it will be regarded as Wang Dong's loss. 1 month after Wang Dong disappeared, Luo Feng practiced without caring. 5 months after Wang Dong disappeared, Luo Feng began to feel worried. In the 10th month of Wang Dong's disappearance, Luo Feng, Hong, and Lei Shen gathered together to discuss Wang Dong's news. Because Wang Dong rarely appeared in the outside world before, even if there was no news of Wang Dong for 10 consecutive months, it did not cause any panic to the outside world. After some discussions, the three decided to continue to block the news of Wang Dong's disappearance, while further speeding up the process of clearing the monsters in the wilderness area. Use the news of the continuous victory to restore the territory to dilute people's memory and demand for Wang Dong. After all, when the world is settled, people's desire and worship for the savior will not be so urgent. Just when the three of Luofeng discussed how to let the earthlings downplay their impression of Wang Dong, so as to avoid panic after the news of Wang Dong's disappearance went for a walk, Wang Dong came to the auction site holding the invitation card of the Dry Witch auction. "I wasted precious time here, I hope I don't let me down," Wang Dong muttered to himself, and the first hot auction item at the opening made him instantly blush. Contains a heritage crystal 15 times the amplitude of the body. As the auctioneer Tortoise-Shell Elder shouted, a set of 15 magnificent crystal appeared on the screen. Body amplitude is a powerful force pursued by the immortal strong. 15 times the body amplitude is enough to make a military master's combat power a big step forward. The old turtle shell shouted excitedly, "Now everyone bid." The reserve price 100 mixed yuan. Each increase in price needs to be an integer multiple of the mixed yuan unit. 200 yuan. 300 yuan. The numbers on the screen soared rapidly, and Wang Dong tried to enter a 550 yuan, and was pressed down by others in the blink of an eye. "No way, this kind of inheritance of body amplitude is too hot. You know, Hu Yanbo has achieved the strength of barely Feng Cao with 18 times the soul amplitude, 15 times the body amplitude, but the actual combat power is increased. For those ordinary military masters immortal, this is much more reliable than the law of time and space that can't be comprehended alive and alive." In the end, this set of inherited crystals was bought at a price of 880 mixed yuan. The first product is just a hot spot, and then there is a real auction, where you buy things in batches. The first batch of commodity prices are the lowest, most of which are the transaction prices of tens of billions of cosmic coins and hundreds of billions of cosmic coins, that is, a few tenths of a mixed dollar, a few tenths of a mixed dollar, and there are occasional breakthroughs. A humble baby. In this batch of commodities, Wang Dong respectively bought 8 World Lord Peak swords containing the 8 laws of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and light, as props for him to show his sacredness to others in the future. It cost him less than 10 yuan, which is cheap. The second batch of 1000 products has a slightly higher grade. Wang Dong bought 2 master-level pinnacle swords from them. They contain the laws of time and space. They are compared with the Zankong knife that Luofeng exchanged from the Thunder World in the original book. It's much stronger, and it cost 16 yuan. The third batch of commodities, I didn't like it, too. In the fourth batch of commodities, something good finally appeared. The secret of space law flash. The secret of the law of time traced to the source. Wang Dong's eyes are red again, buy. Although he already has the space secret 10,000 lines flow, it is incomplete, with only 4 full level, and he can't even reach teleshift. And this flash can really achieve teleport. Similarly, the highest level of trace to the source is also the reverse time corresponding to teleport. Chapter 57, the most suitable third clone. The secret method is different from the inheritance is usually unique, and the secret method can have countless copies, even if there are still countless world masters and immortality competing. Wang Dong still spent 95 yuan to win 2 secret methods. After buying the time mystery trace to the source and the space mystery flash, the 4th batch of goods was sold out. From the next 5th to the 10th batch, there was nothing to shine in Wang Dong's eyes until the 11th batch. Undead. When Wang Dong browsed a permanent star skeleton-like slave among the 1000 products in this batch, his eyes suddenly brightened. The undead, a special life race with 10 times the life gene. He does not have a huge body like a star behemoth with the same 10 times the gene, nor does it have the almost invincible worm sea of the Zerg Mother Emperor, but he has a talented secret method. Incarnation can evolve 9 clones that are exactly the same as the body, unless 10 bodies are killed at the same time, or the soul is destroyed, otherwise they will not be killed. It can be called the top life-saving talent. 9 incarnations of this undead slave have been killed, and the final ontology is auctioned off. It is an excellent material for cultivating the descendants of the family. Buy after bankruptcy. Almost instantly, Wang Dong made up his mind. For others, this is just a robbing body for a beloved younger generation, but for me, after getting his genetic gene, I can use this to create a third clone. With his talent, the skill upgrade speed has increased again by 10 times. The system only restricts the clone talent like the Golden Horn Behemoth, and the undead's talent is incarnation, which is similar to the mythology of 1 gas and 3 clears, and it is not blocked by the system. This race is the third clone that suits me best. The undead's reserve price is 0.5 Han Yuan, but Wang Dong's first bid was 50 Han Yuan. Directly kill all the opponents who have ideas, and put this slave into the bag. Damn! Where's the lunatic? 50 Han Yuan is used to buy such a life-saving material. In the life of 10 times the gene, the undead really belong to the lower cost-effective. Compared with the life-saving one, people want to take the one who cultivates fast or is powerful. Save your life? I want to go home and squat to save my life. For a while, countless people were secretly complaining about Wang Dong's offer, but Wang Dong was thinking about a bright future with joy. With weapons, secret methods, and even clones, Wang Dong's trip has been completed, but with the idea of opening his eyes and picking up leaks, he just waited until the last 100 finale items. Pieces of precious items were sold in a streamlined manner, but Wang Dong was calm. When he graduated from the Virtual Universe Company, these so-called babies were the problem of killing several immortal princes. It wasn't until the 12th item from the bottom that Wang Dong's interest aroused. Smart life? Or is it a formatted, zero-based smart life? Interesting. Wang Dong thought for a while. The existence of intelligent life is more of an auxiliary function. For Luo Feng, intelligent life Babata is his half of his enlightenment teacher, and it is naturally extremely important. But for other people, especially the realm masters and immortals present, intelligent life is more humane and faster in computing than advanced intelligent optical brains, so it doesn't pay much attention to it. What? Can intelligent life be cultivated? Do you think that these people who are sitting here are at most impoverished and have money to buy the heart of evolution for intelligent life? It's not bad to buy a smart life. You can be a housekeeper and talk to me. Wang Dong thought, and quoted his own price 100 mixed yuan. The price of smart life continues to rise slowly, but not much. 110, 120. Until Wang Dong's last 200 yuan was finalized. The auction continued, and the final product was a World Master level special life with 50 times the gene, which was bought for 8,000 yuan. 15 days later, Wang Dong got his goods on a dead planet hundreds of light years away from the Horned Dragon Star. After returning home, Wang Dong opened the huge cargo box. After a comfortable mechanical sound, colorful lights flooded the villa. The most conspicuous thing is naturally the 10 war knives, with their distinctive aura flowing around the blade, which is breathtaking. But these were the cheapest things in the box, and Wang Dong didn't want to take them out too scarcely. Instead, he immediately touched the peculiar book that was not gold or paper. Ding! Congratulations to the players for having acquired the skills Flash and Trace to the Source. Do you want to learn? Learn. Ding! Learned. Wang Dong's heart moved, urging the original force, causing the time and space around him to stagnate, but he himself had no effect. Very well, this is an introduction to the law of time. Wang Dong looked at the skill bar. Blink has already covered 10,000 threads, and together with Trace to the Source, it has become his own skill at the bottom of the box. At level 6, the level 1 upgrade experience is 100 million Jing. Moreover, even if the level is full, it is only one of the 3 branches of mastering the law of space, time. It is not difficult to imagine that if the full level of a certain secret method can complete the laws of time or space, the amount of experience it needs must be massive. Note that this mass amount is the Sea of Jiu. If it were before the Genius War, Wang Dong didn't want to practice time and space secrets at all, because at his speed, even if he practiced one of them with all his strength, it would take nearly 8 years to rise to level 2. And the rule of comprehension is not as good as Luo Feng's 3-year comprehension of the Demon Killer Clan clone. But now, Wang Dong is different. Wang Dong looked at the undead skeleton locked in the box, in a coma under the power of the auctioneer, waiting for others to seize the house. Wang Dong put his hand on the skull's head, and muttered in his heart. The system, with the undead genetic gene as the core, creates a third account. Ding! Please choose the character name. Undead, it's called the chief boss of the Lich King, Sargeras. Ding! Please choose your gender. Male. Ding! Please choose a career. Most of my skills are on the side of the warrior, and after comprehending the law, especially after immortality, no occupation is important. Choose a warrior. Ding! The third account Sargeras has been created successfully. Without warning, a white jade skeleton with warm bones appeared in front of Wang Dong. Wang Dong was familiar with dividing his consciousness into the sea of Sargeras' knowledge, without having to look at the character panel. Sargeras used his instinctive talent very well, and separated 80 incarnations. That's right, not the original 10 avatars, but 80 avatars. Sargeras was overjoyed and immediately asked the system, what's going on? It's not a bug, right? Ding! The talent of the undead is to be able to separate incarnations with the same number of genetic multiples as its own. The player's undead genetic multiple is 80 at this time, so 80 avatars can be separated. Reminder, please read the relevant information in detail to avoid missing important information. System, can't you remind me when I forget it? Sargeras joked, and the level speed increased by 80 times, reaching 1.05 million experience points a day. How could he not laugh? Ding! The system does not have this function. System, you are good with everything. It would be great if you were smarter. Wang Dong thought happily, while taking off his smart optical brain, wanting to get the Smart Life wristband that he had bought. Just after Wang Dong's hand touched the wristband, a surprise prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining the special item Smart Life. After using this item, the system will unlock the new function System Wizard. Do you agree? Chapter 58, Celia. System Wizard? Not just intelligent voice? Is there such a good thing? The unstoppable smile on Wang Dong's face immediately confirmed, System, agree. A white light flashed from the wristband that stored the intelligent life, and then a gentle female voice sounded in Wang Dong's mind. Master, hello. My name is Celia, and today is also a day full of hope. Listening to this familiar voice and looking at the familiar and beautiful figure that came to mind, Wang Dong's mouth opened slightly, and he was a little shocked for a while. Master? Master! Celia called to Wang Dong softly, and Wang Dong came back to his senses, and the first sentence was a foul language. I'm going. You are Celia? This game dealer is too good, right? You are not afraid that the defendant will bankrupt your family. Master, you can't speak dirty words. Celia wrinkled her good-looking eyebrows, and said angrily, Celia is Celia. Why does the master say that I am like everyone else? Ahem. Seeing that Celia meant to play coquettishly, Wang Dong quickly changed the subject. Celia, you are a system wizard, then you must be much better than those intelligent beings, right? Hearing Wang Dong's praise, Celia immediately forgot the unhappiness and said happily, Yes. The master is right. Not only do I have a stronger computing speed and a larger storage space, and it can also help the owner better use the system, making the owner more comfortable and more convenient. Also, as a system wizard, I can transfer between the master's clones. No matter which clone is in need, I can rush over in an instant. It's great. Wang Dong was very happy, and finally he didn't need to be so rigid and systematic in the future, and the transfer function of Celia between the clones was also very practical. After thinking for a while, Wang Dong decided to give Celia several tasks. Celia, I'm going to start practicing now, can you do me a few favors? Okay. Celia said with a smile. Well, you first enter the virtual universe, buy a D9 level planetary defense system, and then you save all those star destroyers in the space ring that Barbata gave me. After that, you will move to Catalina on the Earth, first set up the D9 class planetary defense system, and then fly from the Earth to the Horned Dragon star in the spacecraft, so that we have the coordinates of the Earth, and we don't have to in the future rely on teleportation to leave the Earth. Okay. Master. Celia promised. The connection entered the virtual universe, and the buy mode was turned on. Wang Dong looked at each other with 80 sargeras and began to excite his cultivation. Ma, these days, the more you practice, the more hopeful you are. On the evening of January 13, 2060, the Earth. Since the Battle of Kirishima, in the past year, the whole Earth has been calmer than ever. In the Battle of Kirishima, the 5 powers, the HR Alliance, and the 2 martial arts halls received 3 or 4 wooden crystals for the few, and 7 or 8 for the more. This has resulted in the birth of some new strong parliamentarians from all forces within 1 year. The year 2059 will be the year with the largest number of strong parliamentarians on the planet, with more than 30 members. At the same time, because Wang Dong powerfully eliminated the Beast King and a large number of Ocean King-level monsters, Hong and Lei Shen no longer feared their hands, led a large number of planetary powerhouses, and eliminated all the Land King-level monsters, even the Lord-level monsters. And only those hiding in the deep mountains and old forests can survive. As for the remaining Ocean King-level monsters, they survived a lot by virtue of the vastness of the sea. In 2059, mankind will return to the position of hegemony of the Earth, and today, the Golden Horn Behemoth arrives as scheduled with the anger and resentment of the infinite monster. Woo! The Golden Horn Beast easily swallowed the US war base, raised its head and roared, its unicorn pierced the sky, announcing his arrival. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the Supreme Council of the God of War. The disaster, the end of the Earth, here comes. The President of the United States spoke astonishingly, making everyone's face changed. Then, the President played a video of the Golden Horn Behemoth slaughtering wantonly in that free country. Can't resist. No matter how solid a war base, no matter how brave soldiers, no matter how powerful warriors, it will be swallowed in one bite. Nightmare. Disaster. End. The dark-skinned president looked at everyone in the conference hall, but everyone was silent, and no one spoke for a while. By the way, what about the third speaker? Why hasn't the third speaker come? Suddenly, someone opened his mouth to break the silence. At his reminder, people remembered Wang Dong. Yes, where is the third speaker? Is something delayed? I have forgotten that there is a third speaker, and this monster can definitely be solved easily. That's right, the third speaker's knife on Kirishima a year ago, I will think of it now, there will be a sense of powerlessness, and that monster will definitely not be able to stop that knife. People were talking about it one after another, and the tension brought by the Golden Horn Beast was wiped out. In their eyes, Wang Dong was the figure of the gods along the way. The devouring beast can swallow the war base, and Wang Dong can cut out the 10,000 meter abyss at will, which is far more shocking than the devouring beast's performance. Hearing the full confidence in Wang Dong from the crowd, Hong, Lei Shen and Luo Feng looked at each other with bitterness in their mouths. Wang Dong, who has already become a permanent star, can naturally solve the devouring beast easily, but he is no longer there. What? Finally, urged by the eyes of Luo Feng and Thunder God, Hong slowly spoke. Everyone, please be quiet. Hong's voice was very majestic. As the former strongest man on earth above everyone else, everyone was in awe of Hong. In an instant, the meeting room was quiet. Under the gaze of everyone, Hong said painfully, Everyone, in February last year, the third speaker set off on an unknown road alone in order to find friends who disappeared with the ancient civilization site number 1. He has been unable to do so for nearly a year. Contacted. What? Hong's words are like turbulent waves, destroying people's hope. Next, a scholar who studied the relics revealed a little about the identity of the Golden Horn Behemoth, and then, like the original work, the upper human level intends to use a nuclear bomb to kill the Golden Horn Behemoth. Over the Pacific Ocean, a giant golden horn is floating in the air, watching an airplane flying in front of him, wagging its tail comfortably. Boom! Luo Feng's smart fighter exploded near the Golden Horn Behemoth's tail, and the violent energy produced by atomic fission made the Golden Horn Behemoth's tail numb and uncomfortable. One after another, the fighter planes exploded, and finally, the blood-red fighter planes that contained the hope of all mankind approached the Golden Horn Behemoth little by little. China, Millikan, Soviet Russia, European Union. All human high levels have only one action at this moment, staring at the large or small screen, watching the blood-red fighter flying towards the Golden Horn Behemoth. 1000 meters, 100 meters, 10 meters. 3 meters, 2 meters. At this moment, everyone held their breath. 1 meter. Boom! The strongest hydrogen bomb carrying the hope of mankind, exploded. A 150 million-ton equivalent hydrogen bomb exploded, setting off smoke and dust that obscured the sky in the clear sky. In the gaze of all human beings, a golden streamer rushed out of the dust and stopped in the air. The black scale armor covers the whole body, and the neck, back, etc. extend to the tail with golden marks on the scale armor, just like black gold armor. Its head is still high, and its sharp horns are still so sharp. It's just, there was a huge wound over 10 meters in its abdomen, blood was flowing, and one of the thick and powerful muscles could be seen quickly entangled, as if the roots of a tree were entangled, and they were repairing automatically. The entangled and squirming muscles are like ropes, hanging the fate of mankind. Chapter 59, Savior. It's over. Countless high-level executives were angry and crazy, looking at the golden horn beast roaring on the screen, their hearts were full of despair and unwillingness. Luo Feng gritted his teeth and clenched his fists in grief. After calling his family, he looked at the deep sea as if he had seen the number 12 ruins sunk on the bottom of the sea. Go down! Luo Feng's gaze was like a cold sharp sword, his feet on Tizot, with a fierce air wave, he was about to rush directly into the sea, and he was interrupted by Babata just as he acted. Luo Feng! Wait! Look at the sky above the Golden Horn Behemoth. Luo Feng frowned, looked at the watch screen again, and looked at the picture on the screen. Luo Feng raised his brows and asked in surprise, what is that? A spaceship. At the same moment, countless high-level humans guarding the screen also noticed the changes on the screen. I saw a spaceship emitting a faint blue light slowly descending from the sky, and stopped tens of thousands of meters above it in the vigilant gaze of the Golden Horn Behemoth. At this time, the Golden Horn Beast's injuries have recovered, and his cold eyes are full of killing intent. He is confident that as long as he is more careful, he will not encounter danger on this planet. And it can also feel that if it swallows this spaceship, not only can it recover from its injuries, but it can even advance faster. Laugh. The hatch of the spaceship opened, and a creature that looked like an ordinary human floated out of the spaceship, and then slowly flew towards the Golden Horn Behemoth. That's the third speaker. Someone recognized the person. Great. With the third speaker, it is very possible to kill the devouring beast directly. But then someone worried and said, just as strong as the third speaker, it is impossible to receive a hydrogen bomb of 150 million tons equivalent. Can he beat the devouring beast? At this time, no one had the mind to quarrel. People were staring at the screen, eagerly hoping to see that Wang Dong could behead the devouring beast like he was on Kirishima back then. Luo Feng was also watching the screen nervously. He knew that Wang Dong had already become the first-order constant star, but the Golden Horn Behemoth was also the first-order constant star. In his mind, monsters of the same level are often stronger than human bodies. Of course, when Babata saw Wang Dong, he knew that the situation was stable. Luo Feng doesn't know how powerful the rules are, can he still know how Babata is? But Babata didn't want to remind Luo Feng, and planned to stimulate Luo Feng to speed up the progress of his practice. The line of his meteorite star is a serious inheritance of 800 spiritual teachers. As a result, the spiritual teacher is always crushed by the martial artist. What is the matter? As people watched nervously, Wang Dong smiled and approached the Golden Horn Behemoth unhurriedly. Then, people saw it. After the Golden Horn Beast yelled out a roar that made them frightened, it flapped its wings and ran away, ran away. Then, people saw Wang Dong laughed boldly, his body turned into light, and blazed towards the Golden Horn Beast. At the same time, a majestic laughter echoed in the sky. Ha ha ha, little guy, don't run. Let me rua. In the horror that stunned his eyes, Wang Dong came to the sky above the Golden Horn Behemoth in a flash like a light. Back! Wang Dong shouted. The time around the Golden Horn Beast flowed back for a moment. Because the time was too short, it looked as if the Golden Horn Beast did not move and time was still. With this short period of time, Wang Dong picked up his finger, and suddenly hundreds of water whips rushed up on the surface of the sea. After binding the body surface of the Golden Horn Behemoth, the end of the water flow easily broke the scales on the surface of the Golden Horn Behemoth. Entangle its joints and completely block off its pronucleus. Woo! The Golden Horn Beast trapped in the dungeon let out a mournful cry, and Wang Dong gave a chuckle. Surya controlled the spacecraft to come, and a circle of lights appeared on the abdomen of the spacecraft, attracting the Golden Horn Behemoth's incapable body. Put it in the cabin. In the spacecraft, as soon as the Golden Horn Beast came in, Catalina, who had been prepared for a long time, hypnotized the Golden Horn Beast and controlled its consciousness to enter the Palace of War. Celia also grabbed a part of the authority of the God of War by virtue of its superior ability to create a separate virtual space for the Golden Horn Behemoth. In reality, in front of screens all over the world, people were sluggish when they saw Wang Dong waved and surrendered the monster that made them helpless. After a short silence, Win, won. An old man with grey hair trembled and asked like a dream. Well, I won. Beside him, a middle-aged man nodded subconsciously. The next second, he hugged the old man suddenly and shouted excitedly, Win! The third speaker won! Long live! Long live the third speaker! Long live mankind! God! The third speaker is God! In front of the screen, some people rejoiced, some wept with joy, and some danced. As people cheered and celebrated, all the members of the God of War Palace received a message from Wang Dong. I have simulated a 9-level Golden Horn Behemoth in the Palace of the Gods of War. Anyone who belongs to the God of War of the human race can enter the Palace of the Gods of War to participate in the challenge immediately. This challenge will last until tomorrow. Everyone can challenge once, and the person who caused the most damage to the Golden Horn Behemoth can get a huge reward. Get rewarded! You can change your fate against the sky, and become a strong man on the earth second only to me in strength and talent. Everyone, work hard! Challenge! Luo Feng looked at the news from Wang Dong and was a little confused, so he directly sent a message to Wang Dong. Wang Dong mysteriously returned, Crazy man, don't you know if you enter the Palace of War God? With a feeling of doubt, Luo Feng entered the Palace of the Gods of War, and sure enough, as soon as he entered, he was notified. If you choose to challenge the Golden Horn Behemoth, you have to line up from now on and wait for the call. When Luo Feng looked at his order, he found that there were only 3 people in front, so he waited patiently. This challenge is public, and all participants in the challenge can watch the battle. The few people before Luo Feng are all first-order planetary stars, and they are all things that let the Golden Horn Behemoth kill with a single claw. Soon, it was Luo Feng's turn to challenge. With the help of Tizot and the Arc Blade, Luo Feng and the 9th-level Golden Horn Behemoth of the planetary star entangled for a long time, and even cut the roots of the Golden Horn Behemoth's wings. The belly broke open before being killed by a claw. Outside of the space challenging the Golden Horn Behemoth, Wang Dong nodded in satisfaction as he watched Luo Feng's performance. Yes, Luo Feng's strength is indeed second only to Hong and Thor. In this case, the reward is that Luo Feng's did not run, and it does not count as partial to me. Master, you are so shameless. Sai Lia's body appeared next to me, making a grimace, and vomiting. Hong and Lei Shen are the 2 strongest stars in the planet, but you not only did they engage in this challenge when they broke through, but even let Master Catalina use illusion techniques to immerse them in the thrill of breakthrough. Isn't that partial? That is to say, Hong is still weak at this time. In addition, he was just breaking through cultivation, not fighting, and he was undefended before Master Catalina could easily succeed. How else would you set up such a challenge? Ha ha ha, Wang Dong smiled indifferently, and said, they saw me subdue the Golden Horn Behemoth. They were so excited that they broke through the same field, but it is a good thing that I can't control. Furthermore, Celia, you don't know that Luo Feng has the inheritance of the soul seal of teacher Hu Yanbo, and he is undoubtedly the strongest. What about the reward for the strongest person? This Golden Horn Behemoth, originally it should be his. That's right, the so-called reward is a place for a Golden Horn Behemoth, which was specially set by Wang Dong for Luo Feng. Chapter 60, The Scum Must Die. After watching Luo Feng's battle like an elder, Wang Dong withdrew from the Palace of the Gods of War. Before leaving, Wang Dong told Celia, in the original work, Atkin, Sego, and Yan Hai did not contribute any effort to deal with the Golden Horn Behemoth. Luo Feng, Hong, and others might die or die. It is definitely a scum to come out after being unconscious. Celia, you help me watch. After these 3 people have challenged, they will burst their consciousness with virtual consciousness. Then, in my name, you sent a letter of condolences to their family members, saying that the Golden Horn Behemoth has a special talent, which led to a riot. Don't worry about other people's nonsense. Until the next day, I will close the challenge, and then rank it, and generously send the reward to Luo Feng. Okay. Boss. Sai Lia saluted mischievously. Before leaving, Wang Dong asked more, by the way, Celia, are you sure that Luo Feng's challenge mission now has no good rewards? That's right, Master. Sai Lia promised to slap her plump and promised, Luo Feng's challenge reward, only if his human body becomes the strongest at the time in the current class, will there be a good reward. This at the time standard is also changing with the advancement of the plot in the original book. For example, the master once challenged senior student Luo Feng. At that time, Luo Feng was just a very ordinary senior student on Earth, so he only had a little experience in overcoming rewards, which was very shabby. But when Luo Feng became the invincible god of war, he was already the strongest apprentice on the map of the earth, so the rewards were much richer. For another example, now, after Luo Feng won the Golden Horn Behemoth, he raised the human body to a constant star almost without stopping. At this time, the map has been launched into the vast universe. The challenge task reward for that time was only a double multiplying experience pill can double the master's level of experience. Attention, it's a level, not a skill level. So, according to the setting of the game system, it is impossible for players like the master to get good rewards when Luo Feng hasn't really risen. Indeed. Wang Dong nodded. If Luo Feng has really become a genius who overwhelms the world in the original work, it must start with his passing through the Domain Master level to pass through the Tian Shan Mountains. In this case, I don't need to worry about Luo Feng's seizure of the house. It's too fast to advance. Afterwards, Wang Dong left the Palace of the Gods of War, took a spacecraft, and came to the sky above the ancient civilization site number 12, and found Luo Feng. Hey! Crazy! Wang Dong yelled from a distance as he left the spaceship. Next to him was Catalina, who hadn't shown her face for a long time. At this time, Catalina had already practiced Soul Seal to the full level, and Wang Dong and Sargeras had also practiced the 8 types of Pure World and Pure World to level 7. There is no fear that Barbata will discover Catalina's identity as the Zerg Mother. Moreover, Wang Dong's lies should have come to a successful conclusion. When Luo Feng saw Wang Dong, he greeted him happily, first punched, and then excitedly said, "You kid, where did you go these days?" He made such a big noise when he came back, and also made a challenge. "Tell me, what is the reward?" Don't worry, I'll tell you the same thing." Wang Dong pressed his hands falsely, calmed Luo Feng's emotions, and narrated the story he had made up. The story of Wang Dong is very simple. While exploring the remains of ancient civilization, Katarina accidentally activated the invisible mode of the Pyramid spacecraft, avoiding all planetary stars and detection instruments on the Earth. And Wang Dong, relying on the strength of the first-order constant star and the super-strong law of light, found the Pyramid spacecraft. After entering, he activated the Pyramid spacecraft. The spacecraft was actually activated and took them to a horse-dragon star. Place. By coincidence, Wang Dong and Catalina were able to sell the Pyramid spacecraft, obtained He Liang's wealth, and bought a lot of resources. Not only did they become the pinnacle of constant stars, they obtained super equipment and secret methods. Achievements such as Lord of the Earth and 5-star membership of the Universe Galaxy Bank have also been achieved. After that, the two bought the spacecraft, and returned here with the Earth coordinates in the Pyramid spacecraft, just in time to rescue the devouring beast. This story can probably round the past, but the most important part was fooled by Wang Dong on the grounds of coincidence and inconvenience to disclose. Under Babata's passionate explanation, Luo Feng himself also accepted this statement: there are too many adventures in the universe, and many of them cannot be said to others. For example, the inheritance of the meteorite star. Luo Feng didn't even mention Su Xin, his parents, and others. Hearing Wang Dong's story, Luo Feng himself was very happy. Not only was his good brother okay, he was a blessing in disguise, and he was sincerely happy. Instead, Babata jumped up and down in the smart space. "What? That Mechanical Clan spacecraft was sold by you? That is the Mechanical Clan Immortal spacecraft, at least E-class, it can be called the most valuable treasure on Earth. You? How much did you sell?" Wang Dong scratched his head, and said embarrassingly, "It's okay, that is, more than 1,800 mixed yuan. The price is about the same." Babata's mind is a bit complicated. After Wang Dong has so much money, he doesn't need to share the funds left by Hu Yanbo with Luo Feng. But in this way, Wang Dong didn't need to get any benefits from meteor moxing at all besides receiving those unlearnable meteor moxing secrets. In this case, is Wang Dong still a descendant of meteorites line? Not to mention that Baba Tower was entangled there, Luo Feng was confused by the unit Hun Yuan, and Wang Dong had another talk and came to conduct science popularization with the Xiao by Luo Feng. After the popular science, at the end, Wang Dong patted Luo Feng on the shoulder and smiled, "This time I shared the income with Katarina. I got 900 yuan, and then I bought some things. Now there are more than 450 friends left. Yuan. When you go to the Universe Galaxy Bank to open an account, I will transfer you 200 Hun Yuan, just spend it for fun." "What?" Without waiting for Luo Feng to express his opinion, Babata first exploded his hair, projecting his own influence directly in reality, and said, "No. No way." Wang Dong joked, "Babada? What's the matter? Seeing that I gave more money than teacher Huianbo, you are jealous." Hearing Wang Dong calling Yanbo a teacher, Babada's face was slightly dark, but he still hugged his chest with his hands unconvinced, and said angrily, "Wang Dong, you gave Luo Feng so much money all at once. Not helping him, but harming him. With so much money, you can easily buy Cosmic, Domain Master, and even World Master protective equipment. If you encounter a strong enemy, you can directly kill with a variety of powerful props. It will not have the effect of tempering. Every strong person's growth depends on the temper of the sea of blood and despair. The boss can become a great immortal. Those despair and powerful enemies have played an important role. So Wang Dong, I don't approve of you giving Luo Feng so much money, and even I suggest that you should save most of the money, and don't be fooled by money." Hearing Babada's Dundun's teaching, Wang Dong felt a little warm, because Babada was really good for them, but he didn't care about his views. "Babada, the so-called practice training is also one of the important things. Partly, I have such a lot of money, but I can keep my heart and not spend or use it indiscriminately. Isn't that also a practice? Look at me." Wang Dong opened his arms and let Babada look at his clothes. "Look, I'm still wearing the black god suit. This time, I mainly bought some miscellaneous items that are not related to combat, and those related to combat are just some war knives and a few cheats." With that said, Wang Dong waved his hand and took out the 10 war knives stored in the space ring. 10 war knives with similar shapes and small differences and different colors floated around Wang Dong, radiating rays of light with faint and mysterious fluctuations. Wang Dong looked at the dumbfounded Babada and Luo Feng, and smiled. Buying some good weapons is not too much, right? After all, being able to use these weapons is a symbol of my strength.